Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, Consolation Prize. I was never the type of guy with big reasons to live. I always went through life on autopilot, as if nothing really mattered. And yet, something in me buzzed during that competition. It's strange. I could have won easily, but of course, the great Ryan had to make a dramatic entrance. Had to be the guy. A catchphrase, a little extra showmanship. And guess what? I lost. Ryan sighed, his eyes fixed on the classroom window. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, mirroring the mood he'd carried since the defeat. His thoughts swirled, more vibrant than the monotony of the lesson ahead of him. But honestly, this high school life isn't so bad. No real responsibilities. No serious expectations. And of course, I still have my looks. He let out a smug smile, a reflection of the ego that kept him standing, even in moments like this. His head rested lazily on his hand, his gaze fixed on the world beyond the class, when a sweet yet slightly annoyed voice yanked him out of his reverie. Hey, Kuze. Don't tell me you stayed up all night gaming again? He turned slowly, as if weighing the effort, and found Ella. Her face, framed by long silver hair, bore a mix of irritation and concern. Arms crossed, she looked like a mother scolding her stubborn child. It was hard to ignore her, not that he wanted to. Ella was practically the embodiment of a high school dream: hypnotic blue eyes, delicate features, and that graceful aura that earned her the nickname Ice Princess among their peers. Ryan raised an eyebrow, a playful grin forming on his lips. Oh, come on, Ella. You know it's part of my charm. This sleepy face and my laid-back attitude are practically my trademarks. She puffed out her cheeks slightly, trying to keep her voice low to avoid the teacher's attention. You always say that, but I'm the one who ends up suffering. Every time you forget your book, I'm the one who has to share. Her tone softened slightly, her words faltering as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. I've told you, I'm not going to keep doing this forever. Humphrey. Ryan chuckled quietly, amused by the way she avoided his gaze, embarrassed. Despite her scolding, there was something about Ella that always put him at ease. Maybe it was the fact that, unlike most people, she genuinely seemed to care. He shifted his posture, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at her with mock innocence. You say that, but I bet you love being my savior. Don't you, Ice Princess? She frowned, clearly trying to maintain composure, but the redness in her face gave her away. The teacher cleared his throat in the background, pulling their attention back to the lesson, but not before Ella whispered with a hint of defiance in her voice, keep calling me that, and I swear I'll let you fend for yourself next time. Ryan smirked, turning his gaze back to the window. Even with the dullness around him, Ella's presence made everything less boring. Maybe this high school life is better than I thought, he mused, letting the gray sky fade from his mind as the lesson grew increasingly distant. Now that I think about it, did I accept all this too easily? Ryan murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the horizon beyond the window, as if searching for an answer that would never come. He sighed, a tired smile forming on his lips. I was fighting to be God. Alongside that annoying girl. And look at that, I got killed by her in the most ridiculous way. What could be more pathetic? He rested his chin on his hand, his mind drifting to sharper, more painful memories. The survival game. My final mission. Something I gave myself, like a purpose. Sure, I wanted to die. But I never really expected it to happen. Let alone lose. He let out a low, bitter laugh. I mean, seriously, what would I have done if I'd won? What kind of god would I have been? It's probably for the best it ended the way it did. For a moment, his thoughts went silent, letting him absorb the weight of his new reality. And now, here I am. It's been about 3 days since my memories came back as they were before, but with a new name, Kuze Masachika. Before, Ryan Ghosting. Funny, isn't it? From a respected mobster to a model student. He laughed, shaking his head as he muttered out loud without realizing, fuck, it just doesn't fit. Before he could think further, a light kick to his shin pulled him from his thoughts. He blinked and turned to see Ella's disapproving look. Watch your language, she whispered in his ear, her sweet voice trying to sound stern. But what caught Ryan's attention was something else. She had said it all in Russian. Internally, he almost laughed. She still doesn't know I understand perfectly what she's saying. A sheepish smile appeared on his face, the kind that made it clear he was pretending not to understand. Ellen narrowed her eyes, wearing the serious expression of someone who had grown used to Kuze's or Ryan's antics. "It'll be your fault if we get kicked out of class," Ella complained, still in a hushed tone, though her adorably frustrated voice undermined any attempt at authority. Ryan tilted his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if planning a cheeky retort. "Oh, Ella," he thought. "If only you knew how much fun it is watching you think you're lecturing me." But he just laughed inwardly, letting the silence speak for him as he turned his gaze back to the window, a faintly ironic smile on his face. "It's curious how life can feel so different depending on how you choose to live it," Ryan murmured, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk as his thoughts tangled in a web of existential theories. He tilted his head, letting out a frustrated sigh, and began gesturing as if trying to shape his ideas in the air. "I've got this weird feeling, you know. Like I've always been myself in this body. And yet, not. Like, my theory is this is some alternate timeline, parallel universe, or something. But then that happened. And bam. My mind just took over this body, like someone swapped pieces in the middle of a game." He paused, his gaze fixed on nothing, as he rubbed the back of his neck. "Man, it's complicated. Philosophy level to be or not to be, and I'm more lost than Hamlet trying to piece together a puzzle with missing parts." He let out a light, tired laugh, gesturing in the air as if the words could take shape. Ryan's expression oscillated between fascination and exasperation, as if he were amused by his own confusion. His thoughts flowed, but not without stumbling. Each idea that surfaced seemed to open a new door to more questions, and he knew there were no clear answers waiting on the other side. Maybe that's it, huh? It's not about understanding. It's about accepting that nothing makes sense. And making a joke out of it while you still can. A crooked smile formed on his lips, his usual way of masking the chaos bubbling in his mind. While Ryan was submerged in his own thoughts, the inevitable happened. The firm voice of the teacher echoed through the room, cutting through the silence like a blade. "Masachika Kuze, could you please point out the correct answer?" Ryan blinked, snapping back to reality as if forcibly yanked from another world. Before he could react, he heard a stifled giggle next to him. It was Ella, who cast him a satisfied glance while murmuring something in Russian. "I warned you, didn't I?" He ignored her comment but couldn't help the short, carefree whistle that escaped his lips, a reflex of someone more accustomed to being reprimanded than avoiding trouble. Slowly, he stood up, stretching his arms as if waking from a nap. "Well, teacher," he said, wearing that signature grin that made it clear he was winging it. "I think the answer is option B." The classroom erupted in muffled laughter. The obvious blunder was impossible to miss. Ella covered her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter, while the teacher adjusted his glasses with an exasperated look. "Masachika-kun, please pay more attention in class. The correct answer is option C." Ryan or Kuze, as everyone knew him now, flashed an awkward smile and shrugged, as if it were no big deal. And then, as if someone had hit rewind, reality seemed to reset. The teacher asked the same question again, his firm voice cutting through the room. "Masachika Kuze, could you please point out the correct answer?" Ryan stood up with the same calm demeanor, but this time, his smile was confident. "The correct answer is C." The teacher raised his eyebrows in surprise, even hesitating before confirming. "Why yes, that's correct, Kuze-kun. Well done." Ryan sat back down, crossing his arms triumphantly, while Ella gave him a suspicious look, clearly trying to piece together what had just happened. Internally, he laughed at himself, his thoughts laced with his usual sarcasm. "Oh, right, I should probably mention that I've got some fun new tricks now. Let's call it a consolation prize." Chapter 2, I Have a Freaking Little Sister? You know. Am I really satisfied with how all of this ended? Ryan pondered as he strolled leisurely through the school cafeteria, balancing a tray of food in his hands. His steps were steady, but his gaze wandered, picking up on the small details of the scene around him: laughter, scattered conversations, the clinking of utensils. Yet, the world felt distant, muffled by the weight of his own thoughts. Like, don't get me wrong. I didn't leave anything valuable behind. But living like this. He sighed, almost without realizing it, as his eyes briefly landed on a group of girls laughing near the entrance. A sly grin played on his lips as unorthodox ideas flitted through his mind. Time control. Man, what a broken ability. I could just grab that girl's chest over there and rewind it all like nothing happened. He suppressed a laugh, more at himself than at the absurdity of the thought. Who's gonna judge me? God? The word escaped his lips in a sarcastic whisper, accompanied by a grin that mixed cynicism with amusement. As he weaved through the tables, his mind darted unpredictably, like a river suddenly changing course. He glanced briefly at the knife on his tray and couldn't help but let his mind wander to a darker past. Knives. They used to serve another purpose. A different kind of use. But now I don't even have to worry about that. I'm pretty chill with life. No major responsibilities. Even have a circle of friends. He paused for a moment, tilting his head slightly as he observed his classmates gathered at a table from afar. His smile grew more skewed, almost ironic. Sure, they're a bit weird. But maybe I fit right in. I mean, normal was never exactly my forte. Ryan shrugged, resuming his walk while balancing the tray with an air of nonchalance. Despite his apparent calm, his thoughts flowed like a chaotic stream, shifting from deep reflections to absurd musings just the way he liked it. Now that I think about it, the way I activate this power, Ryan murmured to himself, resting his chin on his hand as his gaze drifted off to nowhere in particular. A crooked smile curled his lips, laced with irony. I figured it out in the most useless way possible. Like, seriously, a whistle? That's it? Just because it was a random habit of mine. He let out a sigh, fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as his mind wandered further than he intended. Man, it's frustrating. Like, what if I whistled an entire song? Would it max out my save slots? Or worse, would it break something? The thought made him chuckle softly, a mix of amusement and disdain. He knew it was pointless to dwell on it, but his mind stubbornly kept circling back to the possibilities. But then again, right? Who's gonna judge me? I've only been here for 3 days. I mean, as myself. Because before, it wasn't me. He paused, the smile fading briefly as he reflected on the words he had just spoken. A flicker of something deeper passed through his eyes, but he brushed it aside with a quick shake of his head, as if swatting away an annoying insect. Ah, screw it. I'm not going down another existential rabbit hole. Waste of time. Ryan lifted his gaze, watching the hustle and bustle around him, but his mind had already skipped to another concern. Besides, there are more important things to focus on. Like, does anyone else remember the loops? Or is it just me? Because if someone else does, that could get messy. He bit his lip, pondering. Even with a faint smirk on his face, the tension behind the thought was palpable. After all, if there was one thing he knew, it was that not being alone with his power could turn the fun into a dangerous game, and he hated losing. I want to be popular with girls. The sudden outburst snapped Ryan out of his thoughts like a knife cutting through the fog, yanking him back to reality without warning. He blinked, momentarily confused, before realizing the culprit was Takeshi Maruyama, one of his classmates, now gesticulating wildly at a nearby table. It was then that Ryan noticed something curious. He was already sitting down. He hadn't even realized. Man. Am I that relaxed? He thought, propping his chin on his hand while casting a half-bored glance at Takeshi, who was still dramatically ranting. What are you eating, Masachika? The calm, polite voice of Hikaru Kimiya cut through Takeshi's uproar like a refreshing breeze, completely ignoring the dramatic display. Hikaru gazed at Ryan with a curious expression, as if the choice of food held some profound significance. Ryan lifted his eyes from the tray, pausing mid-motion with his chopsticks. Oh, super spicy mappa ramen. His voice was casual, but as he spoke, he quickly averted his gaze, a flicker of alertness crossing his mind. Crap, almost forgot my name. Here is Masachika, he thought, trying to maintain his relaxed demeanor as he shoved more ramen into his mouth. Meanwhile, Takeshi let out a dramatic groan. Don't ignore me. He practically begged, waving his arms like his indignation was the greatest tragedy of the day. Hikaru kept his usual gentle smile, but his tone carried a subtle tease. I thought it was just another one of your typical crises. The pity in his voice was the cherry on top, and Takeshi slumped forward, visibly wounded. That's why I hate popular people, he declared with exaggerated sorrow, which, if not comedic, might almost have been pitiful. Ryan, or rather, Masachika, just rolled his eyes, resting his face in his free hand. His thoughts flowed quickly and sarcastically, as usual. How did I go from guns, bullets, and blood to dealing with these two? He glanced briefly at Takeshi, who was now pretending to be emotionally devastated, and then at Hikaru, who seemed genuinely amused by the situation. Takeshi abruptly turned his head, his eyes shining with surprise and a hint of fascination lighting up his face. He leaned slightly forward and discreetly pointed. Look, it's the student council members. His voice came out in an almost whisper, as though he was trying not to draw too much attention, which, for someone as flamboyant as him, was at least curious. Ryan followed his friend's gaze with a slight tilt of his head and soon spotted the trio of girls who had just entered the cafeteria. There was Ala, or rather, Elisa Mkhailovna, radiating that frosty royal aura that seemed like an intrinsic part of her being. Beside her stood her sister Maria, better known as Masha, sporting a warmer but equally elegant smile. Completing the trio was Yuki Suo, whose mere glance made Ryan let out a quiet sigh of irritation. The Kujo sisters are truly beautiful, Hikaru commented in his calm and always gentle voice. Takeshi, on the other hand, couldn't hide the blush that quickly spread across his cheeks. He stumbled over his words, looking every bit the foolish boy confronted with his first crush. Kujo-senpai is so gorgeous. I'd love to get close to her. Ryan watched the scene with a bored expression, his thoughts swirling around a single concept, a bunch of hopeless losers. It was Hikaru who brought Takeshi back to reality, and not in a gentle manner. In the same tranquil tone as always, but now tinged with a nearly cruel honesty, he spoke, "But I've heard she has a boyfriend." "Really?" Ryan asked, more out of social obligation than genuine interest, as he took another bite of his spicy ramen. Hikaru, however, continued, his eyes still fixed on the Kujo sisters. "Yes. They say she always turns down guys by claiming she's already dating someone." Ryan lowered his chopsticks onto the tray, a crooked smile forming on his face. He raised his hand casually, gesturing as if explaining something obvious to a group of children. "Look, Takeshi, let's be honest here. Boyfriend or not, anyone with 2 brain cells can tell she'd never go out with you. Not even if you were the last man on Earth." The words were accompanied by a dry, harsh laugh that sounded even crueler due to its casual tone. Takeshi turned red as a tomato, unable to respond immediately, while Hikaru looked away, suppressing a small, amused smile. Ryan, meanwhile, leaned back in his chair, satisfied with his observation, before resuming his meal as though nothing had happened. "That's the thing, Takeshi. Some truths in life are just inescapable realities. Accept it and move on, my friend." Takeshi slammed his hand on the table with such force that the trays rattled slightly, drawing the attention of a few nearby students. Pointing his chopsticks like a weapon, he glared at Masachika with all the indignation he could muster. "Shut up." His voice was almost like that of a moralistic preacher, full of false authority. "Don't act all high and mighty just because you're friends with Princess Ella." He closed his eyes dramatically, raising a clenched fist as if preparing to deliver a revolutionary speech. "Man, I'm so jealous of you. Why do you get to address that ice queen by her nickname? That's just unfair." Ryan, or rather, Masachika, kept eating his ramen with the calm demeanor of someone watching a boring TV program. When he finally replied, his voice carried a tone of pure disdain, as though he were enjoying mocking his friend. "Ah, Takeshi. It's obvious you've never felt the softness of a woman's chest, huh?" The explosion was instantaneous. Takeshi banged on the table again, harder this time, his face blazing with indignation. "And you're gonna tell me you have, you arrogant jerk?" Ryan tilted his head slightly, unhurried, as he brought another bite of ramen to his mouth. He chewed leisurely, letting a calculated silence stretch out for a few seconds before answering. "Look, buddy, I've been sitting next to Ella for over a year. What do you think I am? Some generic anime protagonist? Of course, I have." Takeshi's expression fluctuated between disbelief and pure envy, while Hikaru hid a smile behind his hand, clearly entertained by the exchange. Masachika, for his part, remained relaxed, but a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If I were the me from before, maybe this answer would have been different. But honestly, who cares? Life's more interesting now. He shrugged internally and refocused on his ramen, leaving Takeshi sputtering incoherent protests while Hikaru shook his head, half resigned, half amused. What a peculiar group. Ryan mused, letting a faint smile escape. Ryan cast a casual glance over his shoulder, only to inevitably lock eyes with Yuki Suo. She was looking at him with a subtly playful smile, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It was the kind of expression that probably made most guys lose their composure, but for him, it only brought a small pang of weariness. He sighed softly, already anticipating the conversation to come. Yuki walked gracefully toward him, her movements almost rehearsed. When she reached his side, her voice came out soft and polite, yet carried that touch of familiarity only she could pull off. "May I sit here, Masachika-kun?" Ryan or Masachika looked up to see Yuki and Ella together, his expression as tired as ever. His voice, somewhat indifferent, made it clear he wasn't particularly thrilled. "Go ahead, knock yourself out." Yuki Suo then turned her attention to the others at the table, tilting her head slightly as she asked in a tone so sweet it bordered on manipulative, "Is that okay with you all?" Takeshi, of course, was completely disarmed. His attempt to respond was so clumsy that he almost bit his own tongue. Why yes. Of course," he stammered, his face turning crimson almost instantly. Hikaru, maintaining his usual composure, responded calmly with a gentle smile. "Of course, feel free." Yuki pulled out the chair next to Masachika with almost theatrical precision, while Ella took a seat near his friends. Yuki sat beside him, her voice carrying a subtle edge of mischief as she spoke. I see you ordered the same thing, Masachika-kun. Ryan met her gaze for a brief moment, his eyes scrutinizing every nuance of her seemingly innocent comment. Yuki had a peculiar way of speaking, always laced with an undertone that suggested she was probing boundaries. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but notice Ella, who, though silent, was carefully observing the two of them. Inside, however, his mind was a whirlwind. This world has thrown me plenty of surprises, but nothing tops this. I mean, I have a damn little sister here. Or at least it feels like she's Masachika's sister. But I am Masachika. So, technically. No, wait. Ugh. You know what? Screw it. Who am I to pretend I have principles? If it were up to me, I'd... He abruptly cut off his train of thought before it could spiral further, turning his attention back to Yuki as he picked up his chopsticks. Outwardly, he appeared unfazed, his usual indifferent demeanor intact. Internally, however, Ryan Gosting, Masachika was enjoying the moment far more than he would ever admit. Chapter 3, Turning Point. Takeshi, with his exaggerated and clumsy demeanor that seemed to be his trademark, looked at Yuki as if he were standing before the president of the galaxy. His voice came out almost solemn as he said, "It's surprising that you also like this kind of stuff, Suaz-san." Yuki, with a smile that seemed capable of lighting up the entire room, responded kindly, like the protagonist of a slice-of-life anime. Her sweet and melodious voice carried a lightness that could disarm anyone. "Oh, you don't need to be so formal." She tilted her head slightly, as if to emphasize her point. "We're in the same year, after all." Takeshi, already knowing he didn't stand a chance, stammered a response while his cheeks turned an almost comical shade of red. "Well, if you say so," he mumbled, clearly embarrassed. Yuki, however, seemed completely unfazed, continuing with the same gentle smile. "And yes, of course I eat ramen. It's convenient and delicious." Takeshi, practically drooling, could barely muster a reply. Wow. Meanwhile, Ryan, or rather, Masachika, remained entirely oblivious to the interaction. He continued eating his ramen in silence, clearly unwilling to waste energy on Takeshi's borderline pathetic dialogue. The scene resembled a bad episode of a high school drama, and he wasn't about to waste his attention on it. Yuki, noticing Masachika's disinterest, turned back toward him, leaning slightly to catch his attention. "This is really good, though I think it could be a bit spicier," she commented, tucking her hair behind her ears with a graceful gesture that seemed entirely natural, but Ryan knew it was intentional. He finally looked up, raising an eyebrow and letting a faintly teasing smile appear. His response was delivered in his usual nonchalant and ironic tone. "Easy fix, just add more chili." Yuki blinked once, slightly surprised, but kept her smile. Masachika's straightforward and casual reply seemed to cut through any attempt to create a lighter or more intimate atmosphere. If she had hoped for something more elaborate, she'd picked the wrong person. Ella, who had been quietly observing, could no longer hold back. Her expression took on a slightly irritated look, something rare for her usually serene face. She raised an inquisitive eyebrow and asked, with a mix of curiosity and something harder to define, "You two are friends?" Before Masachika could think of a reply or ignore the question entirely, Yuki jumped in. Her voice, soft and almost musical, sounded like a purposeful calm in the growing tension. "We've known each other since we were kids." Ella blinked once, surprised, tilting her head slightly as if processing the information. "Since kids?" she repeated, as though seeking confirmation. Yuki's revelation sparked interest among the others. Even Takeshi, rarely so attentive, leaned slightly forward, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yuki, however, remained as serene as ever, smiling even more sweetly as she continued, "Yes, we've been in the same school since preschool." Her explanation was punctuated by that perfect, charming smile that, in any other situation, would have been impossible to ignore. However, the contrast was almost comical. Sitting beside her, Masachika wore an expression of pure disdain, chewing his ramen with an air so indifferent it seemed he was on the verge of rolling his eyes. The juxtaposition didn't escape notice, especially from Ella, who pressed her lips together slightly. Her gaze shifted between Yuki, with her almost rehearsed kindness, and Masachika, who looked like he wanted to disappear. The tension was palpable, lingering in the air like a knot no one wanted to untangle. The conversation between Ella and Yuki began to flow naturally, but for Ryan Masachika it was like background noise from a TV, present but easily ignored. He zoned out, focusing on his ramen, though a few key words from the conversation inevitably caught his attention. The topic seemed to revolve around friendships. "I don't think having me as a friend would be interesting." Ella's voice was low, almost hesitant, as if she were fighting her own pride to admit something like that. Yuki, however, smiled with a kindness that was almost disarming, maintaining the serene air that seemed to be her signature. "So, That means you're not completely opposed to the idea of us being friends, right? The remark, punctuated by a dazzling smile, caught Ella off guard. A faint blush crept up her cheeks as she averted her gaze, unable to hold eye contact while responding, almost in a murmur, "I suppose not." The sweetness of the interaction was abruptly interrupted when Takeshi suddenly stood up from the table, as if fleeing from an unbearably radiant scene. "I'm done eating," he announced, his voice almost mechanical. As he began to walk away, still looking at the floor, he dragged out his words like a defeated soldier, "I'm heading out first." Hikaru, ever the diplomat, stood upright after him with a light smile, clearly trying not to draw attention to Takeshi's emotional state. "I'm done too." He bid a polite farewell, though it was obvious he didn't want to leave his friend alone in silent defeat. As Takeshi passed by Masachika, he stopped briefly and whispered with the dramatic tone of someone who had just witnessed something too divine to handle, "They shine so brightly, I can't take it anymore." Masachika stifled a laugh, though the thought came quickly and sarcastically, "That guy's gonna die with only his hand as company." As the two friends left, it was impossible not to notice that much of the cafeteria had their eyes fixed on the table. After all, the scene Ella, Yuki, and Masachika together felt like something straight out of a high-class teen drama. Yuki, seemingly indifferent to the spectacle around her, pulled her chair even closer to Masachika, as if to make the conversation more private. The movement made Ella let out a discreet sigh, but the look she cast at the two was telling. There was a hint of discomfort, perhaps even jealousy. "By the way, Masachika-kun," Yuki began, leaning slightly toward him so their shoulders almost touched. The gesture was casual but carried a certain intentionality. "Have you considered my offer to join the student council?" Her expression was expectant, the delicate smile clearly waiting for a positive response. Masachika, without even hesitating, responded with his usual apathy, as if declining an invitation to something trivial. "No, I haven't thought about it." And even if I had, the answer would still be no. The response cut Yuki's hopes so directly that even Hikaru, if he were still there, would have grimaced. Still, Yuki didn't seem ready to give up so easily. She moved a little closer, their shoulders now lightly touching, as she tilted her head in a nearly charming way. "I think you'd fit perfectly with Elisa-san and me." She kept her tone sweet and persuasive, but the mention of Alla's name was accompanied by a brief glance at the girl, who was now visibly uncomfortable. "After all, you have experience as vice president, don't you?" Alla couldn't hide her reaction. Her eyes widened, and an almost childlike expression of surprise slipped out before she could stop herself. "What?" The tone carried a mix of disbelief and something else more undefinable. It was as if the Alla Masachika knew so well controlled, almost always unshakable, had been caught completely off guard. "When we were in middle school, I was president and he was vice." Yuki spoke with a hint of nostalgia, but there was something more in her tone, a subtle mischief that didn't go unnoticed, especially by the glances exchanged between her and Masachika. Ella, surprised by the revelation, looked at Masachika with a suspicious expression and an arched eyebrow. "Really?" Her voice was low, almost skeptical, as if trying to process the idea that he, with his laid-back and distant attitude, had held such an important position in the past. Masachika, not rushing, adjusted in his chair and responded with the same relaxed, dismissive tone that was his trademark. "Yeah, it happened. But I was kind of out of it back then. I only went because she practically begged me, needed a running mate." He shrugged, as if it were an irrelevant story, a part of the past he preferred to leave behind. Yuki smiled, her smile slightly wider now, as if she wanted to make the story even more embellished. "This might be a surprise to you, but Masachika can be very proactive when he wants to." She looked at Ella with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, as if holding a trump card. Masachika let out a low, almost disdainful laugh, with a touch of provocation. "Especially with his hands." The phrase slipped from his mouth with the ease of someone letting an intrusive thought slip out. Yuki turned to him with a curious look, her expression softly intrigued. "Hands?" she repeated, the dot clear on her face. Masachika, without changing his expression, responded casually, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "I'm good at writing," he said, looking away with a slight smile, clearly trying to steer the conversation away from any misinterpretation. Ella quickly averted her gaze, a slight blush rising in her cheeks as she spoke in a sweet and gentle tone. "Even I know that," she said, but there was a small detail. The sentence came out in Russian, with a faint melancholic air. She picked up her can of Oshiruko and took a sip, trying to hide the slight embarrassment she felt. Even though she knew no one here would likely understand, she couldn't help but wonder if Masachika truly hadn't noticed. Well, she thought not, but something in Ryan. When they finished their meals, everyone got up and left the cafeteria. Yuki bid farewell to Masachika and Ella with a bow, heading toward her classroom. After Yuki's departure, Ella turned to Masachika with a doubtful expression. hiding the subtle jealousy that was beginning to take over her face. "So, you two are pretty close, huh?" Her voice sounded somewhat dry, as if this surprise was more a sign of something unexpected. Masachika turned to her, not changing his expression, and replied with a raised eyebrow. "Why the presumptuous tone, like this is something out of the ordinary?" Ella looked away, speaking in a cold and distant tone. "Yeah, it's pretty out of the ordinary. Never thought you had any friends." Masachika sighed lightly, looking at her with a mixture of weariness and mild reproach. "Oh, you're devaluing it, aren't you?" Ella turned to him, surprised by his response. "What?" she asked, suspicious, still trying to figure out what he meant. Masachika let out an ironic laugh and gestured with his hands. "Well, it's kind of stupid to say this because I thought it was obvious. But aren't you and I friends already?" He pointed to Ella as if the answer was simple and evident. Ella was left speechless for a moment, her cheeks flushed, and finally asked, surprised, "Wait, are we friends?" Masachika raised an eyebrow and smiled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, I get it. So we're lovers, then?" His voice was filled with an unexpected irony, completely catching Ella off guard. Ella, now completely red, started walking quickly, taking large steps, trying to hide her embarrassment. "And no, you're right, we're friends, and stop with those bad jokes." Her voice was stiff, almost as if she were trying to recover, but the words came out hurried and disorganized. She didn't look back, trying to appear casual while walking quickly. Masachika or Ryan, as he knew he was called, watched the scene with a sidelong smile, following Ella's hurried steps. She stopped for a moment before opening the door to the other building and, without looking at him, said softly in Russian, almost embarrassed, "If that's the case, call me your girlfriend. Not your lover, come on." Masachika nearly lost his balance, ran a hand through his hair, and thought to himself. Should I tell her I get it, or let her keep fooling herself? Nah, I'll keep this a secret. They both walked to the classroom together. Ella remained silent, her cheeks still flushed from Masachika's teasing comment. He, on the other hand, kept a lazy smile on his face, occasionally throwing glances at her. Poor little Russian. I think I broke her with that little joke, Ryan thought, enjoying himself internally. Turning his gaze to the window, he let his thoughts wander as he observed the calm surroundings outside. You know, I'm always on guard. I've learned to live this way because I was born in the middle of chaos. My first memory was holding a Wedley revolver that seemed bigger than my hand. But maybe it's time to lower my weapons. My new life is literally on easy mode, going back in time like it's a game, with a Russian girl practically in the bag. I'm sure our kids will be beautiful. And she has a face that. She must be amazing at shaking her hips. Ryan almost lost track of where he was, immersed in his musings. However, he was brought back to reality by the energetic voice of the teacher. Students, today I want to introduce to you the newest student in our class, she said with contagious enthusiasm, immediately grabbing the class's attention. The announcement caused a buzz of excitement among the students. New student? I hope she's a cutie, commented a boy, fixing his hair and smoothing his uniform with a hopeful look. Are you implying we don't have any pretty girls here? Retorted a classmate sitting nearby, giving him a disdainful look. The boy raised his hands in surrender, looking terrified. No way. Al is right there. He justified, discreetly pointing to the Russian girl. Before the conversation could get any louder, the teacher raised her voice, restoring order. Silence. Let's welcome the new student. Ella tilted her head slightly, curious, and tried to peek at the door. Who's this new student, Kuze? She asked, leaning a little in her chair. Masachika, with his usual apathy, replied indifferently. It's the famous idol trust me. His tone, heavy with sarcasm, made Alice shoot him a sidelong glance, unsure whether to laugh or reprimand him. The teacher continued, ignoring the whispers in the room. Class, please welcome the new transfer student. Her words echoed in the room as delicate footsteps began to echo from the corridor. Masachika felt a strange shift in the air, something that made him pull his hand away from his face and turn his attention to the door, intrigued. Gasai. The name came like thunder. And then she entered, a striking young woman, flawless pale skin, large hypnotizing pink eyes, and long hair that matched the vibrant hue of her gaze. Masachika froze, his wide eyes fixed on the figure entering the room. He didn't move a muscle, his face completely still. But the most disturbing thing wasn't his reaction. It was the fact that she was staring at him in exactly the same way. Chapter 4, Your head is the prize. I've always been a great soldier. I never allowed feelings or doubts to interfere with my missions. A killing machine, without roots, without a purpose other than execution. Until that day. Ryan whistled a soft, almost ironic melody as memories flooded his mind. A deity offered me something I had never known: choice. For the first time, I wondered what I would do outside that life. What would I be if I could control the strings, dictate the script, shape the course of everything around me? My answer came as it always had, through the trigger of a gun. His eyes darkened as he continued. I killed. But this time, I enjoyed it. I took lives like never before, savoring every moment of supremacy over those who dared stand in my way. They were ordinary people, so protected by their comfortable lives, so unaware. I would be a god over their bodies. He stopped, his gaze fixed on Yuno, who was still staring at him from the door with those empty eyes, devoid of a soul. Until I played too much with victory. The tension in the room became almost unbearable. It was palpable, as if an electric current passed between Ryan and the new student. It wasn't just Yuno's gaze, there was something about her that said she knew too much, something dangerous. The other students began to whisper, uneasy, sensing the heavy atmosphere that had taken over the room. The deadly silence was finally broken by the hesitant voice of the teacher. Ah. Yuno, do you know Masachika? Her attempt to ease the tension sounded forced, almost uncomfortable. Yuno gave a faint smile, but it wasn't a warm one. It was cold, sharp. Masachika? Oh, yes. I know him. Her voice was unsettling, cutting like a blade. Then she added, but not in the same way you do. The hatred in Yuno's voice was as intense as her gaze. Ryan's heart raced. His eyes widened, feeling every fiber of his being go on high alert. Lowering my guard was never an option, he thought, almost like a mantra. Not anymore. Before he could process, Yuno quickly pulled a pair of scissors from her bag and threw them toward him. The force was absurd, as if the scissors were a projectile fired from a weapon, and she screamed with insane fury. Ryan reacted instantly, his body moving before his mind could keep up. With a precise strike, he slammed his hand on the table in front of him, tilting it upwards and blocking the trajectory of the attack. The scissors embedded deeply into the wood, almost penetrating it, as the entire room erupted in screams of shock. He stood slowly, his face calm but his eyes filled with a deadly intensity. The silence returned, heavy as lead, as Ryan and Yuno stood motionless, staring at each other like two predators in an imminent duel. She didn't come here by accident, Ryan thought. It's time to end this game. Yuno opened a sadistic smile as she placed a hand on her face, her fingers spreading as if trying to contain her own madness. I'm so happy. So happy. Her voice overflowed with insanity, a boundless psychopathy, reverberating through the room like a war cry. The students began to rise, filled with panic. Desperate whispers and anxious questions filled the room, but no one could understand what they were witnessing. The fear was almost palpable. Masachika. What's happening? Ala finally broke the chaos with her trembling voice, full of fear and desperation. She was paralyzed, her eyes wide open, staring at Ryan as if he were her only anchor in the middle of this nightmare. Ryan didn't take his eyes off Yuno, his expression grim and focused like a soldier in combat. His response was short, direct, and as cold as steel. Run, Ella. Before anyone could react, Ryan moved. He leapt with superhuman precision, like a predator pouncing on its prey. In his hand, a simple pen transformed into a deadly weapon, aimed directly at Yuno's skull. Every movement was calculated, his intent clear, to end this before it got worse. But Yuno wasn't an easy prey. Her reaction was as fast as Ryan's, almost impossible to follow. With an even wider, crazier smile, she grabbed the teacher, using her as a human shield. The impact was brutal. Ryan tore through the shield with devastating force, the pen slicing through flesh and bone as if they were glass. A deafening scream echoed through the room, followed by a chorus of absolute panic as the students ran in every direction. The teacher fell to the ground, lifeless, as chaos consumed the environment. Yuno continued to smile, her eyes locked on Ryan, gleaming with a sick pleasure in the middle of the carnage. You're just like I remembered, Ryan. She whispered, her voice sharp and full of ecstasy. I'm so glad you have the same face, so I can use your head as a prize when I have Ecchi all to myself. Yuno screamed like a madwoman, filled with hatred. Ryan took a deep breath, trying to ignore the metallic smell of blood now filling the air. He positioned himself again, his eyes fixed on her, his mind calculating the next move. I'm also insanely happy, you fucking rose. As the chaos swirled around him, he continued speaking coldly. I was almost crying with my first defeat. Ryan didn't hesitate. His kick was direct, aimed at Yuno's leg to knock her off balance. But she was fast, faster than any opponent he had ever faced. Even as she fell, Yuno pulled out a knife hidden under her skirt, slashing deeply into Ryan's leg. Her macabre laughter echoed through the room, full of insanity. Feeling the blood run down his leg, Ryan took a step back, ignoring the pain. He knew he had to act fast, the blood loss was a risk he couldn't ignore. While Yuno tried to plunge the knife in again, he jumped back, grabbing a chair nearby and transforming it into an improvised weapon. With unnatural strength, Ryan swung the chair like a hammer and struck Yuno, sending her crashing into the chalkboard with a loud bang. The impact sent chalk dust flying through the air, creating a white fog that only added to the chaos. Without giving her time to react, Ryan advanced, grabbing Yuno by the neck. His nails dug into her skin, drawing blood as he squeezed with brutal force. Yuno, however, didn't seem intimidated. Her eyes, full of hatred, stared at Ryan as if he were an insignificant obstacle. "I'm going to kill you. And Ecchi will be mine," she screamed, her manic smile amplifying the terror in the room. Ryan felt a pang of doubt as he observed Yuno's insane gaze. What the hell is this girl? Human? Or something much worse? Despite the uncertainty, he decided he wouldn't make the same mistake. With murderous intent, he prepared his hands to rip Yuno's throat out. But then, everything changed. Suddenly, the pressure in his hands disappeared. He was holding nothing. His eyes widened in shock as he turned abruptly, only to find Yuno already standing. In her hands, the metal piece from the chair he had used against her. With brutal speed, she drove the metal into his head, piercing it like a spear. Ryan staggered. Blood poured down his face as his vision began to fail. Yuno laughed uncontrollably, her hysterical voice filling the room. "I won. Ecchi will be mine, finally," she screamed, vibrating with excitement as Ryan slowly collapsed, staining the wall with his blood. But then, time stopped. Everything around him froze. Yuno's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of confusion. "What is this?" she thought, as the world began to rewind before her eyes. The actions she had just performed dissolved, like a video playing in reverse. The scene slowly reconstructed itself, the students returned to their original positions, the teacher resumed her place, and Yuno reappeared intact in the doorway. Ryan blinked, back to the start of the scene. He was sitting, with the same expression he had before everything happened. His breathing was heavy, but his exterior remained calm. His eyes studied Yuno with intensity. The teacher continued, ignoring the heavy atmosphere in the air. "Class, please welcome the new transfer student." The words played again. Yuno Gasai. Chapter 5, You Care About Her. Ryan let out a half-smile, full of mockery and cold menace. "Second round," he murmured, flexing his muscles, ready to strike again. His voice, now deeper, echoed across the room, "Run, Ella." A thunderous impact reverberated through the room, cutting through the confused screams of the students. Ryan advanced with precision and caution, delivering a brutal punch below Yuno's ribs, aiming for a vital point. He wasn't going to underestimate his opponent again. Taking advantage of her pain and distraction, his quick hand slipped under Yuno's skirt, grabbing the knife he knew she had hidden there. Yuno recovered swiftly, her eyes brimming with hatred. She tried to retreat, but not fast enough to prevent Ryan from taking the weapon. He spun the knife between his fingers, letting out a sarcastic laugh. "Hiding this here? How creative, huh, bitch?" His words were as sharp as the blade in his hand. Without wasting time, Ryan charged again, aiming directly at Yuno's chest. But before the knife could find its target, she vanished. In the blink of an eye, she was behind him. "I'll kill you as many times as necessary," Yuno roared, her voice laden with an almost supernatural fury. Ryan, however, had anticipated this. With an acrobatic move, he flipped backward, dodging the attack. In midair, he threw the knife with lethal precision, striking Yuno directly in the eyes. Her body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless like a doll. Ryan approached, still panting, observing the fallen body with a mix of coldness and relief. "Sorry, girl. You surprised me with that teleportation trick. But in the end, you're just a hysterical little girl, crazy for D." Suddenly, the world started spinning unnaturally. The scenery around him began to unravel, rewinding before his eyes. He felt the weight of the knife vanish from his hand, the room returning to the exact moment before his attack. "What the hell?" Ryan whispered, his gaze fixed on the now perfectly reconstructed room. He saw Yuno standing again, untouched, as if nothing had happened. A single question echoed in his mind: can this bit rewind time too? His breath quickened. Now it was clear that this battle wouldn't just be about strength or strategy, but also about understanding the rules of this twisted game. Ryan observed Yuno's face for a moment, catching something unexpected: confusion. For a brief moment, both of them seemed equally perplexed. "I didn't rewind time," he thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. His lost expression was enough to lower his guard. "Yuno Gasai," the teacher's voice echoed through the room, snapping Ryan back to reality. But not fast enough. When he focused again, the scene he found was Yuno charging at him, her knife slashing through chairs and tables like paper. The screams of terror from the students pierced Ryan's ears, triggering his reflexes. He reacted instinctively, kicking Ella's chair out of the knife's path. The movement saved the girl, but at the cost of feeling Yuno's knife sink deep into his leg. Ella fell to the floor, screaming in pain, but before she could comprehend the gravity of the moment, Ryan's voice exploded across the room, "Run, Ella!" His command echoed with urgency and desperation, like a roar for survival. Yuno, with cold eyes and a predatory smile, pulled the knife to sink it even further into Ryan's flesh. He ignored the pain, gripping her wrist tightly and pulling her close, limiting her movements. Yuno, like a wild animal, began delivering frantic punches directly to the wound, trying to provoke any reaction of pain. But Ryan remained impassive, driven only by the instinct to protect. Ella, trembling, couldn't obey the order. Her scream, full of panic and tears, cut through the air. "Masachika!" Yuno paused for a second, sensing an emotional weakness. A wicked smile formed on her lips. But Ryan had already anticipated this. He grabbed her by the hair with brutal force while his other hand delivered a devastating punch to her face, knocking out a few teeth. Taking advantage of the moment, Ryan hurled her through the window with a savage scream. The sound of glass shattering echoed through the room, blending with Ella's sobs. Ryan turned to her, his eyes glowing with determination but laced with desperation. "What are you waiting for, Ella? I told you to run, damn it!" Before he could do more, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Yuno had reappeared, making a deep cut that caused him to stagger. Ryan reacted immediately, spinning with a kick toward her. But his mobility was compromised, and Yuno easily dodged, rolling to the side. Assessing the situation, he broke a chair leg, improvising a weapon to keep her at a distance, but the bleeding was draining his strength. Yuno laughed grotesquely, hatred growing in her eyes like an uncontrollable flame. She then looked at Ella, who was huddled against a wall, trembling amid the chaos. Her smile twisted even more. "So this is it," Yuno murmured venomously. "You care about her." Without warning, Yuno lunged at Ella, the knife aimed like a deadly spear. Ryan didn't have time to think. He leaped in front, using his hand to intercept the blade. The knife pierced his flesh and stopped between his bones, but he didn't falter. "Disgusting bitch," he said, breathing heavily, struggling to catch his breath. "Our fight doesn't involve her." Behind him, Ella screamed, tears streaming down her face as she saw him in this state. Yuno tilted her head, laughing like a demon as she twisted the knife in Ryan's hand, intensifying the agony. "Don't come at me with that crap," she said, her voice filled with scorn and fury. "As if you're some good guy now." Ryan gritted his teeth, consumed by rage. Without hesitation, he pushed his hand further against the knife Yuno held, forcing her to lose her balance and nearly fall. The pain, which would be incapacitating for anyone else, seemed only to fuel his determination. He was an unrelenting predator, and for the first time, Yuno faltered, realizing the brutality of his pain tolerance. Without giving her a chance to react, Ryan began landing relentless punches to her face. The blood dripping from his wounded hand splattered onto Yuno's face, mixing with hers. But Yuno wasn't an ordinary opponent. With a quick, calculated move, she spun the knife in her hand, aiming for Ryan's throat. He dodged by a hair, but not completely, receiving a superficial cut across his neck. Taking advantage of Yuno's guard being down, Ryan delivered a precise punch to the center of her chest, knocking all the air out of her lungs. The force of the blow made her stagger. Ryan didn't waste any time. Fast and fierce, he tried to snatch the knife from her hand, but Yuno disappeared before his eyes again. Predicting where she would reappear, Ryan spun with a calculated move, landing a direct punch to Yuno's chin the moment she materialized. The impact was brutal, dislocating her jaw with a loud, dry crack. In the background, Ella cried uncontrollably, her hands covering her face as she desperately prayed to wake up from this nightmare. Even injured, Yuno didn't give up. Her hatred seemed to fuel her every move. She raised her arm, aiming the knife at Ryan's shoulder. He tried to dodge, but his wounds made him too slow. The blade sank into his flesh, drawing more blood. The two stood face to face, their eyes locked in a gaze of pure hatred and contempt. But to Yuno's surprise, Ryan smirked disdainfully. He raised his free hand like a spear and plunged it into her chest with force, piercing her flesh. "A tie again?" he murmured, his voice hoarse and breathless, as blood poured from his many wounds. Yuno, unable to speak due to her dislocated jaw, answered with her eyes two orbs overflowing with absolute hatred. Both of them collapsed to the floor at the same time, refusing to let go, their bodies exhausted and bloodied. Behind them, Ella sobbed, tears streaming down her face as her voice was lost in the chaos. And then it happened again. Time began to rewind. Blood flowed back into their bodies. The students who had fled returned to their initial positions. The chaos unraveled, and the room returned to its original state. When everything was restored, Ryan and Yuno exchanged glances for a brief moment. Their lips moved in unison. Third round. Without hesitation, they both charged at each other like wild animals, their intentions clear to tear each other apart until only one survived. But before they could collide, a sharp, childlike voice rang through the air, "Stop!" Suddenly, they froze mid-motion, as if an invisible force had immobilized them. Their eyes turned in the same direction, landing on a small, angelic-looking girl. She had long, silvery blue hair that flowed straight down her back, and a glowing halo hovered above her head. Her large, luminous eyes held a gentle yet strangely authoritative expression, unusual for her fragile appearance. She seemed completely out of place in the violent scene, yet her presence was undeniably powerful. Yuno and Ryan stared at the little girl, confusion evident in their eyes. The silence was broken by Ryan's hoarse, sarcastic voice, which, even amidst the chaos, couldn't resist mocking. "What the hell is this? Did Aona escape from my game and end up here?" Chapter 6, One Single Soul. Ryan stared intently at the little girl, his eyes a mixture of perplexity and disbelief. Aona, hands on her hips, tried to strike a stern pose, but her adorable appearance made the effort almost comical. Meanwhile, Yuno seemed indifferent to the girl's cuteness, focusing all her strength on breaking free from the immobilization to get back to the fight. She wanted to see Ryan bleed. Aona stomped her tiny foot firmly on the ground, pointing a small, trembling finger at Yuno. Her voice, trying to sound authoritative, carried a childish tone that only amplified the contrast with the violent scene. "Yuno-sensei and Ryan-sensei. Stop trying to kill each other right now." Her indignation was so comical that, for a moment, the scenario felt like a grotesque parody. Yuno, teeth clenched and venom in her voice, replied with disdain, "And who are you? Another competitor in this damn game? I don't recall seeing your face." Ryan averted his gaze with disdain, letting out a dry laugh. "Look at that, the psycho's awake now. But came to think of it, I don't remember you either." Yuno shot Ryan a deadly glare, her eyes burning with contempt. "Liar. You just said her name." Ryan smirked maliciously, sarcasm dripping from his voice. "Oh, sure, because everyone believes the word of a lunatic. Keep trying, maybe someone will buy it." Yuno's desire to tear Ryan to pieces was evident, but her helplessness under the immobilization only heightened the tension. The frozen expressions of the students, a mixture of panic and disbelief, contributed to the surrealism of the situation, as if time had truly stopped. Aona huffed, crossing her arms with an irritated look that, in any other situation, would have been adorable. "If you two don't stop and listen, you'll end up killing each other forever. Humphrey." She puffed out her cheeks, frowning like a stubborn child trying to assert authority. Yuno growled impatiently. "What did you do, you stupid brat?" Ryan, always quick with a jab, grinned mockingly. "Pink bitch, you're just a ray of sunshine, aren't you?" Yuno's expression of disgust and disdain only made Ryan laugh harder. "Easy, easy, puppy. You can't bite right now, we're all stuck here. Relax." Aona tried to regain control of the situation, speaking theatrically as she walked among the chairs. "I didn't stop you, okay? It was the power inside you, fragmented though it may be." Ryan raised an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. "Our power? What do you mean, Aona? Are you serious?" Before Aona could answer, Yuno sighed irritably, her voice dripping with sarcasm and scorn. "Don't you recognize her, Masachika?" Without even glancing at her, Ryan retorted dryly, "Ever the provocateur, catch my balls." The tension in the room continued to grow, but the acidic comedy in every exchange was impossible to ignore. "Listen, you two." Aona raised her voice, trying to capture the attention of the stubborn opponents. "Ryan-sensei and Yuno-sensei, you were the winners of the survival game. Out of the 12 participants, only one was supposed to leave alive, but by some absurd twist of fate, you died at the exact same time." She gestured dramatically as she spoke, almost like an actress on stage. Ryan remained expressionless, while Yuno glared at her with contempt, the hatred still blazing in her eyes. Aona, unfazed by their reactions, continued, "Since something unplanned happened, it was decided that you both are considered winners. The divine authority, which was supposed to go to a single survivor, ended up merging into both your souls. As if you were one." She began pacing in circles, wagging her finger in a near-professorial manner. "That's why I'm telling you to stop trying to kill each other. It's impossible right now." Her indignant shout echoed through the room, but Yuno, with a darkly sweet tone, tilted her head and asked, "Right now? Hey, Aona, how can I kill him?" The twisted smile and sugary voice contrasted disturbingly with her clearly homicidal intentions. Ryan let out an ironic laugh, glancing at her sideways. "Touching, really, how much you care about me, darling." Yuno responded with only a scornful glare, but the tension between them was palpable. Meanwhile, Arona started rummaging through her skirt, murmuring to herself. Here it is. Yes, got it. With a triumphant smile, she pulled out a small blue glass plate from one of her pockets. Ryan and Yuno, now silent, watched her intently, their curiosity replacing their hostility. The plate began to glow and gradually expanded, projecting a screen with detailed information. Ryan tilted his head to read better, while Yuno squinted suspiciously. On the screen, the tile Ryan, Yuno was displayed as if they were a single entity. Joint information like age, 16 out of 16 inches, and even gender, male, female, seemed to blend the two into a baffling fusion. Ryan let out a low chuckle, his voice heavy with sarcasm. How cute, it's like a couple's profile. Yuno growled beside him, then turned her attention to Arona. What is this? Why are you showing us this? Arona responded enthusiastically, pointing at the data. These are your stats. Like I said, you are now considered a single soul. She swiped her finger across the screen, highlighting more details. Look here. The projection listed, Ryan, Masachika Kuze, active blessings, eternal cycle, incomplete, Yunogasai active blessings, temporal displacement, incomplete, energy recovered, 0.1%. Ryan raised an eyebrow, reading with interest, then chuckled nonchalantly. Well, this fun. It's been a while since I've played tabletop RPGs. Ryan's joking remark was enough to infuriate Yuno, who burst out in indignation. I don't care about your stupid games, you idiotic child. Arona crossed her arms again, puffing out her cheeks in protest. You could both be a little more grateful, you know. I'm trying to help here. Meanwhile, Ryan continued reading the details on the screen, muttering to himself with a sly grin. Well, if we're one soul, I'd better at least get an advantage. Or a good punchline, at the very least. Yuno, clearly irritated by the explanation, struggled against her paralysis, her eyes blazing with hatred. Arona sighed, frowning as she spoke in a tired yet sweet tone. Yuno-sensei, I've already explained that you're partially paralyzed because of your own powers. Could you please cooperate with yourself? Yuno turned to the small girl with a macabre expression, a cruel smile forming on her lips. Cooperate. This problem will resolve itself a lot faster once I get rid of you two and go after my Yuki. Her voice was heavy, dripping with menace. Ryan, completely unfazed by Yuno's hostility, casually addressed Arona. Arona-chan, why are you even here? His relaxed tone made Yuno huff indignantly, which only made Ryan smirk. Arona, however, remained unfazed and replied with a warm smile, bowing dramatically. I apologize for not introducing myself properly, Ryan-sensei. I am a physical and intelligent representation of your divine energies. I was created from Ryan's memories and possess the necessary functionality to handle even Yuno-sensei's. Ah. Efficiency. She seemed proud of her explanation, but Yuno, her expression filled with disdain, couldn't let it slide. Ryan's memories? This trash is clearly Olilecon. Her voice was dripping with disgust, while Ryan rolled his eyes with boredom. Cool, he said casually, ignoring the jab. So, you're like a system, right? A cute and functional eye system. Don't change the subject, you trash, Yuno snapped firmly, her rage evident in every word. Ryan finally looked at her, his expression turning cold and dripping with sarcasm. Go check the corner for me. Oh, wait. You can't, can you? The provocation made Yuno clench her fists, her eyes promising chaos the moment she could move. Arona simply sighed, raising her arms as if trying to calm two bickering children. I need to finish my explanation before your energy dissipates, and you go back to trying to kill each other for no reason. So, pay attention. Arona declared, placing her fists on her hips and closing her eyes like an impatient teacher. She opened her eyes and continued in a more didactic tone, as I said, I'm a physical and intelligent representation of the divine energy you both possess. Think of me as a customizable technical support system for the two of you. I can be summoned at any time, but only you can see me. My abilities are vast, but unfortunately, I'm nearly out of power due to a lack of divine energy. Arona cast a serious look at Yuno before continuing. Yuno-sensei, you can't kill Ryan-sensei. Your souls are connected. Every time one of you dies, time will reset to the last checkpoint defined by him. She then turned to Ryan, explaining with the same emphatic tone, I know you're both eager to finish each other off, but for now, it's literally impossible. Humphrey. With her arms crossed, Arona turned her back to both of them, almost as if delivering an ultimatum. You need to establish a temporary truce and form an alliance for both your sakes. Ryan and Yuno stared at each other for a long moment, their gazes brimming with hostility. Yuno was the first to speak, her voice dripping with disdain. You're suggesting I have to work with him? Arona smiled like a child who knew she was about to provoke them. Exactly that. The silence that followed was almost tangible as they glared at each other like predators ready to pounce. Finally, they spoke simultaneously, in perfect synchronization. Never. Chapter 7, White with Frills. Aona bites her lips, clearly frustrated by the stubbornness of the two. Her slightly irritated voice echoes in the silence. All right, if this is how you want to spend eternity, go ahead and kill each other in an endless cycle. Over and over and over again. She turns with a smug look, focusing on Yuno. But wouldn't it be frustrating, Yuno-sensei? To realize that the more you persist, the fewer chances you have of reuniting with your precious Yoki. But hey, what can you do? The provocation hits its mark instantly. Yuno explodes, shouting in a threatening tone, "What do you mean by that, you little brat?" Aona closes her eyes, wearing a triumphant smile as she casually responds, "Well, I was here to clear up your doubts, but—" "Speak up, you useless girl." Yuno interrupts, her voice a furious yell that makes Ryan curl his lip in pure disdain. Ryan seizes the moment, shooting back sarcastically, "Look, sweetheart, with that attitude. Even if this yucky guy hadn't seen anyone in years, he still wouldn't pick you." Yuno readies herself to retaliate, but Aona's calm and unyielding voice cuts through, "You've wasted too much time arguing. Now you'll have to wait for my energy to recover before I can explain everything. And if you keep acting like two irrational idiots, it'll take even longer for me to come back. So, pretty please." She glances between the two, her expression almost innocent. "Yuno, for your yuki. And Ryan. Well, for me, perhaps. How about a 2-day truce? Sound good?" The two glare at each other, their eyes filled with distrust and hatred, sizing each other up. Yuno finally breaks the silence with a mocking tone, "For my yuki, I'll do whatever it takes. But why would this idiot do anything for you?" Ryan opens his mouth to reply, but Aona gets ahead of him with a mischievous smile. "Oh, because he wanted me as his waifu in his last life." Ryan closes his eyes, frowning in visible indignation at Aona's oversharing. Yuno casts a judgmental look at him. "Ah. I see. So, you're saying I can kill him with the answers you'll give me?" Yuno's voice is cold and laced with murderous intent. As if about to vanish completely, Aona nods cheerfully. Yes. But only after a short truce." Ryan clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Ah, great. I'll count the seconds, Aona-chan. And I hope my answer is also a yes." When Aona disappears entirely, time begins rewinding like a film in reverse, resetting Ryan and Yuno back to where it all began. The classroom teacher breaks the silence enthusiastically. "Yuno Gasai." She introduces the new student to the class. Yuno enters with steady steps, her piercing gaze fixed on Ryan like a blade. The students around begin whispering, awestruck by Yuno's beauty. Tall and slender, her long pink hair is tied into 2 bouncing pigtails. The teacher, noticing the tension in the air, can't hide her curiosity. "Yuno-chan, do you know Masachika?" With a sweet smile hiding a deadly threat, Yuno replies, "Yes, sensei. I'm so happy to see an old friend again." Ryan feels a chill run down his spine but maintains a forced smile. Ella, sitting beside him, crosses her arms and puffs out her cheeks, letting out an adorable huff. "Humphrey." Ryan notices and throws out a sarcastic jab. "Relax, Ella. She's already been dumped by me." Ella peeks at him with one eye, her expression skeptical as she responds in Russian, "I hope she has no interest in you whatsoever." Ryan stifles a laugh but keeps his eyes on Yuno, who never breaks eye contact with him, as if both were already planning their next moves. The teacher gives a brief introduction, explaining that Yuno is a transfer student, having been homeschooled her entire life, and that this is her first time in a regular school. Ryan barely listens to the teacher words, his eyes locked on Yuno's calculated movements, analyzing her every step. After the introduction, the teacher smiles and gestures to the room. "Yuno-chan, feel free to choose any empty seat." Yuno scans the room until her gaze lands on a boy sitting in front of Ryan Masachika, as everyone calls him here. A wicked smile spreads across her lips, her face shifts, quickly softening into an angelic expression as she speaks, "I'd love to sit near my old companion." The boy hesitates for a moment, clearly uncomfortable. He opens his mouth to decline, but as he meets Yuno's eyes glimmering and hypnotic like pink gemstones, his face heats up. Caught between nervousness and infatuation, he relents, quickly vacating the seat and offering it to her. Yuno slides into the chair with the elegance of someone fully aware of her own impact. Ryan maintains a serious, almost grim expression, his eyes scrutinizing every detail as she settles in. His posture is cautious, like someone who knows danger is lurking. Ella, sitting nearby, pouts discreetly and crosses her arms, clearly annoyed by Yuno's arrival. A flash of jealousy flickers in her eyes before she averts her gaze, letting out a faint sigh of discontent. Ryan tries to appear nonchalant, but his mind is on high alert. Gasai. The girl who faced him in that bloody game, the same one who defeated him by exploiting the colossal ego he barely bothered to hide. For a brief moment, before her unexpected arrival, Ryan had seriously considered simply accepting his new life as Masachika Kuze and enjoying the peace. Ah, what a pain, he muttered, stretching in his chair. His carefree tone caught the attention of both and Ella. Turned just enough to glance over her shoulder at him. Her smile was cute, almost kind, but her eyes gleamed with a cold threat. What's wrong, Masachika-kun? Aren't you happy to see me again? The forced sweetness in her voice was as provocative as it was dangerous. Ella, who had seemed merely annoyed by Yuno's presence, suddenly stood up. Oh, I just remembered I had something to do, she said, leaving the room without looking back. As soon as Ella was gone, Yuno leaned slightly toward Ryan, whispering with a sarcastic smile and a sharp tone, "Wow. It seems like your bitch got annoyed with me." Ryan, without losing his composure, leaned toward her ear and whispered back with unsettling calm, "Yeah. Looks like these 2 days are going to be very warm for the two of us." His tone was almost friendly, but the implied threat made Yuno clench her teeth. Before she could respond, she noticed Ryan already moving away, leaving the room as if nothing had happened. Walking through the hallways, Ryan reflected on the new complications disrupting his life. Damn. That peace didn't last long. But hey, at least it was easier to swallow everything this time. He let out a stifled laugh, rubbing his chin as he muttered to himself. And seriously. Arona as my system. This is starting to feel like a badly written fanfic with how absurd it is. Continuing his walk, Ryan spotted Alice sitting on a bench. The scenery around her was calm, but her face showed a hint of irritation. He paused for a moment, scratching his chin as he analyzed the scene. Wait. Why did I even come after her? Letting out a long sigh, Ryan called out to Ella, "Hey, beautiful, it's not very polite to run off after throwing a jealous fit, right?" Ella immediately glared at him, her cheeks flushed red, trying to keep her composure. "Why are you here?" Despite her indignant tone, the slight blush on her face betrayed her. Ryan approached, hands in his pockets, sitting next to her on the bench with the casual ease of someone in no hurry. "I came because, well, I'm not dumb enough to ignore that you got upset about." He paused briefly, frowning slightly in mild exasperation. Ella turned her head to the side, clearly trying to mask any vulnerability, her voice carrying a false indifference. "Oh? Don't make assumptions. It has nothing to do with that." She lifted her chin as if trying to appear confident, but the faint tremor in her voice said otherwise. Ryan Masachika let out a light laugh before flicking her forehead. "Ow!" Ella complained almost childishly, shooting him an annoyed look. Before she could say anything else, Ryan pointed at her leg with a teasing grin. "Wow, looks like our ice queen has been a bit sloppy. Just look at your sock." He gestured to the visible stain on Ella's sock, clearly from some mishap. Ella closed her eyes and crossed her arms, trying to maintain her composure. "It's because I accidentally bumped into a student carrying iced tea in the hallway. He spilled a bit on my sock, that's all." Her voice was firm, but the blush on her cheeks once again betrayed her attempt at indifference. Ryan smiled, shaking his head silently as he watched her struggle to hide her discomfort. The conversation between Ryan and Ella carried on casually, but eventually, they decided to return to the classroom. Upon entering, Ryan noticed Yuno's cold eyes fixed on him like sharp blades, though she maintained a smile as sweet as it was fake. He, on the other hand, responded with his typical expression, as if he were more concerned about the next Gakka update than the veiled death threats. When class finally ended, the students began to leave in small groups, with Yuno being one of the first to step out. Before exiting, she cast an icy glance at Ryan that practically screamed, "I'm counting the seconds until I end you." He merely returned a carefree smile, thinking sarcastically, "I wonder if today's the day they change the banner in my game?" Soon, the classroom was nearly empty, except for Ella, who was still packing up her things. She called out in a voice trying to sound authoritative, "Masachika." Ryan, lost in thought, snapped back to reality and looked at her. What he saw, however, was something rather unexpected. Ella sitting down, delicately removing her stained sock with a smug expression on her face. "Masachika, be useful and grab my spare sock from the locker, please. I took it out earlier and I'm not walking over there barefoot." Ryan let out a short, ironic laugh but stood up. "Pretty bossy of you. But alright. Be right back." A few minutes later, he returned with the sock in hand and handed it to Ella, who still wore a slightly mischievous smile. But instead of thanking him, she crossed her legs almost theatrically and played her next card. "Since it's almost your fault my sock got dirty, don't you think you should put this one on for me? Consider it a reward for fetching it." Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised, as he observed Ella's expression a mix of challenge and mischief. She clearly believed he would be taken aback. Reward? He asked with a slight grin. Alla closed her eyes and lifted her chin confidently. At least for me, it will be, she said sweetly, but in Russian, which only added to the charm. Ryan sighed, kneeling in front of her without much ceremony. All right, Your Highness. Let's just get this over with. Alla's eyes widened, completely caught off guard. Hey, wait. I wasn't ready yet. Her voice came out embarrassed and hesitant as her cheeks turned a deep red. Ryan gently took her foot, lifting it slightly to begin putting on the sock. Didn't you ask for this? He replied with a teasing smile, clearly enjoying the moment. Why yes, but I didn't think you'd actually do it. She retorted, visibly flustered. As Ryan tried to fit the sock on, Alla began to squirm slightly, either from embarrassment or an effort to stifle the ticklish feeling on her foot. Stop moving your foot, or I won't be able to put this on properly, Ryan complained in a calm tone. But before he could finish the sentence, his hand slipped and accidentally landed in a less appropriate area. An awkward silence filled the air, stretching what felt like an eternity. Where do you think you're putting your hand? Alla shouted, her face completely red with a mix of shame and outrage. Ryan, on the other hand, had already accepted the inevitable. He saw the kick coming in slow motion, almost like a scene from an action movie. In the film playing in his mind, he caught a fleeting but unmistakable glimpse of Alla's choice of undergarments. White with frills, huh? Cute. Alright, I guess I'll take the kick, he thought, resigned. And with that, Alla delivered a direct blow to his face, hard enough to send him sprawling to the ground. With her face burning and her skirt protected by her hands, she bolted out of the classroom, muttering something inaudible. Lying on the floor, Ryan rubbed his sore face and let out a defeated sigh. Man. She's the one who asked. Chapter 8, You love your sister, don't you, Masachika? I wonder how much of me is Q's Masachika. And how much is Ryan ghosting? And that moment with Yuno trying to attack Alla. Why the hell did I care so much? Ryan walked through the dimly lit streets, the faint glow of streetlights barely piercing the darkness. Lost in his thoughts, he hardly noticed the world around him until his phone vibrated in his pocket. Unlocking the screen, he read the message, Masachika, you scoundrel. How dare you leave school without saying bye? It was Yuki, his so-called younger sister in this new life. He sighed, staring at the avalanche of question marks, feeling his mental exhaustion grow heavier. Ah, right. I have a little sister now. What madness. He muttered, dismissing the notification and opening the keyboard to reply. Hey, sis, I've got some good news for you. Yuki responded almost instantly with a curious bunny sticker followed by, what is it, my dear brother? Ryan smirked faintly, sending her a random sticker before typing, stay calm and listen. As soon as he hit send, he noticed Yuki had already read it. Not only that, but she hadn't left the chat. Damn, she's really eager to talk, he thought before typing. Legs are absolutely delicious, especially when paired with something frilly and white, if you catch my drift. There was a 2-second pause before her reply, excuse me. What? Yuki sounded indignant and quickly followed up, I thought you were a boob guy. Ryan rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment before replying, those are great too, but hey, you live and learn, right? Yuki replied just as quickly as before, legs are the best. You start with soft thighs and end with a delicate ankle. Ryan chuckled quietly at her intensity and responded, you're amazing, Yuki. You totally get me. After a brief pause, Yuki sent. And what kind of nonsense conversation is this? Ryan let out a satisfied sigh, still smiling, and put his phone back in his pocket. Man. Why is having a little sister so awesome? He shook his head and continued walking until he reached his house. He stopped for a moment, staring blankly ahead before muttering in a comical tone, I hate my thoughts. As Ryan was lost in his musings, something completely out of the ordinary caught his attention. He blinked a few times, thinking he might be seeing things, but there it was. What the hell is this? Ryan muttered to himself, dragging out the words as he tried to process the scene. A strange girl was walking toward him, dressed in none other than a bunny girl outfit. The iconic attire, complete with bunny ears, fishnet stockings, and all. She seemed utterly at ease, as if strolling around like that at night was the most natural thing in the world. Ryan stood frozen, a mix of confusion and disbelief on his face, though his gaze remained cautious. The girl stopped beside him, placing a hand on her hip. Her tone was casual, but there was a hint of curiosity. So, you can see me, huh? Ryan tilted his head slightly, replying in a dry, amused tone while his eyes briefly scanned her flashy outfit. How could I not? The unexpected response made the girl blush faintly, a subtle reaction that contrasted with her confident posture. Quickly averting her gaze, she began walking away. Just pretend you didn't see this. Ryan let out an uneasy laugh, shaking his head as he called after her, "Forget seeing a bunny girl standing in front of my house?" "Sure, already forgotten." She shot him an annoyed look over her shoulder before continuing on, while Ryan stayed put, still chuckling at the absurdity. "My life just keeps getting weirder," he thought, unlocking the door and stepping inside. Ryan hesitated upon realizing the lights were on. A quick thought left him alert. "You know? Did that crazy girl come here to start a fight? Well, I wouldn't mind punching her." He cut himself off when he spotted a pair of shoes at the entrance. He instantly recognized them, thanks to the memories he'd inherited as Kuze Masachika. "Ah." He sighed, relaxing his shoulders. Awkwardly stepping inside, he announced tiredly, "I'm home." On the couch, Yuki was sprawled out comfortably, wearing a pink hoodie and casual white shorts. A manga occupied her hands, and she greeted him cheerfully, "Welcome back." Ryan placed his bag on the table and crossed his arms. "You were texting me, complaining that I left without saying goodbye. But you were already at my house? Seriously?" Yuki replied with a playful grin, "I'm staying over tonight." Ryan tilted his head, slightly annoyed. "And I wasn't told this because..." She shrugged, maintaining her carefree tone. "Because I didn't say it." He looked at her, visibly exasperated, while Yuki remained engrossed in the manga she was reading. "Learning to love too, huh? Sounds promising," Ryan remarked, glancing sideways at the cover. Yuki began gesturing with her free hand, her excitement bubbling over. "Oh, absolutely. A mysterious and gorgeous guy just showed up alongside the heroine. He's probably her older brother." Ryan rolled his eyes, letting out a sigh. Manga protagonists are always dumb. Not surprising, coming from the girl pretending to be my childhood friend at school. The jab hit Yuki squarely, and she turned to him, visibly flustered, her cheeks slightly pink. "Hey. That's not a lie. Do you even know what a childhood friend is?" Ryan seized the opportunity to tease her further. "Of course. They're the ones the protagonist usually ends up with by the end of the story. Basic rule." Yuki's face turned a deeper shade of red, and she placed a hand on his chest. "Exactly." She took a deep breath and continued, gesturing dramatically. "That includes siblings. Childhood friends and siblings can be the same thing." Ryan rested a hand on his chin, pretending to think. "Huh? Is that really how it works?" Yuki, undeterred, stood on her tiptoes, trying to look serious. "Of course it is. It's narrative evolution, you ignoramus." He chuckled lightly, realizing it was pointless to argue. Before he could respond, Yuki turned a page in her manga and gasped. "Wait. Hold up. What now?" Ryan asked, bracing himself for more drama. Yuki's voice grew higher-pitched. "The guy really is her older brother. And now he's kissing the heroine." Ryan smirked smugly. "And is he wrong?" She stared at him, momentarily stunned, before gazing back at the manga as if it were a masterpiece. "Wow, this is genius." "Bet they chickened out." "Probably only half-siblings," he said sarcastically. Without hesitation, Yuki grabbed his shirt collar and shouted, "You idiot. It's only good because they're full siblings." Ryan looked at her with a mix of disbelief and exhaustion. "Great. I have a sister with a brother complex." He sighed and averted his gaze. "We've officially won." After dinner, Ryan went to bed early, still worn out from his clash with Yuno. However, sleep didn't come easily. Lying there, he found himself lost in thought. Ryan Gosling. Or Kuze Masachika? Who am I now? His musings were interrupted by a sudden pressure on his chest. The first rays of sunlight began filtering into the room. Opening his eyes slowly, he was greeted by Yuki, dressed in sleepwear, staring at him closely. His eyes quickly noted the details, a glimpse of her midriff from her loose top and the faint curve of her chest. Her playful smile completed the picture. "Good morning, my brother," Yuki said cheerfully. Ryan smirked, firmly gripping her waist as he replied, "Good morning, my sister." The gesture caught Yuki off guard, making her let out a small squeak, though she kept her teasing tone. "Wow, look at you, enjoying your little sister waking you up with love and care." Still smirking, Ryan retorted, "I bet you were flustered, thinking I'd be flustered." Yuki didn't miss a beat, placing her hand on his chest and gesturing dramatically with the other. "You love your sister, don't you, Masachika?" Ryan, determined to turn the tables, pulled her by the waist, easily laying her down on the bed. Yuki blushed slightly but maintained her mischievous smile. "And you love your dear brother so much that you woke him up like this, huh?" he said, leaning dangerously close. Her eyes began to waver, though her smirk stayed intact. Wait. Is he really going to?" she thought, struggling to keep her cool. Ryan stopped mere millimeters from her lips, whispering, "Scared you, huh?" Then he pulled away, laughing, leaving her stunned. See? In the end, you're just another cowardly protagonist. Yuki yelled, stomping her foot on the floor. Stretching casually, Ryan murmured, "You're so dramatic today." Yuki crossed her arms, studying him curiously. "You've been acting weird lately." "Wait. Don't tell me this is because of Ella." Ryan paused, placing a hand over his face, replying with a casual grin, "Oh, it's just that I died and got isekai'd into this world." Yuki tilted her head, confused. "What?" But Ryan was already leaving the room, casually saying, "I'm going to take a shower." He left Yuki behind, muttering complaints and trying to make sense of what he'd just said. Alone in her room, Yuki realized that Masachika had completely ignored her and gone off to take a shower. Still, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her face burned as if it were on fire. She placed her hands on her cheeks, trying to cool the sensation. "What was that?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Despite her efforts, she couldn't push the scene from her mind. Her eyes fell on the manga she had read the night before, but even it couldn't distract her thoughts. Why did he have to get so close? Idiot. Pervert. Siscon. Unknowingly, she started tapping her feet on the floor, frustrated with herself. Why is he so annoying? And yet. So. The sentence died before she could finish it, and the heat on her face intensified. Yuki buried her face in a pillow, covering her head with a groan. Arg. How am I supposed to look at him now, Masachika? You Chapter 9, I'm always keeping an eye on you. Between not having a sister and having a sister. Honestly, I think I prefer having one. Ryan thought as he walked through the school hallways, lost in his own musings, as usual. But of course, having a sister also comes with its downsides, he continued mentally, his tone tired, echoing even in his thoughts. For example, being dragged into random tasks, like helping in the school storage because Yuki threatened me in a passive-aggressive way. When he finally arrived at the storage room, Yuki was already waiting for him with that little corner smile he knew all too well. It was the kind of expression she always wore whenever she was plotting something. Ryan sighed, approaching. "What's up, troublemaker? What do you want?" Yuki, maintaining her composure, tilted her head slightly and replied with false indignation, "Troublemaker? Geez, at least you could say something like sorry, did I make you wait too long?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that's how it is, huh?" He decided to play along, gesturing exaggeratedly while imitating a melodramatic tone. "Oh, I'm so sorry, did I make you wait so long?" Yuki held back a laugh and responded in kind, "Yes, I waited so long," mimicking his gestures. But the playful exchange was interrupted by a third voice. "You two really have no shame." Ryan looked to the side and saw Ella, appearing behind Yuki with a box in her arms. He forced a smile, realizing she had probably overheard most of the conversation. "Hey, how long have you been here?" he asked, trying to sound casual. Ella, always self-assured, gave a small sigh and closed her eyes as if she didn't care. "Since the troublemaker," she replied, feigning disdain. She then opened her eyes with a slightly irritated expression. "But don't worry, I don't want to interrupt you too." Ryan looked at Yuki, who wore a satisfied expression and was clearly amused by the situation. He knew he couldn't let that slide. "Oh, little brat, you'll pay for that," he thought, already planning a way to turn the conversation around. "Alright, let's get to it. What do you want?" Yuki made an obvious expression, crossing her arms. "Duh, you're going to help me organize the storage, Masachika." Ryan glanced at the room. It was a complete mess, with boxes stacked dangerously. He was already preparing to refuse. "Look, there's way too much stuff here," so I think in the middle of his sentence, he noticed one of the tallest boxes starting to fall directly toward Ella. With a quick reflex, he stepped forward and caught the box before it crashed down. "Who's the genius that stacked this here?" he murmured, placing the box back in place. Ella, a little startled, took a deep breath before thanking him, her voice soft, "Thanks, Masachika. It seemed heavy. I'm glad you managed to catch it." Ryan pushed the box further back on the shelf, making sure it wouldn't fall again. "Well, as I was saying, you guys can handle this without me, right?" But before he could continue, a strange feeling ran through his body. He realized there was another presence in the storage room. Slowly, his eyes moved to the corner of the room, where Yuno was leaning against a shelf. She was staring at him with a malicious smile and a killer gleam in her eyes, like a predator who had just found its prey. "Ah. That makes sense. A lot of sense," Ryan thought, finishing adjusting the box. With a tense and clearly uncomfortable smile, he turned to Yuki and Ella. "Alright, where do I start?" Ella scoffed, crossing her arms with disdain. "If you're not in the mood to help, the new transfer student has been here since early, doing everyone's work." Her tone was firm but laced with subtle irritation, as if expecting someone to recognize her own effort. Ryan glanced tiredly at Yuno, who didn't take her eyes off him. Yeah, seems like this is going to be more complicated than organizing a storage room, he thought, feeling like the day was just beginning. Ryan started organizing some boxes, but his attention remained fixed on Yuno, who, to his surprise, seemed to be acting normally while interacting with Ella and Yuki. Despite this, something about her behavior deeply bothered him. There's something off about her, he thought, as he adjusted the boxes. Yuno, on her part, threw furtive glances at him. But these glances weren't neutral or harmless, each one carried a weight that made Ryan feel like he was being pierced by a knife. It was Yuki who broke the heavy mood by calling him, Masachika, can you help me with this? She pointed to a higher shelf where some board games were stacked. Ryan sighed, already feeling the laziness creeping in, but grabbed a ladder to help her. When he reached the top, he noticed there were also some card decks stored alongside the board games. He smirked and asked, Hey, are you good at Truco, Yuki? Yuki smiled kindly before answering, I played once with the student council. And did you win? Ryan asked, curious. Yuki, a little shy, gave a modest smile before admitting, yeah, I won. The friendly exchange between the two quickly irritated Ella, who let out a visibly frustrated comment, could you talk less and work more? Yuki gave a little corner smile and replied lightly, sorry, Elisa. My bad. She then returned to work, picking up some lighter boxes. Ryan, glancing at her, thought ironically, jealous, huh? But Ella, not satisfied, began murmuring something in Russian with a nearly melodic voice, I also want attention, I also want attention. Ryan clenched his fist upon hearing this, keeping an impassive expression. After all, he was pretending he didn't understand Russian. Meanwhile, Ella thought to herself, a smug smile on her face, I'm giving this idiot attention, and he doesn't even understand. What a waste. She let out a mischievous giggle and kept murmuring in Russian, unaware of what was about to happen. As she tried to climb a little step ladder to organize a higher shelf, the structure suddenly gave way, and Ella lost her balance. Panic took over as she felt her body falling backward. The world seemed to slow down, and a shiver ran down her spine. But before she could hit the ground, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her close. Ryan caught her at the last moment, holding her tightly. He even had time to wipe her teary eyes with a quick touch before commenting, with a sarcastic but surprisingly soft tone, careful, Ice Queen. I'm sure you're too fragile to fall like that. Ella's face turned red immediately as she pulled away, clearly embarrassed. Thank you, Masachika. Why you saved me, she stammered, visibly shaken. Ryan shrugged, offering a wry smile, I'm always keeping an eye on you. Ella, even redder, tried to say something, but her voice came out in disconnected murmurs. Meanwhile, Ryan threw a side glance at Yuno, feeling the discomfort grow. Bitch. I've got your game figured out. As if she could hear his thoughts, Yuno began walking toward them, her expression sweet, but with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Ryan clenched his fists briefly, controlling the tension. Come on. I'll wipe that smile off with a bullet, he thought, before mentally correcting himself. Damn, I'm unarmed. Yuno approached them, her sweet voice filling the space. But Ryan felt the hidden barbs in each word. I'm glad you didn't get hurt, Elisa-san. Ella turned to her, still a little scared. Thanks, Gosai-san. I was pretty freaked out. Yuno clasped her hands together, her smile intact. I was thinking. How about we have dinner together after class? I want to get to know you better. Maybe even become friends? Although her voice was sweet, Ryan sensed the slight venom in her tone. He raised an eyebrow, a crooked smile forming on his face. What's this girl up to now? He thought, already mentally preparing for what was to come. Yuki appeared behind them, with a smug smile framing her cute expression. That's a great idea, Gosai-san. I'm sure Masachika-chan and Elisa-san will also think it's a good idea. Ella nodded, still a little distracted, but Ryan quickly took control of the situation. He gave Yuki a quick glance and winked discreetly, articulating his response calmly, maybe it's better to do it here at school. I've got something to take care of after class. Yuki, not exactly understanding what he meant, decided to follow the flow of his conversation. Well, we can eat together in the cafeteria then. Her gentle voice softened the atmosphere. Yuno tilted her head slightly, her curious gaze carrying something dark that made Ryan instinctively want to draw a sword even though he had none. She responded politely but with a veiled threat in her tone that he was starting to know too well. That's fine. We can meet in the cafeteria then. I look forward to seeing you both there. As Yuno walked away, Ryan sighed, rubbing his face. This is going to be a hell, he thought, already preparing for the inevitable discomfort of dealing with her in the coming days. After finishing organizing the storage, the group headed to their classrooms. Yuki tried, in vain, to convince Ryan to accompany her to the student council, but he refused with a lazy wave. "See you at lunch," he said, somewhat distracted. Lunch break came quicker than Ryan expected. Walking to the cafeteria with his hands in his pockets, he made his way to the food line, grabbing something to eat. As he placed his food on the tray, he felt a sudden pressure on his foot. It wasn't just any pressure. The pain made Ryan raise his eyebrows. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was, you know. When he looked, he found that deadly face staring at him intently. To make matters worse, she was holding a knife not subtle at all. With a quick reflex, Ryan whistled softly and said, "Yuno-chan, you're looking ho." Before he could finish, Yuno pressed down harder on his foot, cutting him off. Still, Ryan kept the sarcastic smile on his face. "Don't tempt fate, Ryan. I'm holding back only because of my Yuki," she whispered, her tone laden with threat and an unsettling calm. She stepped away, heading toward the table where Ella and Yuki were already seated, while Ryan let out a soft whistle, thinking to himself, "I better save this game." As he approached the table, Ryan noticed the tense dynamic of the seating arrangement. Yuno had taken one end, strategically choosing an isolated chair. Yuki, at the opposite end, had a spot with space for one more. On the other side of the table, Ella occupied a position similar to Yuki's. Ryan paused for a moment, analyzing the scene as if it were a high-priority mission. Damn. This is almost like choosing which head to shoot during a special ops job, he thought, weighing his options while closing his eyes briefly. The decision had to be made. And, as always, the tension in the air was just another typical day in his chaotic routine. Ryan quickly reasoned, Yuki's had enough attention last night and this morning. It's only fair to give Ella a little piece of Masachika too. Decided, he opened his eyes and went straight to Ella's side, sitting next to her. Ella kept a mild indifference, but Yuki. Her expression of disappointment was unmistakable. Trying to lighten the mood, Yuki struck up a conversation with Yuno. "Gosai-san, I heard this is your first time in a regular school. You used to study at home, right?" Yuno responded with a calculatedly sweet yet manipulative expression. "That's right. At first, I studied at home due to some issues." "Oh, and you can just call me Yuno." She gave a sly smile, her gaze drifting to Ella. "You too, Elisa." As he watched, Ryan couldn't hold back his thoughts. Great. Sitting here just confirmed for this pink-haired lunatic that Ella is a good target. His eyes narrowed as he tried to understand Yuno's game. The girls continued chatting, with Yuki occasionally throwing subtle compliments at Ryan while Ella masked her interest and embarrassment. He, however, kept his focus on Yuno, her arrogant air feeding his paranoia. Suddenly, something clicked in Ryan's mind. Wait a second. His eyes fell on the juices on the table. Ella hadn't drunk hers yet. His instinct screamed, "I'll rip your fingers off, you pink freak." In a swift move, he discreetly switched the cups, making sure no one besides Yuno noticed. Of course, she noticed. A sly smile crept onto Yuno's face, making it clear she knew exactly what he'd done. "I've already taken a sip of my juice, so it's safer for Ella. But what worries me? Yuki also drank hers, and nothing happened." Guess that's a relief, Ryan thought, observing the aftermath. To confirm his theory, he took a sip from the cup he'd switched. The sensation was immediate, a burning sensation ran down his throat, and a sharp pain struck his chest. Bitch. 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 He screamed inwardly, trying to maintain his composure. Ella, noticing his agitation, asked, concerned, "Are you okay?" Ryan nodded, forcing a smile while thinking, one sip of this would be lethal for Ella. Maybe I'm still standing thanks to certain advantages in my body. He shot a cold look at Yuno, who returned it with an equally defiant air. As if she'd already achieved her goal, Yuno grabbed her bag and stood up. "Thanks for staying with me, but I have to go now." She gave a slight bow and passed by Ryan, throwing him a condescending look as if declaring a cold war. Ryan chuckled softly to himself. That bitch won't kill me before talking to Erona, but she'll try to take everyone around me down. Can't even blame her. I'd do the same. Masachika, you've been so quiet. Are you okay? Yuki's gentle voice broke his thoughts. Ella also seemed concerned. Yeah, you look kinda pale. Ryan waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. I'm fine, relax. Just remembering that I don't have enough pulls for the next Gakka banner. His irony drew a stifled laugh from Yuki, while Ella puffed out her cheeks. You're one of those who play late and ruin your health, huh? Typical, Ella muttered, starting to get up, but unexpectedly tripped and hurt her foot. A soft cry of pain escaped her, drawing looks from around the cafeteria. Ryan was quick, catching her before she fell. And the pink pitch strikes again, he thought, noticing the floor was unusually slippery. Doesn't she think this is kinda outdated? Yuki watched the situation and suggested, you should take her to the infirmary, Masachika. He agreed, guiding Ella. Damn, today's not my day, she murmured, frustrated. Ryan chuckled lightly. Yeah, definitely not. Once they arrived at the infirmary, they discovered it wasn't anything serious. They applied some ointment to prevent swelling, and the rest of the day went on without incident. However, Ryan kept his predatory gaze fixed on Yuno until the final bell. After school, Ryan accompanied Ella to her locker. She opened the door, but then frowned. I'm sure it was here. Her voice sounded tired, as if she was about to give up on the day. Ryan sighed. Low blow, Pinky. Even this? Ella turned around, confused. What did you say? He approached with a smug smile. Today really wasn't your lucky day, little Russian. But I'll give you a prize. She tilted her head, suspicious. A prize? Before she could react, Masachika suddenly grabbed her, lifting her off the ground. Hey! What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Ella shouted, completely flushed. Ryan laughed sarcastically. The options are, you swallow your embarrassment and let me carry you home in my arms. Or you walk barefoot. Ella, speechless, simply looked away, her cheeks burning, as she tried to regain her composure. Chapter 10, Did I say I would help with this? Ryan continued carrying Ella like a beautiful princess while curious onlookers on the street stared at them. Ella, with a face so red it could warm an entire city, murmured with a trembling voice, Masachika. I think that's enough. Can you put me down, please? The embarrassment in her voice was almost tangible, lighting up the surroundings more than any street lamp. But Ryan, always playful, responded with a teasing smile, no way. I'm taking you to your house like this. Ella tried to argue, stumbling over her words, if that's the case, at least carry me on your back. Not in your arms. Everyone's looking. Ryan raised an eyebrow, the corner of his smile becoming even more mischievous. All right. But you're wearing a skirt. I think people will stare even more if I do that. Ella froze for a moment, her brain processing the response, before letting out a defeated sigh. With no other choice, she murmured dryly, pick up the pace. Ryan continued carrying Ella until they reached her house. She stayed silent, still blushing furiously, until they got to the front door. When they finally stopped, Ella, with a shy and quiet voice, asked, Masachika. Am I heavy? Ryan looked at her with a light smile and replied, not at all. Carrying you here didn't even count as cardio exercise. Ella blushed even more upon hearing that, and Ryan made her open the door to her house, still holding her in his arms. All right, you can put me down now, she said, trying to hide her shyness and sound more tough, but failing. Ryan, with an arrogant tone, continued, May I come in, Ms. Lisa? Ella froze for a moment, surprised by the question, but soon recovered and gave in, well, sure. He entered without hesitation, still holding her in his arms as he casually said, Since today wasn't your lucky day, there's nothing better than letting you rest in your bed. Ella turned even redder at that, and with complete naturalness, he began stepping into her house. As they entered, Ryan noticed an extra pair of shoes at the entrance, but didn't give it much thought. He continued, carrying her to Ella's room, until he opened the door and was met with a surprise. To both their surprise, there was Kujo-senpai, or Masha, Ella's sister. Ella, in a rush, waved her hands desperately, shouting, It is not what you think. She was so red she looked like she could explode. Masachika, not missing the chance, responded playfully, Actually, it's exactly what you're thinking. This made Ella pull his cheeks with a punishing look. Masha, with a mischievous smile, had fun with the situation and joked, Wow, Ella, so that's why you were late today? Ella, still in Masachika's arms, quickly tried to explain, No. I hurt my foot and lost my shoes, so Masachika-kun brought me home. That's it. Masha, with a silly smile on her face, watched Ella's explanation and enjoyed the embarrassment her sister was going through. After all the confusion, Masachika realized it was time to leave. He said goodbye to the Kujo sisters and, before leaving, looked at Masha with a carefree smile and said, Good night, senpai. Make sure to take care of my beautiful Russian, I don't want her foot getting worse. He said this as if it was something completely normal. Ella turned completely red, almost freezing in her thoughts, unsure of what to say. Masha, on the other hand, turned to Ella with a smug smile and asked, Your beautiful Russian, huh? Ella, utterly embarrassed, almost fainted from shame. Ryan walked carelessly down the streets, his hands clasped behind his head as he looked at the sky, dimly lit by the distant glow of stars. The silence of the night seemed to echo his own thoughts. As he approached his street, a slightly sarcastic expression took over his face. Wonder if that little bunny will show up today? Oh, right. She asked me to forget. He chuckled quietly to himself, already anticipating the familiar emptiness waiting for him. When he opened the door to his house, he was greeted by what he had expected, the lights off and an almost absolute silence filling the space. He stood at the entrance for a few seconds, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness as he took a deep breath. Yeah. This feels more familiar. That sentence echoed in his mind like a bitter declaration, but it was so natural to him that he no longer felt the weight of it. Closing the door behind him, Ryan walked inside, as if that emptiness were an old friend waiting to accompany him once again. The next morning, Ryan woke up early, but the tired look was already marked on his face. Sitting on the bed, he sighed deeply, thinking ironically, today's the day. Without much enthusiasm, Ryan got up and began preparing for school. As he got ready, his thoughts kept circling. School routine is such a drag. But compared to my old life, it's practically a vacation. When he left the house, Ryan headed towards school, arriving earlier than usual. The courtyard was almost empty, with only a few scattered students. Walking slowly, he observed the entrance until his gaze landed on the reason for his early exhaustion. "Ah, hello, he murmured, his voice thick with sarcasm and a hint of bitterness. She responded with the same energy, "Hello, Ryan. I'm glad you're early. I was actually considering waking you up personally." Her eyes gleamed with a subtle threat, as if it were more of a challenge than a greeting. Ryan raised an eyebrow and smirked, always provocative, always so passive-aggressive, little pink one. The air around them seemed to grow heavier, the tension building with each exchange of glances. However, before the verbal confrontation could escalate, a childish, melodramatic voice cut through the mood. "Why do you two always have to be so intense?" Both turned their heads, only to find Aona, arms crossed, with an exaggeratedly irritated expression. Her puffed-up cheeks completed the theatrical display of discontent. Already on the brink of exploding, leaned against the school wall, exhaling her impatience. "I've waited as long as you asked. Now tell me, how do I kill this piece of trash and bring my Yuki back?" Ryan stayed silent, his eyes alert, observing every move. Aona, on the other hand, gracefully adjusted her skirt, walking toward them with a disturbingly carefree expression. With a dramatic snap of her fingers, she declared, Bum." In an instant, the scene around them vanished. They were transported to a dark space, lit only by a central circle of light. Aona's gaze shifted, her eyes sparkled intensely, and a golden halo appeared behind her. Ryan, as an automatic reflex, let out a short whistle. Aona turned to him with an expression of mixed innocence and curiosity. "Master, there's no need to use your powers on me. I've already told you, I'm a creation of your powers. No need for such formalities." He waved his hand dismissively, tilting his head slightly. No, it's not that. I just have this habit of cut the crap, brat." Interrupted, her voice laden with impatience as she took a step forward. Both Ryan and Aona turned their gaze toward her, now with expressions so intense that even the silence in the place felt oppressive. Aona closed her eyes, floating slightly above them, while the dark, center-lit environment grew even more surreal. For Ryan, the oddity of the scene no longer had much impact. He was numb to bizarre things. On the other hand, was focused on a single goal, to kill Ryan and retrieve her beloved Yuki. Aona spread her arms theatrically, her voice resonating loud and clear, while the light around her formed a sort of screen projecting images into the air. "Ryan Gosting and Gasai, you were the last competitors in the survival game. The only two to make it to the end." The images began to unfold before their eyes, bringing flashes from the game. Scenes of violence, strategies, and betrayals until the fateful final confrontation appeared with clarity. The screen showed Ryan in a tall building, holding a rifle with precision, his clothes completely different from his current ones, resembling those of a special agent or veteran soldier. He let out a half-smile at the sight of the scene. "Macmillan CS5. I love that rifle." Aona ignored his comment and continued, "Ryan, you stood out for staying in the shadows, eliminating your targets quickly and silently. You were meticulous, calculating. Until only Gasai remained." The images distorted, showing the exact moment Ryan had in his sights. She appeared vulnerable, completely unaware of the danger. The shot was sharp and precise. Yuno's body fell to the ground, but Aona continued, her voice cold as steel. Ryan believed his victory was assured. He went to personally confirm Yuno's death. But his arrogance cost him more than he could have imagined. The images twisted again, revealing Yuno stumbling, bloodied, but still alive. With a sudden movement, she struck Ryan with a knife, hitting his head. However, Aona continued, Ryan's quick reaction also cost him dearly. Even wounded, he pulled the trigger, shooting at Yuno. The result was the most improbable, both died at the exact same moment. The air in the space seemed to weigh heavily as the two rivals stared at each other from the corner of their eyes, the hatred between them almost palpable. Her voice filled with fury, broke the silence. We already know this part. She took a step forward, pointing at Ona with a sharp gesture. What matters is, how do we resolve this tie? And how do I bring my Yoki back? She shouted, the intensity of her words nearly echoing through the emptiness. Ona closed her eyes once again, and the images on the screen began to distort, becoming chaotic. Her voice sounded calmer but heavy with weight. Since you both died at the exact same time, the divine power that was supposed to be granted to the winner could not choose a single bearer. It was divided between the two of you, transforming you into a single divine entity. Something that was never planned. The images on the screen became more abstract, twisted, and hard to understand, almost as if reality itself were fragmenting. This division, Ona continued, disrupted the power, which spiraled out of control and completely destroyed that world. The environment around them seemed to react to her words, with the space vibrating slightly, as though weighed down by the consequences of that event. Yuno's eyes widened, her heavy breathing revealing a whirlwind of emotions. So you're saying that? Ona interrupted with a stern, emotionless tone. Your power was fragmented across multiple worlds, breaking and destabilizing the balance of existence. Yuno's anger exploded in a scream. And how do we fix this? Ryan, silent until then, merely observed the interaction, his eyes analyzing every detail. The environment around them darkened once again, and Ona's voice echoed through the emptiness. You will need to act as the single deity you are. Recover the fragments of power scattered across these worlds until you're strong enough to unite them into a single existence. Yuno's fist clenched, his knuckles turning white as his fury turned entirely toward Ryan. You're not serious, are you? The hatred in his voice was unmistakable. Ona nodded, her serene expression contrasting with the growing tension. I am. And you don't have time to waste on pointless arguments. She paused dramatically, letting her words linger in the air before continuing. The longer you take, the more soul fragments will crystallize, creating unique existences. If that happens, the balance will be irreversibly lost, and one will no longer be able to overwrite the other. The silence that followed seemed suffocating, as if even the environment was waiting for their reaction. Yuno wore a predatory expression, making it clear he wanted to end Ryan right then and there, but Ona intervened with surgical precision. There are fragments in this world, and you can locate them. Yuno turned abruptly, stomping with irritation. And where are they? Ryan laughed provocatively, tilting his head slightly as he stared at Yuno. Calm down, Pinky. Yuno's eyes blazed with pure fury, but he continued, did I say I'd help with this? Because, so far, I don't remember agreeing to anything. That declaration was the tipping point. Yuno lunged at him like a beast, but with both still bound by their human strength, Ryan easily caught her fist. He smirked arrogantly, I have my own terms, Pinky. Before the situation escalated, Ona intervened once again, her voice calm but firm. You're smart, Ryan-sensei. You've realized that none of you can handle this alone. Ryan flashed a confident smile, exactly. I just need to set a few rules in this game. Yuno yanked her fist back, huffing, and crossed her arms in irritation. And what kind of rules are we talking about? You know I'm going to outdo you and erase your existence, right? Just accept that you'll be my assistant in finding my Yoki. Ryan wagged his finger in a reproachful gesture. I agree to search for the fragments. With two conditions. You can't try to kill me, it's impossible, so it will just waste your time, and you can't touch anyone I choose to protect. Yuno smirked sarcastically, her voice dripping with irony. Such an annoying little game. Playing the good guy now, Ryan? She chuckled briefly before continuing. Fine, I accept your deal. If it helps me get the power I need, it's all worth it. At that moment, Ona took out a kind of glass plate and began writing something. Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked with irony, so, what's this, Ona-chan? Writing my resume as a good Samaritan? Ona replied seriously, no, sensei. I'm formalizing your contract. Yuno narrowed her eyes, contract? Ryan shrugged with a provocative smile, be careful what you agree to, Pinky. Words have weight, you know. Before Yuno could retort, Ona cut the conversation off with an urgent tone, listen. The first fragment is nearby and needs to be recovered urgently. It's a fragment of Ryan's power. And it can manipulate time. Ryan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, manipulate time? Seriously, Ona-chan? Is there anyone else who can do that? And here I thought I wasn't a generic protagonist. Ona ignored the provocation and made the glass plate float toward them, displaying information. As they read, she revealed, this fragment is in a small town called. Yuno and Ryan's eyes fixed on the screen, reading together, Hinamizawa. Ona explained, stepping closer, this fragment is a divine fortune. It cannot be absorbed by either of you alone. Both of you will need to consume it at the same time. Yuno crossed her arms, suspicious. So there are fragments that can be absorbed individually? Arona glanced away, hesitant. No. Not exactly. Ryan noticed her hesitation and narrowed his eyes. What do you mean, Arona? What's the trick here? She continued to avoid their gaze. I'll explain later. For now, you need to study Hinamizawa and locate the divine Fortunio. Yuno, with her dry and mechanical voice, asked, and how are we supposed to find it and absorb it? Arona looked away again, clearly uncomfortable. Call me when you think you've found it. I'll explain the rest when the time comes. Ryan tilted his head, skeptical, and provoked. Doesn't that sound a little weird? Before Arona could respond, Yuno cut in. It doesn't matter. Let's go now. Ryan immediately interrupted her, his tone firm. Hey, hold on there, Pinky. I need to take care of a few things first. Yuno clenched her fists, her hatred bubbling over. Take care of what? Arona intervened to calm things down. You can only go tomorrow. That's when the events leading to the Fortunio begin. Yuno bit her lip hard, shooting a deadly look at Ryan, who simply smiled calmly, as if the tension was nothing more than a slight nuisance. Chapter 11, Oniai-chan, you pervert. Yuno is too crazy for my taste. Convincing that lunatic to wait until tomorrow was a task worthy of a miracle, Ryan thought, leaning on his hand as he watched the girl sitting in front of him. Although she wasn't facing him, the hatred radiating from her was almost palpable. He twirled the pencil between his fingers, lost in his own thoughts. The vague information they had about Hinamizawa and the imminent problems lingered in his mind. An isolated town, and all I found online was a generic photo of a nearby city. This smells like Resident Evil 4. Am I going to find my Ashley there? He chuckled to himself, his mind wandering as the class continued. On the other side of the room, Ella watched him from the corner of her eye, still trying to control the embarrassment she had been feeling since the day before. Despite her effort to maintain a tough exterior, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Masachika. What is he thinking after that? She narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms to hide the faint blush that kept appearing. Beautiful Russian. The memory of Ryan's playful comment returned to her mind, and her heart skipped a beat. She started tapping her foot nervously, trying to control her anxiety. He's so full of himself. Wait, does he even understand when I flirt in Russian? The thought struck her, and she shook her head, dismissing the thought. But her mind kept drifting back to him. Why am I so restless about this? Her gaze shifted back to Masachika, who, oblivious to it all, seemed completely lost in thought. She took a deep breath, letting the memories take shape in her mind. It was about a year ago. A soft smile appeared on her lips as she relived that special moment. At that time, I was completely focused on giving my best for the upcoming festival. But at the same time, I couldn't shake off a certain sadness. She sighed, her eyes distant. I thought no one would care as much as I did, like it happened when I was a child. Her gaze returned to Masachika, this time warmer, almost protective. I'll admit, at first, I had a bad impression of him. I thought he was just another lazy guy who didn't care about anything. She laughed softly at the memory. But he surprised me. He decided to help me and cared about something that was so important to me. Her face flushed slightly, but the smile remained. And that night, he asked me to dance. And started calling me Ella. The memory made her cheeks flush deeper, but also gave her eyes a special sparkle. Ella continued lost in her thoughts, her gaze distant as she stared at the empty space in the classroom. What does this feeling really mean? The sound of the bell signaling the end of class brought her back to reality, snapping her out of her reflections. She blinked a few times, trying to organize her thoughts. Damn. I judged him so much, but in the end, I ended up acting exactly like him. A soft sigh escaped her as she checked the time. On the other side of the room, Masachika remained calm, almost carefree. He unlocked his phone with a quick swipe, wearing a smug expression. Navigating to a specific chat, the name caught his attention. Incredibly, my sister. Without wasting any time, he typed, "Special mission, I need to speak with Agent Yuki." The response came almost instantly. "At your service, my beloved brother." The message was followed by a flood of heart stickers. Masachika raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Impossible, no one replies this fast. He thought as he stared at the screen with a mix of exasperation and fascination. Masachika continued typing, deliberately ignoring Yuki's exaggerated reply. "I need to talk to you, preferably face to face." The reply came so quickly that he barely had time to breathe. "Kaya. Does my dear brother want to declare his immense love for me?" Followed by a sticker of a bunny sticking its tongue out. He let out a short laugh and started typing again. "Actually, I want to take advantage of your contacts." But Yuki, as always, didn't miss a chance to provoke. "Don't worry, My brother. I won't hit you if you ask us to run away together in a forbidden love. And before he could respond, another message appeared. I'll meet you at your HQ. Masachika sighed heavily as he locked his phone, shaking his head with a resigned smile. Does she always write this fast? This girl is insane. But she's kind of entertaining. The class proceeded normally, but the atmosphere between Ryan and Yuno was tense. She remained silent throughout the day, interacting minimally with anyone, while he observed her like a hunter assessing its prey. Despite his apparent indifference, Ryan's watchful posture indicated he was ready to react to any suspicious move. When the day finally came to an end, Ryan followed Ala to the exit, addressing her with his usual sarcastic tone. Looks like you're mad at me. Didn't talk to me all day. He flashed a sly grin, almost as if provoking her to see her reaction. Upon hearing his voice, Ala jumped slightly, letting out a small sigh she quickly tried to cover. Regaining her composure, she turned to Masachika, her cheeks faintly flushed. And no, it's not that, Masachika. It's just. Her voice came out hesitantly, filled with shyness. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them. I wanted to talk to you before I take care of something. Ala tilted her head, curious, her eyes fixed on him. Masachika then casually dropped the news. I'm going to need to be away for maybe a week. Or two. Ala's eyes widened, and she clenched her fist in surprise. But why? And the classes? Are you just going to leave everything behind? Her voice sounded worried, almost alarmed. Masachika, with his typical gentle smile, raised his hands in a relaxed gesture. I've already taken care of that. Don't worry, the classes won't be a problem. If you say so. She replied, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. She averted her gaze, nibbling on her lower lip before asking uncertainly, but what exactly did you want to talk to me about? He started walking slowly, passing by her as if to build some suspense. I thought it would be interesting to let you know before I disappear for a while, after all. He stopped, turning to face her with a smug smile. Maybe you could write down the activity for me. He ended with a light laugh. Ala puffed out her cheeks, trying to appear annoyed, crossing her arms. Humph. I think you better catch up on lost time when you come back. This trip must be really important to justify so much time away. Masachika stifled a laugh. Her mannerisms, especially the way her cheeks puffed up slightly when she was upset, were irresistibly charming. Suddenly, Ala lowered her face, holding her backpack with both hands as if gathering the courage to say something. With a soft, embarrassed voice, she murmured in Russian, Geez. After yesterday, I was expecting at least a goodbye hug. Masachika stood still for a few seconds, debating whether or not to reveal that he understood Russian. The dilemma played in his mind, but he decided not to spoil the moment. With a mischievous smile, he turned around and casually waved. I didn't understand what you said, but I hope you miss me when I get back. As he walked away, Ala remained there, speechless, watching him as the heat in her cheeks increased. Masachika. She whispered to herself, feeling a mix of irritation and tenderness that only he could provoke. Ryan entered the house with slow steps, still pondering the best way to approach Yuki about what he needed. As he opened the door, he murmured tiredly, I'm home. Silence was the only response. He frowned but soon noticed Yuki's shoes discarded by the entrance. Strange. He continued carelessly down the hall to the bathroom. Without thinking much, he opened the door to wash his face and came face to face with Yuki. She had just gotten out of the shower, her hair wet, and her body still damp. The two froze, staring at each other for a few seconds as if evaluating the severity of the situation. Kaya-a. Anii-chan, Ecchi. Yuki screamed, dramatically turning around and pressing the towel against her hair. Ryan averted his gaze from the bathroom door with an annoyingly calculated calm. You planned this, didn't you? Yuki, still with the towel on her hair, flashed a mischievous smile. You figured it out, huh? He let out a short laugh, responding in the same provocative tone, pretty obvious. You heard me when I arrived. Already turning to leave, thinking the theater was over, Ryan was stopped by Yuki, who grabbed the collar of his shirt with the same determination as a detective revealing the culprit. Hold on, Anii-chan. Aren't you curious why I did this? She said, wearing that smug smile that seemed to be her trademark. Ryan, still facing away, sighed. First, put on some clothes. I'm not responsible for incidents. Yuki laughed, walking back to the bathroom while wrapping the towel around her body. Leaning on the sink, she proclaimed as if she had just discovered a universal secret, you know, brother. We've been living together for years, but... She paused dramatically, raising her fist. We've never had the classic walked into the bathroom while the other was changing scene. Unacceptable. Ryan placed his hands on his hips, shaking his head as if he were confronted with an absurd revelation. I get it. Of course. It's practically impossible for it not to happen between siblings who've lived together for so long, right? Exactly. Yuki answered, hopping up in excitement. You're finally getting the spirit of things, Ani. But Ryan, still with his provoking tone, turned back to her, crossing his arms. But there's something I need to teach you, Yuki. Pay attention. He paused to create some effect. Showing a little at a time is always better than revealing everything all at once. Yuki blinked, as if struck by an epiphany. Her body shivered, and she raised her finger as if she had just received a life lesson. Ah, I get it. I hadn't thought of that. With a snap of her fingers, she added with a bright smile, good tip, Ani-chan. Ryan shook his head and prepared to leave, but before he could take a step, Yuki grabbed him again. Wait, my brother. She squinted, pointing her finger as if accusing a criminal. Don't think you can leave like that without answering? I know you checked me out. Didn't you? Ryan sighed deeply, but a smug smile appeared on his face. Saved every pixel in my memory. Yuki let out a dramatic scream, covering her face with her hands. I knew it. Ani-chan, you perv. Ryan simply walked out, a sly grin on his face, not looking back. Yeah. It was a good gift. He muttered to himself. Chapter 12, Someone NTR'd my brother from me. Yuki was sitting on the bed, drying her hair with a blow dryer while wearing loose, slightly masculine clothes, clearly chosen for comfort. Ryan, on the other hand, was sprawled in the computer chair, legs crossed, watching her with a bored expression. How long are you going to take to dry that hair, huh? He asked. Yuki paused for a moment, smiling arrogantly as she pointed the blow dryer and brush at him, as if they were her weapons. Patience, my dear Ani-chan. Keeping my hair this beautiful is a task worthy of a masterpiece. Ryan sighed, uncrossing his legs and leaning slightly forward. Alright, diva. Let's cut to the chase. I need you to use your contacts so I can disappear from school for at least 2 weeks. The sound of the blow dryer abruptly stopped. Yuki's eyes widened, clearly surprised. 2 weeks? What are you talking about? Ryan didn't answer immediately, just staring at her with an expression that suggested he knew this would be her reaction. She dropped the blow dryer into her lap, her tone now more serious as she asked, Hey, dear brother. Who are you spending these 2 weeks with? He tilted his head slightly, as if enjoying the role reversal. Shouldn't you be asking why I'm going instead of who with? Yuki narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. Oh? So, there really is someone? Ryan looked away, avoiding a direct answer. Answer me, Kuze Masachika. Yuki yelled, dramatically, like a general demanding explanations on the battlefield. Finally, he looked at her, a smug smile forming on his face. I'm going to spend a few days with a girl before he could finish. Yuki dramatically leapt off the bed, falling backward with her arms wide, as if struck by an arrow. Someone NTR'd my brother from me. Ryan chuckled quietly, shaking his head, but didn't miss the chance to tease, dramatic as always. You even make tragedy seem like a reality show. Yuki raised a finger, still lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with mock indignation. This is betrayal, brother. I'm disowning you from my heart. He just shook his head again, ignoring the theatrics as he grabbed his phone. And here I thought you already disowned me when I took the last pudding from the fridge. That was cruel too. She said, dramatically lowering her hand. After a long performance the night before, Yuki efficiently did her part. She contacted a teacher she knew and managed to speed up a temporary leave document for Masachika, ensuring that his absences wouldn't affect his grades after all, they were far from being bad. The next morning, Ryan headed toward the agreed-upon meeting point to meet Yuno and Aona. The weather was overcast, with a cold breeze that promised rain at any moment. Yuki really got worked up about me spending a few days away. Ryan muttered to himself, adjusting his coat as memories of the previous night came to mind, the teasing, the insinuations, and her peculiar manner. This sister of mine. Sometimes I think there's more to her than she lets on. Soon, he spotted a familiar silhouette emerging from the mist. Long pink hair, a black coat paired with a belt that highlighted her waist, her twin tails with a bunny detail giving her a more innocent air. But her hair was unmistakable, and the black shoes she wore made her slightly taller. Ryan smirked to himself, thinking, she'd be a good eye candy. If she wasn't completely, totally, and insanely broken. Without turning, Yuno was direct and cutting as always. You're always late, you incompetent? Ryan shrugged, maintaining his usual mocking tone. Oh, you know. I had to help an old lady with some heavy bags on the way. She finally turned, her cold gaze and half-closed eyes capable of freezing anyone, locking eyes with Ryan, who was also wearing a loose black hoodie, military-style pants with pockets everywhere, the only white thing about his outfit being his shoes. Spare me your jokes. Where's Aona? Before he could answer, A childish and enthusiastic voice echoed right behind her. Here, sensei. Arona appeared, skipping around with energy, as if immune to the gloomy weather. Her outfit, a short white skirt and a blue crop top with an innocent bow, seemed completely inadequate for the cold, which didn't go unnoticed by Ryan. He leaned slightly toward the little girl, raising an eyebrow. Arona-chan, don't your little legs get cold in that outfit? He gave a pointed glance at her attire. At the same time, Yuno shot back in a direct, impatient tone, Hinamizawa, give me more information. Arona paused for a moment, blinking as she looked from one to the other. Then, she gave a somewhat lost smile and asked in an innocent tone, so, senses. Who do I answer first? Ryan immediately noticed the tension in Yuno's face, her teeth clenched and her gaze predatory, like a wolf about to strike. Before things could escalate, he intervened with his usual mocking tone, better answer the pink-haired one first, Arona-chan. We don't want to awaken her freezing wrath this early. Yuno narrowed her eyes at Ryan but ignored him. Meanwhile, Arona giggled, clearly enjoying the interaction. Okay, Yuno-sensei, you first. Arona, with a sweet and charming smile, pulled a small glass panel from her skirt. As the object began to glow faintly, she exclaimed in an excited, almost childish tone, look, senses. Ryan and Yuno both leaned in, curious. Here it is. This is Okonomiya, a town near Hinamizawa. You can use it as an entry point to reach the village with the help of Yuno-sensei's powers. Ryan raised an eyebrow, visibly frustrated, and sarcastically commented, Arona-chan. Anyone can find this image on Google. Seriously, I expected you to give us something more, like a sneak peek of the village itself. He paused, as if something had just occurred to him. Turning to Yuno, his expression shifted to something between curiosity and disdain. Wait a minute. You said we'll use your powers to get there. But, what exactly are these powers of yours, you disturbed girl? Yuno rolled her eyes, casting a look of pure disdain before responding, you don't need to understand. Ryan sighed, running a hand through his hair with an exaggerated expression of fatigue. Stop being difficult. I've already figured out you teleport, especially after that dramatic entrance of yours in the classroom. But how exactly does it work? If we're going to work together, it's at least good to know the basics of what you can do. Arona, always eager to mediate, nodded enthusiastically. That's right, Yuno-sensei. Teamwork will be crucial now. Yuno, visibly irritated, crossed her arms and responded in a cold, almost mechanical tone, I don't fully understand the details either, but besides having increased physical strength something, by the way, you also seem to have I can teleport to places I've seen before. There's a cooldown for each teleport, but it's not fixed. The clearer my mental image of the place, the more efficient the teleportation. She ended with a hostile look, but Ryan seemed more interested in the information than in the hostility. He smiled and gestured with his hand, pleased to have finally gotten some useful information. See? Doesn't hurt to share a little. Now, about what I do, Yuno cut him off with a sharp, disdainful tone, you whistle and mark the time to come back. I'm not dumb enough not to have noticed. Ryan went serious for a moment, processing the comment. But almost instantly, his expression shifted back to indifference, accompanied by a dramatic sigh. TSK. Always ruining the surprises, huh, Pinky? Arona looked back at the glowing vial, the light reflecting gently on her face as she spoke in a more serious tone, still carrying her characteristic gentle smile. Look, senses, this says you need to solve a temporal influence affecting the region. Unfortunately, I can't identify exactly what or who is causing it, but... She paused deliberately, her expression becoming slightly more serious as she fixed her eyes on Ryan. As soon as you get there, Ryan, remember to mark the time correctly, and please, don't unmark it again. Ryan tilted his head, trying to decipher the meaning of the comment. You're telling me I'll need a remote save point to keep playing this game? He replied slowly, using his peculiar nerdy metaphors. Arona responded promptly, gesturing with her index finger in a teacher-like manner. You'll need to examine everything carefully to ensure the bearer of the divine fortune doesn't leave this world. Ryan remained with a confused expression, scratching his head while trying to digest the information. Leave this world? Arona-chan, let's just say my little power only lets me go back 15 minutes in time. After that, the save is overwritten. Believe me, I tested it while playing Gakka. Got a rare character and shut up and pay attention, you filthy nerd. Yuno interrupted with a firm, cutting voice, looking at him with total disdain, as if she wanted to crush what little patience she had left. Ryan stopped mid-sentence, blinking a few times before shrugging with an ironic grin. Alright. Pinky's in a hurry. Go ahead, Arona-chan. I promise not to disrespect her time again. Arona maintained her calm tone and explained with her usual serenity, don't worry about the limit of your time point, Ryan. Once you arrive in the village of Hinamizawa, your power will react to the divine fortune, and you'll notice significant changes. Ryan crossed his arms, slightly tilting his head as he curiously asked, "Okay, that puts me at ease. But what's this talk about the bearer of the divine thing leaving this world? Explain that better." Arona started walking slowly back and forth, her light footsteps echoing with the weight of her words. "Well, assuming the bearer is a human. If they die." She stopped and gave a calm, but enigmatic look, a disconcerting smile appearing on her lips. "They'll leave this world and be sent to another." The contrast between her casual tone and the dark content made Ryan raise an eyebrow, letting out a tired sigh. "Great. So, that's why I can't risk losing a more distant point. But this bearer? Why would someone like that die? I mean, Yuno and I aren't exactly easy to take down." While Ryan gestured with one hand, the other resting on his chin, Yuno stayed silent, her eyes fixed on Arona, analyzing each word she spoke as if decoding a riddle. Arona turned to face them both and explained patiently, "Well, from what I know so far, the bearer is most likely an ordinary human. They don't have the same abilities as you and Yuno-sensei." Ryan closed his eyes for a moment, processing the information, before letting out a sarcastic chuckle. "Right. But how will I know who it is? Will they have a sign around their neck saying official divine fortune bearer?" Arona placed a hand behind her head, adjusting her hair as she gave a nervous chuckle. "As for that." She hesitated for a moment before continuing in a more casual tone, "It's simple, you just need to hug the person for a while. If you start to resonate with them." Ryan tilted his head to the side, clearly skeptical, his eyebrow raised almost reflexively. "Wait a minute. Are you serious?" Arona simply smiled, as if hugging someone was the most logical thing in the world. Chapter 13, Warm Hugs. Yuno narrowed her eyes, seriousness etched into her expression as she stared at Arona. "So you're suggesting that Ryan and I will need to hand out hugs all over the village? Really?" Arona turned toward her, maintaining a gentle smile that seemed to shine even brighter under the soft light of her halo, almost angelic. "Well, Yuno-sensei, technically it would be more efficient if only Ryan did it. The fortune is more directly linked to the powers within him." Ryan sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets with a tired look, but didn't miss the chance to provoke. Yuno-chan, I don't mind giving out a few warm hugs. It's good for the heart." Yuno turned to him with a cold expression and eyes that could pierce steel. Her voice, low and laden with threat, was practically a death sentence. "Do that again, and I'll rip your guts out with my own hands." Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly relishing the moment to provoke further. All right, Pinky-sensei. I'll keep my guts in place. For now." Arona simply watched the scene, chuckling softly as she adjusted her halo, seemingly oblivious to the growing tension. Arona straightened her posture, wagging her index finger as if addressing stubborn students. Her voice took on a teacher-like tone. "Ryan will be able to sense the divine fortune more clearly, but he won't be able to absorb it alone. And that's where you come in, Yuno-sensei." Yuno, with a serious face and narrowed eyes, responded with her usual harshness. "How?" Her voice was so cold and dry it seemed to cut through the air. Arona stepped back slightly but maintained an awkward smile, though her hands betrayed a slight tremor. "Well, maybe it's better to just explain all at once." Ryan watched everything in silence, slightly tilting his head. The calculated and cautious tone from Arona only confirmed his suspicion. Knew there was something weird about this, he thought, as a mischievous smile threatened to break out. Yuno held her tense posture, her eyes glowing with growing impatience. "Spit it out." Arona took a deep breath, forcing an exaggerated smile as she explained, "You'll need to, let's say, transfer the fortune between you. Directly." "That's right, directly." Yuno stepped forward, her eyes now glowing with a menacing pink hue. Her presence seemed bigger, more intimidating. "Directly?" she repeated, the word heavy with disbelief and threat. Ryan, never missing an opportunity to mock, echoed with sarcasm, "Directly? This is getting interesting." Arona, sensing the tension, tried to explain quickly, raising her hands defensively. "You'll need to touch each other until you absorb the fortune together. There's no other way, Yuno-sensei. It's that or goodbye, Yuki." She finished with a nervous smile and stuck out her tongue, trying to lighten the mood. Yuno froze for a few seconds, her mind clearly processing the absurd idea. Then, without warning, she spun around and delivered a brutal punch to the nearest wall. The force was so great that a long, deep crack formed, echoing through the room. Ryan whistled softly, casually leaning against the opposite wall. "Looks like someone didn't like the idea of physical contact. Who would have guessed?" He grinned, his expression a mix of amusement and provocation, while Yuno glared at him with a look that promised consequences. Ryan was fighting back a laugh, watching Yuno seethe with rage after hearing Arona's instructions. He even thought about making a joke, But Yuno's eyes, burning with deadly intensity, made him reconsider. "Keep your mouth shut," she growled, her voice rough and laden with threat. Not wasting any more time, Yuno adjusted her coat and returned to her stance. Her cold, practical tone cut through the silence. "Aona, how can I use this image to teleport to the city?" Aona took a deep breath before responding, with the professorial tone she seemed to enjoy. "Sensei, your powers are more versatile than you think. This image can serve as a base for constructing the mental visualization needed for teleportation." Yuno frowned in concentration, pulling an old flip phone from her pocket. Without ceremony, she pointed the device at the glowing glass and took a photo. Ryan couldn't hold back the comment. "Jesus, you still use one of those relics?" His tone was filled with disbelief and mockery. Yuno shot him a sideways glance that could freeze lava, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she refocused on the projected image. "Is this really the most efficient image?" Yuno asked, her gaze fixed on Aona. Aona smiled gently, exuding confidence. "Yes, Sensei. This is the closest city to the village. It's about an hour away by bike." Yuno remained silent, studying the photo carefully, but Ryan, unable to resist, broke her concentration. "Okay, but how the hell am I supposed to teleport with you?" He tilted his head, curiosity evident, but still carrying a hint of provocation. Without taking her eyes off the phone, Yuno replied with sharp disdain, "Crawling." Ryan grinned sarcastically, stroking his chin as if deeply reflecting. "Good to know. I'll start practicing right away." The corner of Yuno's mouth twitched for a moment, but she held firm, determined to ignore him. Aona quickly intervened, her voice almost hurried as she tried to alleviate the tension. "Sensei can teleport Ryan-sensei, as long as she's touching him." Her smile seemed hastily plastered on, trying to avoid an imminent explosion. Ryan, as always, seized the opportunity to mock. "Relax, Aona-chan. In about 3 years, crawling, I'll make it to that city." He didn't even get the chance to enjoy his own joke before he felt a heavy hand land on his shoulder. Turning around, he was face to face with Yuno's eyes, now glowing with a threatening, almost supernatural fury. "Oh no. Here it comes." She tightened her grip on his shoulder with enough force to make him furrow his brows. Ryan kept his composure, but didn't miss the chance to retaliate. "Calm down, Pinky. I still need my shoulder in case you really want my help." He spoke sarcastically, maintaining eye contact with her, but his expression completely changed when he noticed the scene around him. Ryan blinked, confused, as his eyes took in the landscape that wasn't there just a second ago. He slowly looked around, trying to process the sudden change. "Holy shit," he muttered, genuinely surprised. Yuno had already teleported. They were now on a quiet street, the sounds of the big city fading away, replaced by a colder, more tranquil atmosphere. Ryan whistled low, as if impressed, then flashed a smug grin at Yuno. "This is what I call express travel, Pinky." Yuno rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. "Don't get used to it." The landscape around them was almost dreamlike in its serenity. Unlike the busy streets of Tokyo, this small town seemed suspended in time, with quiet streets and not a car in sight at that hour. "Great, we're here," Ryan muttered, his eyes scanning the peaceful town. "Now." Aona said, "It's about an hour to the village. By bike." He turned to Yuno, who was staring at him with her typical cold, serious expression. Undeterred, he tilted his head, a provocative smile appearing. "Tell me, Yuno. Did you bring a bike and coat of yours? Or is it just for show?" Yuno sighed, turning her face away with an air of disdain. "Don't waste my patience, Ryan. We'll rent a bike." Ryan let out a light laugh, then, to dramatize the moment, threw a punch in the air with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Genius. Why didn't I think of that? Let's look for bikes at..." He paused dramatically, checking the time on his phone. 4:17 a.m. In a tiny little town. Nothing could go wrong. Yuno's jaw tightened slightly as she clenched her fists. Although she hadn't hit him, it was clear that the thought crossed her mind. She turned her back sharply, her boots echoing on the silent asphalt. "Stop tempting your luck and start walking, idiot." Ryan just smiled, following her. Okay, I'm walking. But, which way to the village again?" he asked, clearly just to annoy her. Yuno shot him a sharp look over her shoulder before pointing to an old, dusty sign. "Hinamizawa." He shrugged, the mocking grin still on his face. "Wow, you found it. Well, looks like we've got a long walk ahead of us. Ready to burn some calories?" Without dignifying him with a response, Yuno started walking, each step laden with irritation. "Alright, walking is the new trend," Ryan casually commented, staying a few steps behind her. "But I still think you could have pulled a bike out of that coat. It would have been way more impressive." Yuno quickened her pace, clearly resisting the urge to crush his patience and maybe something else on that empty road. Chapter 14, Me and My Well. Ryan began, his voice tired and slightly bitter as he pulled the hoodie over his head. Luckily, he was wearing a white t-shirt underneath. When I left home, it was cold and there was a forecast of rain. He paused, furrowing his brow as if reflecting on fate. But damn. Why is it so hot here? In front of him, Yuno continued marching with long strides, ignoring his comments. However, this wasn't enough to silence him. And what kind of place is this? It's 6 in the morning, and not a single shop is open. Do you realize we've been walking for 2 hours? Finally, Yuno stopped, audibly sighing before turning around, her eyes glowing with irritation. Why don't you save your energy? We're almost there. Ryan raised an eyebrow, looking at her with clear exhaustion. We are? And how do you know that, huh? With a look of disdain, Yuno lifted her chin, her voice full of superiority. It's a matter of geolocation, idiot. Ryan let out a half-smile, responding with the same sarcastic tone. Oh, sure. You're just praying we get there soon, that's it. Without bothering to respond, Yuno spun on her heels and hurried on, the silence between them falling once more. For a moment, Ryan almost thought he might finally get some peace, but then the unexpected sound of a stomach growl echoed through the air. Yuno froze in place. Ryan stopped behind her, trying to process what he'd just heard. Just as he was about to speak, Yuno's voice sliced through the air like a sharp blade. If you say anything, I swear I'll tear up that contract and send everything to hell. He froze, trying to hold back a laugh that was rising in his throat. With an evident smile on his face, he decided to tease. Just answer me one thing. He tilted his head, his voice full of amusement. Did you eat anything before leaving home? Yuno clenched her fists, her face visibly reddening in irritation. Without answering, she spun on her heels and resumed walking, muttering sounds of pure displeasure as her footsteps echoed on the empty road. Ryan stayed behind, now laughing softly to himself. Definitely, this trip has been worth it. As he tied the hoodie around his waist, Ryan let his thoughts wander, analyzing the situation. It's curious. Physically, I don't feel tired, but the challenges are still here: heat, thirst, hunger. It seems these upgrades we got aren't as impressive as I expected. He kept walking, his gaze fixed on the ground, the unbearable heat draining his mood. After a few seconds, he sighed deeply, letting out loud, God, but I'm dying of thirst. Ahead, Yuno kept her pace, her hands now stuffed in the pockets of her coat while her expression hardened. Damn. She thought, feeling a slight discomfort in her stomach. I didn't eat anything before leaving home. And now I'm dying of thirst too. Despite the obvious frustration, she would never admit it to Ryan. That idiot doesn't need to know I'm in the same boat as him. With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace, as if trying to escape the conversation and perhaps the need to stop. As she quickened her steps, Yuno spotted some houses appearing in the distance. Before she could say anything, Ryan, at her side, interrupted with excitement. Finally. The village is right there. He exclaimed as if he were seeing the finish line of a marathon. I really hope there's a shop open. She muttered in frustration, wiping sweat from her forehead. Yuno kept silent, her gaze fixed ahead. It was then she noticed a girl walking toward them from the opposite direction, strolling leisurely. She had short orange hair, with 2 strands framing her delicate face. Her large blue eyes displayed a friendly, maybe slightly shy, expression. The school uniform she wore was classic, a white blouse with blue details, a yellow tie, and a matching blue skirt. Dark shoes and folded white socks completed the look, while her posture gave off a reserved and modest air. Ryan noticed the girl soon after, and his voice rang out, loud and unmistakable, Hey, girl. The girl immediately stopped, her eyes wide with surprise as Ryan approached with hurried steps, clearly exhausted. Please, tell me this is Hinamizawa. He asked, almost pleading, his breath heavy from the endless walk. The girl placed a fist to her chest in a polite gesture, slightly tilting her head before responding softly, Good morning. Yes, you're in Hinamizawa. Her curious eyes shifted from Ryan to Yuno, who was approaching right behind him, her expression cold and impassive. Yuno said nothing, just raised an eyebrow as if silently evaluating the newcomer. Ryan smiled kindly while bowing politely. Sorry for approaching you like this out of nowhere. My name is... He paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing in a quick thought. Wait, do I use Ryan Gusting or Masachika Kuze? Deciding quickly, he settled naturally on Masachika Kuze. He then gave Yuno a meaningful look, as if saying, Your turn. Yuno kept her eyes on him for a few seconds, her expression clearly judgmental, before suddenly softening. With an unexpectedly sweet voice, she replied, Hello, my name is Yuno Gasai. Accompanying her words, she gave a slight bow, as polite as it was forced. The girl, maintaining a warm smile, responded kindly, mirroring the gesture, "Welcome to the small village of Hinamizawa. My name is Rina." Her voice was calm and friendly, but not without a hint of curiosity as she looked at the two of them. Then, with a gentle smile and her eyes briefly closing, she continued, "I suppose you're here for the Wade Nagashi festival, right?" Her tone was so welcoming that it almost felt like a personal invitation, though it was clear it was just the village's typical hospitality. Ryan furrowed his brow as his eyes scanned the village, taking in the simple, rustic environment. After a brief moment, he turned his attention back to Rina and began speaking, kind of. "I and my G." He hesitated, glancing at Yuno, whose irritated expression stared at him like a sharp blade. Ryan gave an awkward smile before continuing. "My friend and I are exploring historical places, but..." He scratched the back of his neck, letting out a defeated sigh. "Due to a miscalculation, we've ended up without water or food." His voice took on a nearly dramatic tone as he finished, "Please. Tell me there's a shop around here." At that moment, the silence was broken by another loud stomach growl from Yuno. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and her fists clenched tightly as if she were fighting the urge to punch the air or maybe Ryan. Rina gently placed a hand over her face, hiding the understanding smile that appeared. Her voice was kind. "Well, it's still too early for many shops to be open. Actually, none of them are." The tired sigh that escaped Ryan was almost audible. He ran a hand over his face, trying to maintain composure. "And at least one place to buy water?" he asked, exhaustion evident in his tone. Rina placed a finger on her chin, assuming a thoughtful expression. "Well, my house is just over there. I wouldn't mind offering you some water." Before Ryan could respond, Yuno quickly spoke up with surprising speed, "Yes, please." Ryan's eyes widened, surprised by her eagerness. His smug smile appeared almost immediately as he thought, "Look at that." Miss Pride was really desperate. He shot a playful look at Yuno but said nothing which, for him, was already a heroic feat. Rina gestured delicately, pointing in the direction. Her voice was naturally sweet, "Come on, my house is just over there." Ryan nodded, beginning to follow her, with Yuno doing the same, though in complete silence. As they walked, Ryan glanced sideways at Yuno, noticing how visibly stressed she seemed. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, "Look at that. Walking with a cute girl makes everything easier." Little does she know, this pink-haired girl could make even the devil run crying to God. They walked for a few minutes until they spotted Rina's house, a neatly kept residence by village standards, surrounded by a low wall and an impeccably maintained garden. Rina stopped at the door and turned around with her typical gentle expression. "I'll bring a jug of water and some glasses for you." "Thank you very much, Ryagu-san," Ryan replied politely, while Yuno remained completely silent, her arms crossed. As soon as Rina stepped inside, Ryan took the opportunity to provoke Yuno. "Yuno, you're sweating more than you should. Not that it's any of my business, but don't you think that coat is a bit unnecessary in this weather?" His remark was, as always, dripping with sarcasm. Yuno lifted her chin, looking at him with the disdain of someone stepping on something unpleasant. "How I dress is none of your business." Her voice was sharp but controlled, though the irritation in her eyes betrayed her real frustration. Ryan crossed his arms, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "You're naked under that coat, aren't you?" Yuno made a sound of contempt, twisting the corner of her lips into a pure expression of disgust. "Tch." The exchange was brief, but the discomfort in the air was almost tangible, at least on her side. Ryan, of course, was simply enjoying himself. Chapter 15, Waifu's NPC Dad. After a few minutes, Rina returned, balancing a tray with a pitcher of water and 2 glasses. Her gentle smile seemed to brighten the already calm morning even more. Before Rina could say anything, Yuno reacted quickly, almost snatching the pitcher from her hands and placing it on the low wall with barely concealed haste. Ryan watched the scene, holding back a laugh as he noticed the barely hidden desperation in the girl as she filled her glass with the precision of someone carrying liquid gold. Taking advantage of the moment, Ryan, with his trademark theatricality, approached Rina and hugged her without warning, raising his voice dramatically. You're a true heroine." Rina was completely surprised, her face turning slightly red as she raised her arms, unsure how to respond to Ryan's sudden enthusiasm. "Ah. It's just water," she murmured shyly, trying to hide her confusion. Meanwhile, Yuno, already with a full glass in hand, watched the scene with a mixture of disdain and resignation. Her thoughts were as clear as the water she was drinking. He's a pervert. A clever pervert, but still a pervert. She took a slow sip, as if she needed the strength from the water to stop herself from throwing the glass at his head. Rina, visibly embarrassed, made low, almost inaudible sounds as she tried to break free from Ryan's embrace. He, on the other hand, wore a smug smile, clearly enjoying her reaction as the girl grew more and more lost in her embarrassment. It was then that a firm and curious adult voice interrupted the moment. "Ah. Rena. Who is this guy?" Ryan released Rena with a light contained laugh, and she, still dazed, quickly turned to face the man. "It's a misunderstanding, Dad." He was just. She seemed to search for words, but confusion overtook her expression. As she turned to the man, Rena found him accompanied by a woman with short, pink hair, styled in a modern way with bangs falling over her face. Her deep, expressive red eyes conveyed confidence with a touch of provocation. She wore a tight yellow top, strapless, highlighting her silhouette, paired with light pink fitted pants, creating a casual yet bold look. Rena, now visibly more serious and with a heavier tone, responded without hesitation. He was thanking me for bringing water to him and his friend. She turned to Masachika and with a cold, almost impassive expression. "I need to go now, I have to head to school." And without waiting for a response, she began to walk away, leaving the two of them behind. Ryan watched with an amused smile as Rena's father approached, clearly curious. "I apologize, is there anything else I can do to help?" Ryan smiled and walked toward who was watching everything in silence. "Geez, Chan, you drink almost all the water," he said playfully, filling his own glass as glared at him. However, she said nothing, relieved that at least her thirst was quenched. Ryan finally satisfied his own thirst and, after returning the pitcher and glasses to the man, said with a courteous smile, "Please thank Rena when she comes back, she was very kind." The man, a bit awkward, collected the items, smiling kindly. "Rena is a sweet girl, I'm not surprised she does things like this," he said with a smile, while the woman beside him murmured, "I need to talk to her later." Ryan began to walk away, with following him in silence, until she finally spoke in a threatening tone, "Don't add Chan to my name." Ryan glanced at her for a moment, smiling smugly. Ryan, with a mocking grin, said, "I have something that will improve your mood." Furrowed her brows, staring at him distrustfully, until he looked up and shouted, "Arona-chan. I need you." In an instant, Arona's voice rang out beside them, filled with energy. "Present, sensei." Ryan looked down and found little Arona already holding the glowing blue glass panel. With a smug tone, Ryan continued, "When I hugged that girl, I felt a tingling all over my body." "What could that be?" Tilted her head, paying more attention to the conversation. Arona, with a gleaming smile, showed them a chart on the vial's screen, saying, "Look. Look." Both of them looked at the screen, which displayed divine level 12% apostrophe. Ryan placed his hand on his chin, thoughtful, before speaking. "Let me guess, it's not her, but she's probably close to the right person." Arona beamed with pride, nodding her head. "That's right, sensei. You're so smart." She blushed with happiness, visibly excited. With a serious expression, stepped forward and spoke, "Great, let's follow the girl and track her connections. If you want, you can start with her father." She looked directly at Ryan. Ryan shrugged and waved his hand, disinterested. "No, don't is the father." Tilted her head, looking at him with contempt. "Huh? I didn't see you hug him to confirm." Ryan smiled with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "I didn't hug him, but did you see his face?" He paused dramatically before adding, "The guy is literally an NPC dad of a waifu." Ryan's comment made lose her patience. She slapped him hard across the face, and Ryan, narrowing his eyes, stared directly into hers. With a dark expression, she said in a grave tone, "Take this seriously. Idiot." Ryan smiled perversely, unbothered, and replied, "Of course, Captain." Ryan kept his mocking expression while locking eyes with It doesn't make sense for it to be him. Still with a serious look, stared at him intensely and asked bluntly, "How can you be so sure?" Ryan approached Arona, gently running his hand through her hair. Arona made a satisfied expression, and Ryan began to speak in a calm tone. 12% is really low. If it were her father, I'm sure it would be higher. Isn't that right, Arona?" Arona, with her sweet voice, confirmed, "He's right, sensei." Took a deep breath, clearly frustrated, and started walking without looking back. Ryan watched the scene, and with a provocative tone, asked, "Where are you going?" Without diverting her gaze, replied curtly, "Following the girl." Ryan shrugged and, before walking away, ruffled Arona's hair once more. "That's it, Arona-chan. I'll call you if I find something out or, who knows, if tries to kill me." He finished with a wink toward Arona, who responded with a playful smile and a similarly mischievous wink. He then approached while continuing, thoughtfully, 12%. It seems like a lot, but still, it's quite low if you think about it. Glanced over her shoulder, her tone mocking. "Yeah, it's really low, But it surprises me that the first girl you approached in the village is connected to the Fortunio. Ryan made a dismissive expression, replying quickly, "It wasn't harassment, I was just thanking her." Uninterested, responded, "Whatever. Let's find that girl again and track the people she's in contact with." Ryan shrugged again but, as he turned his gaze, noticed a small shop open, selling fresh fruits. A sly smile formed on his face as he began to walk toward the store. Noticed he was deviating from the path and shouted, furious, "Where are you going, idiot?" Ryan made a calming gesture while answering her with a mischievous grin, "Calm down, Pinky. I'm just going to buy something to improve that mood of yours." Practically growled in frustration, but her stomach rumbled as the scent of fresh fruit reached her nose. Ryan approached the fruit stall and, with a polite smile, asked the vendor, "Good morning, please tell me you also have some sweets here." At that moment, two little girls, who were shopping, turned almost simultaneously and stared at Ryan for a few seconds. He observed them with curiosity. The first girl had long, light indigo hair styled in a high cut, fitting the image of a Miko. Her eyes were amethyst purple, slightly drooping, and she was shorter than the other girl beside her. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt with a pink bow, a navy blue skirt, blue suspenders, white stockings, and red shoes. The other girl, standing next to the first, had short blonde hair and pink eyes, with sharp canine teeth visible. She wore a black headband, a bright green dress, a yellow sun-shaped bow, a white sailor collar, black stockings, and brown shoes. The two stared at him for a while until the blonde girl spoke in a playful tone, "You're not from around here, are you?" Ryan tilted his head, responding casually, "No, I'm definitely not from here." Approached, arms crossed, her expression visibly annoyed as she cast a look of disdain at Ryan. The blonde girl, excited, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Ah! So this year we'll have visitors from other cities for the festival." The blue-haired girl, with a calm expression, simply observed him curiously without speaking. The blonde girl continued, gesturing enthusiastically, "You're lucky, They sell some candies and ready-made snacks here. I was shopping with Rika." She turned to her friend, who remained silent but seemed to nod slightly. Ryan smiled genuinely, looking at the vendor, "Put some sweet sand." He cast a glance at who was still with her arms crossed and a serious expression. "8 snacks, please." Let out a small humph, enough for Ryan to notice. He smiled slyly, his smug expression returning to his face, but his attention was quickly diverted by the blonde girl again. "You still haven't confirmed. Did you really come for the Wade Nagashi festival this year?" Ryan adopted a thoughtful expression for a few seconds before responding, "Ah, yes. You mean the traditional festival in the village, right?" He smiled, thinking to himself, "Good thing I read a bit about this place before coming." Even without pictures, the texts about the festival were helpful. The blonde girl responded enthusiastically, "Wow. See, Rika? This year you'll have an audience from outside." She laughed cutely while poking her friend, trying to cheer her up. Curious, Ryan crossed his arms and asked, "What do you mean, she'll have an audience?" Satoko spread her arms, gesturing energetically, "Well, she's the shrine maiden. She's the one who does the dance during Wade Nagashi." Ryan raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly before speaking casually, "Ah, I see. By the way, my name is Masachika Kuze. And this here." He hesitated for a moment, casting a quick glance at "Is Gasai, my friend?" The blonde girl smiled gently, bowing politely, "I'm Hoja Satoko, and this is my friend, Farud Rika." Ryan turned his gaze to Rika, who had remained silent for almost the entire conversation. He noticed something peculiar in her posture until she murmured something almost inaudible, "Ni." Curious, Ryan furrowed his brow and leaned slightly toward her. "What did you say, little Hatsune Miku?" Rika murmured again, a bit more audibly, "Ni." Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, as he tilted his head. Then, suddenly, the girl broke into an angelic smile, tilting her head slightly to the side, and spoke with an incredibly sweet and sing-song voice, "Nipa'a." Ryan felt a sudden stab in his chest, his hand flying to his heart as he thought incredulously, "Shit. I didn't expect a critical hit like this." Chapter 16, He Needs Help, Sensei. Rika kept her angelic smile on her face, radiating an almost surreal sweetness. Her bluish hair shimmered under the light, giving her an ethereal aura that seemed impossible to ignore. Ryan, catching his breath after the critical hit, forced a smile that quickly turned into a mischievous expression. Without warning, he pulled Rika into a warm hug, exclaiming theatrically, "Oh my god, a goddess has descended to light up this little town." Immediately frowned, her face showing pure disgust. In a dry, contemptuous voice, she muttered, "Lilikon." Satoko, beside them, couldn't hold back a mischievous laugh, exaggerating as she covered her mouth with her hand. Oh ho. Rika, looks like you just won yourself a completely devoted fan. Still in Ryan's arms, Rika looked up at him, and with that same cute and captivating tone, let out another charming, Nippa ah. Greater than less than Ryan tightened the hug slightly, as if he had been hypnotized by the purity of her voice, and responded in an overly excited tone, yes. I'll be there at your performance, Rika-chan. I won't miss it for anything. Yuno rolled her eyes and crossed her arms tightly, letting out a sigh full of impatience. Meanwhile, Satoko was laughing, clearly enjoying the scene. The vendor, still with a slightly suspicious expression, caught Ryan's attention to finalize the purchase. Here are the snacks and mint candies. That'll be 780 yen. Ryan, noticing the interruption, gently released Rika and lightly ran his hand through her hair to adjust it. He gave a casual smile and said, sorry about that, Rika-chan. As I said, I'm not from here. I was born in London, you know. Over there, hugging people is a way to build friendships. Rika listened with an unchanged expression, the typical blank face, while Satoko watched everything with an amused smile. However, Yuno, standing just behind, didn't miss the chance to provoke. Raising her face with an air of superiority, she sarcastically commented, actually, hugging strangers is, well, weird in London. Ryan slowly turned his head toward her, a forced smile on his face, and replied with a sharp tone, Yuno, why don't you start eating the snacks? Full mouth, happy belly, you know. He then stood up and handed the money to the vendor, adding politely, thank you very much, sir. Rika and Satoko, observing the interaction, couldn't hold back a few laughs. Ryan's relaxed and somewhat comical manner seemed to win them over. Turning to the two of them, he asked kindly, you're wearing school uniforms, just like a girl we saw earlier. Do you study here in the village, or do you go to a school in the nearby city? Satoko quickly responded, with the same playful and animated tone from earlier, we do have a school here in the village. But, look, it's tiny. We only have one classroom, and all the school years study together. It's like super compact. She ended the sentence with a laugh, almost poking fun at the situation. Rika, however, added with her calm and melodious voice, yes, but you can't deny it's a lot of fun being with friends and participating in the club activities. Her words brought a gleam to her eyes, revealing how much she valued the small moments shared in that quiet village. Ryan scratched his chin with interest as he listened. Ah, so all the kids in the village study at that school? Wow, that really makes me curious. Satoko, always full of energy, smiled excitedly at him. You should check out our school. I bet even someone from the big city like you will find things that catch your attention. Rika nodded, turning to Satoko with her usual calmness. By the way, Satoko, how about we go now to prepare the snacks? Satoko turned to her friend, still excited. Great idea. She then looked at Ryan, raising her hand in a farewell gesture. Maybe we'll run into you around. Rika, with her polite and graceful demeanor, gave a slight bow before following Satoko. Ryan took the snacks and candies he had bought, casually tossing the bag to Yuno. Catch. I hope eating those will improve your mood. Yuno caught the bag with a hardened expression, glancing at him from the corner of her eye as she started walking. Have you always had this habit of harassing little girls, Ryan? I hope you at least learned something useful. Ryan shrugged, scratching his head with a relaxed expression as he walked beside her. Actually, I felt the same thing I felt with Rina. Yuno sighed deeply, her patience clearly wearing thin, as she bit into the onigiri so forcefully it seemed like she was imagining it was Ryan's head. So, please, do us both a favor and stop hugging little girls around here. People will think I'm walking with a lil icon. Before Ryan could respond, a sound behind her caught his attention. Yuno kept walking without turning around, her tone dripping with disdain. Let me guess, idiot, you dropped your wallet? The silence in response only irritated her more. Answer me when I talk to you, you piece of trash. When she finally turned around, Yuno frowned, realizing Ryan was no longer standing. Instead, he was sprawled out on the ground. She narrowed her eyes, her expression indifferent as if it were a mundane sight, and slowly walked over to him with pure mockery. With a light kick to Ryan's head, she commented coldly, how disgusting. Then, still unconcerned, she poked his body with her foot while taking another bite of the onigiri. It was then she heard a soft, urgent voice. He needs help, Yuno-sensei. Yuno froze for a moment, feeling an odd chill as she recognized the typical sweetness of Aona's voice. Chapter 17, Only You Would Never Abandon Me. The sound of the wind was gentle, but gradually muffled by the constant noise of a nearby fan. Ryan felt his body heavy, a high-pitched buzz filling his ears, and his fingers still tingling uncomfortably. Damn. I think someone exploded a grenade right in my face. He muttered in a weak, hoarse voice, as though each word was an effort. Light began to flood his eyes as he slowly opened them. At first, the brightness bothered him, making his eyes water, but he persisted until his vision adjusted. Turning his head to the side, he saw Yuno sitting a little farther away, her legs crossed, with an expression that seemed to mix irritation and impatience. Ryan allowed a slight, mocking smile to form on his lips. "Ah, how sweet of you. You stayed by my side until I woke up? Didn't know you were so considerate." The comment made Yuno growl almost inaudibly. "Incompetent idiot, scum. Do you have any idea how much time you've made us lose?" Uncrossing her legs firmly, she stood up and began walking toward the door, clearly trying to avoid blowing up completely. Ryan kept his carefree tone, watching her with an arrogant look. "You say that, but you brought me here. I don't know, seems like you like me more than you admit." Yuno paused for a moment, clicking her tongue in disdain before opening the door and muttering with disgust, "You're trash. That's all." Outside, she spoke to someone matter-of-factly. "He's awake. We're leaving." Ryan, still getting up and fixing his hair, mocked her with a teasing smile. "We leaving already? Now you're starting to sound like my babysitter." Before Yuno could respond, a woman entered through the door. She exuded a calm, professional aura. Her long, straight blonde hair framed a delicate face with golden, melancholic eyes. The classic nurse uniform, white and perfectly tailored to her body, featured short sleeves and front buttons. The elegant contrast came from her dark, sheer thigh-high stockings, complemented by simple shoes. On the name tag pinned to her chest, Ryan read the name, Takano Mayo, nurse. With a sideways smile, Ryan didn't miss the chance to joke. "So, you're the one who took care of me? Now I get why I feel better." Mayo replied with a kind, professional smile. "I'm glad to see you're doing well. I'll inform Dr. Ryuri about your case when he returns." Ryan put on his shoes, stretching his arms as he yawned. "Dr. Ryuri, huh? Interesting name. But not that much." He shrugged casually and asked, "How long did my nap actually last?" Yuno, who was already at her limit, answered curtly, "Nap? You made us lose almost the entire day." Ryan looked at her with a feigned expression of surprise, but Takano intervened with a calm tone and a playful smile. "Well, don't worry. You can make up for the lost time during the way to Nagashi. Maybe with a special couple moment?" Yuno shot Takano a blank stare, her voice as cold as ice. "I have no kind of relationship with this creature." Without waiting for a response, she turned her back and left with firm steps, clearly exhausted from the whole situation. Ryan looked at Takano, shrugged casually, and asked, "Do I need to pay for anything? Or is the hospitality part of the village's charm?" Takano shook her head gently. "Don't worry, no medication was necessary." Ryan started following her, waving over his shoulder at Takano with a playful smile. "Then perfect? Thanks a lot, cute nurse." His carefree and provocative tone resonated as he left, already preparing himself for Yuno's next complaint. Once outside the hospital, Ryan felt the fresh afternoon air and looked at the orange sky of the late day. "Yeah. It was a good nap," he commented sarcastically, stretching his arms as he walked. Further ahead, he spotted Yuno leaning against a post, clearly impatient, while Aona waved cheerfully with a contagious smile. "That's a lot of cuteness for one person." "Obviously, I'm talking about Aona, of course," he murmured as he approached with his hands in his pockets. When he finally got close, Yuno was direct, with the seriousness he had come to expect. "You were lucky to find something useful, Ryan. Otherwise, I would have killed you several times until I'd gotten my rage out." Ryan responded with a side smile, adjusting the hoodie tied around his waist. "Ah, good to know I discovered something. Now all you need to do is tell me. What exactly did I discover?" Before Yuno could answer, Aona jumped excitedly, extending a holographic screen toward him. Look! Look! Look, sensei! It's so amazing." He tilted his head, staring at the numbers flashing on the screen. Divine Fortune Index, 401.72%. Frowning, Ryan let out a brief laugh. "That number doesn't seem a bit too specific, does it?" Aona stepped forward, her excitement overflowing. "Sensei, you're amazing. You found her so quickly." "Found her?" Ryan asked, confused. Yuno, who had been leaning against the post, finally pushed herself off, speaking in a hurry. "Farudrika. Priestess of the shrine. That's her." Ryan raised an eyebrow, smiling sarcastically as he stared at Yuno. Well, Pinky. And you still had the audacity to call me a L0LC0N. I think I deserve at least a thank you, don't you think?" Yuno shot back with an equally provocative smile. "Go to hell." Ryan shrugged, feigning indifference. "I wouldn't expect anything less from you." "Right, Aona." Aona laughed, covering her mouth delicately, enchanted by the dynamic between the two. But the fun was interrupted by Yuno, who resumed her serious tone. Let's go after Rika and end this story already. Ryan raised a fist theatrically. That's the spirit, Gosai. You already know her full name, so I guess you stalked the girl. Teleport us straight to her, and we'll grab her until we drain all her divine fortune. Yuno's gaze hardened, and she thought furiously, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you and bring my Yuki back. Before Yuno could verbalize her anger, Aona intervened with her sweet, soft voice. We can't do that now, Yuno-sensei. Yuno slowly turned to Aona, her eyes filled with pure hatred. And why not? Aona kept her teacher-like tone, ignoring the tension from Yuno. Before we absorb the divine fortune, we need to resolve the time loop that Rika is trapped in. Only then will the energy be stabilized and safe for absorption. This loop has been going on for over 100 years. Ryan smiled slightly, putting his hands in his pockets. Damn, that explains the old smell all over the village. Aona continued with academic enthusiasm. And with so many years accumulated, the loop generated immense energy, full of distortions. Fixing this won't be easy, you saw, Ryan-sensei. You fainted because of the instability of the energy. Ryan, always with his provocative tone, turned to Yuno. Tough luck, huh, Yuno. Looks like we'll have to rent a room and wait until tomorrow. Maybe you'll take care of me again tonight? Yuno gave a sweet smile, almost convincing. Oh, you're right, Ryan. I guess I have no choice but to hold back my anxiety. Without warning, she disappeared. Ryan stared at the empty space where she had been, blinking a few times. Aona. She didn't leave me alone in this little village and then bail, right? Aona smiled kindly, but with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Looks like you'll be on your own, sensei. And with a cute giggle, she too disappeared. Silence hung in the air for a few seconds before Ryan grumbled. Damn. Before he could get any more annoyed, a vibration in his pocket caught his attention. He pulled out his phone and looked at the message. Look at that. Signal in this hellhole. Now, that's a miracle. When he unlocked the screen, he read Yuki's message. Hello, my brothy ear. Less than 3. Ryan smiled to himself, staring at the sky as he murmured. Damn, Yuki. Only you would never abandon me. Chapter 18, I drive seriously, my dear brother. You're dying to see your beautiful sister, aren't you? Ryan laughed as he read Yuki's messages on his phone, quickly typing in response, honestly, sis. I didn't think I'd miss you this much this quickly. Almost immediately, Yuki started replying, huh? Are you telling me you didn't miss me? She sent an image of an annoyed bunny along with more messages. Well, at least you realized it's impossible to be away from your amazing sister. Hee hee. When are you coming back? Ryan sighed, thinking for a moment before replying, well. I thought it would take longer to figure out some important things here, but I ended up hitting the nail on the head. So, maybe I'll be back sooner than I thought. Yuki sent a thumbs up emoji with a cheerful message shortly after. I knew it. My brother is simply the best of the best. Ryan smiled, somewhat foolishly, as he looked at the sky already starting to darken. Oh, Yuki. This way you even make me forget that I'm alone, abandoned in a village in the middle of nowhere. Before he could continue lamenting, his phone vibrated again in his hand. Yuki had sent another message, along with a photo. To give you some more motivation for your work. Curious, Ryan opened the photo and gulped as he saw it. Yuki was wearing a casual pajama set, consisting of a light pink t-shirt and loose shorts with delicate matching prints. Her expression was smug, with a hint of mischief, and she was slightly lifting the t-shirt, revealing a part of her belly. Ryan stared at the photo for a few seconds before murmuring, with a somewhat stiff smile, yeah, sis. Looks like you really took my advice seriously. Shortly after, a new message appeared on the screen, along with a teasing emoji sticking out its tongue. I said I'd take notes, hee hee. Ryan, still smiling, was snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed a boy walking in his direction. The guy had short brown hair, slightly messy, with some spiky strands giving him a carefree look. His large, deep blue eyes reflected a friendly and curious expression. He wore a typical school uniform, with a slightly misaligned white short-sleeve shirt, revealing a red t-shirt underneath, and black pants. His posture was relaxed, with a black backpack casually resting on one shoulder, while his other hand was in his pocket. Hey, kid, can you help me out? Ryan called, his voice carrying a mix of hope and subtle desperation. The boy stopped and looked at him attentively, responding in a receptive tone, sure, what do you need? He took the backpack off his shoulder and held it by his side, showing willingness to listen. Ryan sighed and made a slightly defeated expression before explaining, well, I'm not from Hinamizawa. And let's just say, I don't have anywhere to stay tonight. Is there a guest house or any place to rent around here? His eyes searched for any sign of relief on the boy's face as he waited for a response. The boy placed a hand on his chin, assuming a thoughtful expression as he considered the situation. Ah, great, I'm going to end up stranded. Ryan murmured to himself, already preparing for the worst. But before his pessimism could take over, the boy finally responded, actually, I think I can help you, he gestured enthusiastically. Ryan raised his eyebrows, surprised, and replied in a disbelieving tone, really? A brief pause preceded the smile that formed on his face. Man, you're amazing. The boy let out an awkward laugh, scratching the back of his neck. I have a friend who should be getting off work about now. If we hurry, maybe we can catch her. He paused again, putting his hand to his chin. Actually, we can swing by my house, which is on the way. That way, I can grab my bike, and we'll get there faster. Ryan sighed, feeling the relief spread through his body. I don't even know how to thank you. I was already analyzing which bridge would be the most comfortable to sleep under. He straightened up, extending his hand, changing his tone. But, hey, what should I call you, kid? The young boy smiled and gave a playful thumbs up. I'm Maibara Ecchi. First year high school. Ryan raised his eyebrows, an ironic smile forming on his lips. Ah, then call me Masachika Kuze. Second year. He struck an exaggerated pose and ended with a wink at Ecchi. Which means I'm your senpai. Ecchi broke into a fun smile and shot back, well, we'd better pick up the pace, or Ryan's already going to be gone when we get there. Ryan nodded, adjusting the hoodie at his waist before replying, just show me the way. Ecchi began walking, striking up a conversation along the way. So, where are you from? And what brings you to such a small village like Hinamizawa? Ryan responded casually, inventing a simple excuse, I'm here to check out the festival that's going on. I thought it'd be interesting. The two walked for a few minutes until they reached Ecchi's house. He pointed to the door enthusiastically. Wait here. I'm going to grab my bike so we can get to the place faster. Soon after, Ecchi appeared pushing a red bike that seemed a bit small for two. He smiled excitedly, here it is. You can sit on the back seat. Ryan raised an eyebrow, analyzing the bike with a mocking look before saying, I drive. Ecchi tilted his head, confused. Huh? But you don't even know the way. It'll be faster if I pedal. Ryan kept his sarcastic smile, crossing his arms as he repeated, emphasizing, I drive. Ecchi sighed, visibly resigned. Alright. Just promise you won't flip us over, okay? Ryan got on the bike, taking control with a victorious smile. Relax, kid. I've driven things faster than a bike. Ecchi rolled his eyes, holding tightly to the backseat. Great, that makes me super confident. Chapter 19, Hands Off My Waist. Ryan started pedaling with vigor, propelling the bike so forcefully that Ecchi almost lost his balance on the backseat. Wow, you've got some strong legs. Ecchi commented, gripping the bike tightly. Ryan threw a mischievous smile over his shoulder. You just have to tell me where to turn to get to your friend. And, please, hands off my waist, alright? He teased, with his usual mocking tone. The ride was a mix of adrenaline and chaos, with Ecchi screaming in shock at every sharp turn and sudden bumps in the road. Finally, after a few intense minutes, they reached their destination. Ecchi pointed enthusiastically. There. That girl with the green hair closing the shop. Ryan slammed the brakes hard, making the tires screech on the ground, drawing the girl's attention. As they stopped, Ecchi jumped off the bike, panting and visibly irritated. You ride like a maniac. He gestured with his hands while glaring at Ryan. Ryan, on the other hand, simply shrugged, wearing a carefree smile. And that's why we made it on time. When Ryan looked at the girl Ecchi was pointing to, he couldn't help but notice her striking presence. Mayan was slender, with long green hair tied into a ponytail and piercing turquoise eyes. She had a confident posture, and her generous bust didn't go unnoticed by Ryan. Her clothes also drew attention, a yellow sun shirt with a black turtleneck, a white hoodie tied around her waist, navy blue jeans, and brown leather shoes. However, the most intriguing detail was the weapon in a holster on her shoulder, which made Ryan raise an eyebrow. Mayan looked at them with curiosity, adjusting the strap of her holster. Kshan? What are you doing here? She paused for a moment, her eyes now focused on Ryan. And? Who is this? Ecchi, catching his breath, responded in his usual friendly tone. Well, Mayan, this is Masachika Kuze. He's got a little problem, and I thought you might be able to help. He gestured towards Ryan, who smiled politely before speaking. Mayan crossed her arms, intrigued. Oh? And exactly how could I help you? Ryan stepped forward, crossing his arms as well. To sum it up, I came to Hinamizawa as part of a discovery trip. I heard about the festival and wanted to see it with my own eyes. He sighed before continuing. But the person who was with me just left, leaving me stranded. Now, I have nowhere to stay. Mayan blinked a few times, processing the situation, before crossing her arms thoughtfully. Well, considering it was Kshan who brought you to me. She hesitated, pondering. Maybe I can rent a house for you for the night. But I'll need to talk to my family first. Ryan smiled with relief. Don't worry about the cost. Luckily, I didn't make the mistake of coming with empty pockets. Mayan approached him, now wearing a slightly mischievous smile. I'll need your documents. Ryan tilted his head, surprised. Huh? Mayan kept her smile, but her eyes were serious. If I'm going to host someone I just met, even with Keiichi's recommendation, I need to know who you are. Ryan sighed, exhausted, and took out his wallet, showing his documents. Mayan examined them carefully before handing them back. Well, what else do you need to resolve this and give me a roof? Ryan asked, crossing his arms again. Mayan pointed her thumb toward the semi-open store behind her. I'll make a call. Give me a moment, and I'll come back with an answer. She turned toward the store, leaving Keiichi and Ryan behind as she took out her phone. Ryan crossed his arms, looking at Keiichi with curiosity before asking, does she go to school with you? Keiichi nodded quickly, answering with a soft murmur while adjusting his backpack. A mischievous smile formed on Ryan's face before he responded enigmatically, all right then, Keiichi boy. Keiichi raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. Huh? What do you mean, I'm all right? Ryan waved his hand nonchalantly, as if wanting to end the topic before it even started. You'll understand. In about a year and a half, give or take. Keiichi tilted his head, now even more confused, but before he could insist on the matter, Mayan returned with a calm smile. Done. I got you a place to stay. Ryan clapped his hands lightly, as if celebrating. You're an angel, Mayan. Mayan gave a soft laugh, tucking a strand of her green hair behind her ear. Well, I just did what I could. Turning to Keiichi, she asked, Kshan, do you know where Rina's house is? At the familiar name, Ryan immediately paid closer attention, watching Mayan with interest as she continued. 2 houses after hers, there's a closed property that belongs to my family. We haven't used it in a while. Mayan looked at Ryan with a somewhat hesitant smile. But you can stay there for the night. Ryan shrugged, letting out a light sigh before responding, well, at least I'll have a roof over my head. That's more than I expected. Chapter 20, Your Girlfriend? Well, I think that's all I can do for you, Kuze-kun, she said, with a mix of sympathy and light authority. But before stepping away, she raised her pinky in a gesture that was almost childish, yet carried an air of seriousness. Look, promise me you won't cause any trouble. Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the almost maternal tone, while Mayan continued. I got the house saying it was for a very close friend of mine. I only did this because of Kshan, so please, don't make me regret it, okay? Ryan scratched the back of his neck, glancing sideways at Keiichi. And I literally met the guy less than a few hours ago. Ah, the beauty of male friendship. Ryan thought, holding back a laugh. Finally, he responded with a genuine smile, something rare on his face. Understood, Mayan-san. Thank you so much for your help. Mayan sighed in relief and gave a knowing glance to Keiichi, who seemed to be trying to hide his embarrassment. That's all, Kshan. Now it's your turn to take your friend to the house. She winked mischievously and handed the house key to Keiichi before quickly walking away. As she hurried down the path, Mayan's muffled laughter floated in the air. Ryan, arms crossed, watched the scene for a moment before turning to Keiichi with a teasing smile. Kai, you're going to do just fine in the future. Keiichi immediately turned red, nervously opening and closing his hands. What do you mean by that? He asked, almost stumbling over his words while gripping the straps of his backpack. Ryan just gave a short smile and waved his hand in the air as if dismissing the topic with the lightness of someone keeping a secret. Oh, nothing much. Let's go already, I'm dying to lie down after all that biking. Keiichi sighed, clearly confused, but chose not to press further. He grabbed his bike and got ready to continue down the path. The walk to the house Mayan had arranged for Ryan was initially enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. The only sounds were the footsteps on the gravel and the soft creak of the bike being pushed by Keiichi, breaking the monotony. Ryan, not the type to enjoy moments of awkwardness, decided to start a conversation. Rina, right? She was mentioned by Mayan. I met her earlier today, right after I arrived in the village, Ryan said casually, keeping his hands in his pockets. Keiichi turned his head, surprised by the revelation, and gave a curious smile. Really? You've met Rina? Ryan nodded, a brief smile appearing on his lips. Yes, she helped me as soon as I arrived. I was dying of thirst after an absurd walk. He sighed, remembering the effort it took to get to the village, but quickly continued. I also met 2 younger girls. What were their names again? Oh, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan. 2 cuties. Keiichi laughed upon hearing the familiar names and commented animatedly, pushing the bike with more energy. Wow, you've met all my close friends. That's crazy. Ryan gestured with one hand as if it were no big deal. What I found curious was that Satoko-chan told me you all studied together, even though you're different ages. Is that true? Keiichi looked ahead, his face taking on a slightly nostalgic expression as he replied. Yeah, that's right. At first, I thought it was really strange. I mean, everyone in the same class, with such different ages? But over time, I actually found it fun. It's pretty unique, you know? Ryan smiled faintly, curiosity still evident in his voice. Interesting. And tell me something, Keiichi. You guys are really close, aren't you? I mean, it's obvious since you're together almost every day. Keiichi nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Definitely. We're like family. And besides, we have a club where we play games after school. We always have a lot of fun. Ryan raised an eyebrow, pretending to be more intrigued than he actually was. Games, huh? Sounds interesting. What kind of things do you do in that club? Keiichi chuckled, but looked away. Ah, well, let's just say it's mostly card games. They continued chatting casually as they walked through the village. Ryan, with his relaxed posture, asked casual questions but carefully analyzed the answers. He was clearly probing Keiichi without the boy realizing. When they finally arrived at the house, the old structure, partially hidden by trees, seemed more inviting than Ryan had expected. He looked at the place and let out a light laugh. Well, it's not a 5-star hotel, but it definitely has more personality than under a bridge, he joked, looking at Keiichi with a mischievous smile. Keiichi just laughed, shaking his head. Just don't cause any trouble here, okay? This house has been closed for a while. Ryan raised his hands in surrender, chuckling softly. I promise. I'll even try not to get scared by the things that might creak in the middle of the night. And so, with one last wave, Keiichi handed the keys to Ryan, while the crickets chirped in the peaceful darkness of Hinamizawa. Well, I'm off now. I need to prepare something to eat, Keiichi said, climbing onto his bike, quickly adjusting it before starting to pedal. Ryan responded with a wide smile, giving a thumbs up in approval. Thanks, my man Keiichi. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do without you, bro. The excitement in his voice was almost exaggerated, but sincere. Keiichi laughed awkwardly as he started pedaling. So that's it. Good night, Kuze-kun. His voice faded as he rode down the road, the sound of the bike soon blending into the silence of the village. Ryan kept his arm raised in farewell, but as soon as Keiichi disappeared from sight, his smile faded slightly. He sighed, lowering his arm while murmuring to himself. Damn. It's true, huh? I introduced myself with my name from this world. Kuze Masachika. He rubbed the back of his neck, reflecting on the choice, then shook his head with an ironic smile. Well, it is still my name. Turning toward the house, he began spinning the key between his fingers, observing the aged structure. I hope there aren't rats. But if there are, I hope at least one of them knows how to cook. His voice carried a touch of humor, trying to lighten the weight of the silence around him. As he took his first step toward the door, something caught his attention across the street. A figure was walking slowly, with heavy, uneven steps. Ryan squinted, forcing his vision in the direction of the person. As they got closer, their features became familiar. It was Rina. He let out a sarcastic smile, still spinning the key between his fingers. Well, Rina. What a surprise. Guess what? Looks like we're going to be neighbors for tonight. Rina, however, didn't respond immediately. She kept walking, her eyes fixed on the ground, as if lost in thought. It wasn't until she heard Ryan's voice that she slowly looked up. But something was off. Her expression was vacant, as if an invisible mask were covering her emotions. Ryan furrowed his brow, tilting his head as he observed her. This isn't exactly what I expected, he thought, remembering how the girl had rushed off earlier with similarly strange behavior. Finally, when she was just a few steps from the entrance to her own house, Rina put a smile on her lips, but it was forced, almost unsettling. Her voice was light and sweet, but with an odd underlying stiffness. Ah. You're the guy from earlier, right? Where is your girlfriend? Ryan almost choked on the question but held back a laugh before responding with his usual sarcasm. Look, I don't know where you got that idea, but I think she's not my girlfriend. And if she were, let's just say I just got dumped. He chuckled lightly, trying to lighten the mood. Rena continued to smile in a fabricated way as she reached the door of her house. "Ah. Sorry for the mistake," she said, her voice as sweet as it was uncomfortable. Without looking directly at Ryan, she turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Before closing the door, she almost mechanically wished, "Good night." Ryan stood still for a moment, scratching his hair while tilting his head slightly. He stared at Rena's house for a few seconds, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. Well, that was bizarre. He murmured to himself, stopping the motion of spinning the key between his fingers before turning back to his own door. An uncomfortable feeling settled deep in his mind, but he decided to ignore it for now. Ryan carefully opened the door, hearing the loud creak of the rusty hinges, a sound that betrayed how long the house had been closed. He peeked into the dark interior before stepping inside, his footsteps echoing on the dusty floor. His hand fumbled along the nearby wall as he searched for the light switch. After a few failed attempts, he finally found the button and pressed it. A dim light illuminated the room, revealing a simple and abandoned space. The room was practically empty, except for an old sofa, covered in dust and with worn upholstery. "Well," Ryan murmured, looking around with a discouraged expression. "I guess this is still better than sleeping under a bridge." He took a step toward the sofa but was interrupted by a vibration in his pants pocket. Huh? Who could it be now? He stopped, frowning as he pulled out his phone. For a moment, his expression became thoughtful. Could it be Yuki? Well, it'd be nice to chat with her before falling asleep. But, upon looking at the screen, his expression changed to surprise. "Ella," he said, the surprise quickly replaced by an ironic laugh before he answered the call. "Ella? Look who decided to remember me. Missed me already, huh?" On the other side of the line, Ella's dragged, slightly teasing voice sounded with that familiar accent. "Missed you? Don't fool yourself, Masachika." Ryan closed the door with his foot while laughing, leaning against the wall. "Flattering myself? Oh, please, you're the one calling me in the middle of the night. What is it? Did you get a sudden urge to hear my irresistible voice?" Ella responded with a slightly irritated tone, but one that couldn't quite hide a note of sweetness. "Actually, I called to say we have an important assignment next week. But, if you're not interested. Goodbye." No. "Hold on, Ella," Ryan exclaimed, raising his hand in the air as if she could see him. On the other end, Ella let out a soft sigh, a sound he interpreted as a mix of irritation and amusement. "Humphrey. So, how's your trip going?" she asked in a gentler tone, but still carrying that familiar teasing edge. Ryan smiled, sitting on the arm of the sofa as he thought about the best response for his beautiful Russian friend. "Well, let's just say it's a bit of an unexpected adventure." He looked around, the old house as the backdrop to his temporarily chaotic life. Chapter 21, Prove It. "Do, Nippa." Ryan slightly leaned back, resting on the arm of the dusty sofa while keeping his phone pressed to his ear. The conversation with Ella was lighter, and he even seemed to relax a bit in the old house. "To be honest," he began, his tone carrying a touch of nonchalance. "School routines are something I miss sometimes. After all, things there are more systematic, you know." On the other end, Ella's voice sounded full of surprise. "Oh? Are you saying everything is too easy for you, Masachika?" He could hear the slight sound of her chair creaking as she moved. Ryan let out a low chuckle, always maintaining that somewhat playful tone. "I'm not saying it's a breeze. But it's definitely less complicated to deal with things that have fewer unpredictable variables." Ella extended her next sentence, curious and provocative at the same time. I don't quite understand, Masachika. What do you mean by studying being something with fewer probabilities?" He gestured instinctively with his finger, as if she could see him. "In short, school is something that can be calculated. You know what to expect: tests, projects, assignments. Everything has a pattern. You can prepare and avoid surprises." As he spoke, his thoughts took an unexpected leap. Much easier than figuring out how to react when they throw a grenade at your feet. "But I don't think Ella would understand that." "I understand," she replied after a moment, her voice calm and soft, almost musical. "You're saying that if we dedicate ourselves enough, we can avoid being caught off guard?" "Yeah, something like that," Ryan responded calmly, shrugging his shoulders. There was a brief pause before Ella asked, now with a lower, almost intimate tone. "Masachika, when are you coming back?" He tilted his head back, looking at the ceiling as if it would give him a clearer answer. "Things are happening fast," he said, his tone still light but thoughtful. "Maybe next week." "Really?" Ella exclaimed enthusiastically, her excitement clearly showing. "It's going to be so fast." Ryan knew the reason for her excitement. Although Ella was beautiful and intelligent, her friendships were few, and he was one of the few people she truly felt comfortable talking to. Smiling gently, As if he could see her at that moment, he replied in a softer tone, "When I arrive, I'll give you a big hug." On the other end of the line, Ella was silent for a few seconds. He could hear her breathing, now slightly faster. When her voice finally emerged, it was timid and low. "Oh, okay. But I'll only stay if you really come next week." Ryan laughed, confident. "Then wait for me, Ella. Good night, my beautiful Russian." He added a sarcastic touch at the end, as was his habit. "Ahan? That nickname Beautiful Russian? You?" Ella began to speak, but her voice sounded nervous, almost stumbling over the words. "Don't you like me calling you that?" He interrupted, his voice filled with amusement. She was quiet for a moment before sighing and responding in an even lower voice. "It's not that. But before she could continue, she abruptly ended the conversation. "Gee, good night, Masachika." The sound of the final ring ended the call, leaving Ryan with a smile on his face as he looked at the phone screen. "She's cute," he murmured, checking the call duration before putting the device in his pocket. The house plunged back into silence, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards under his feet. But then, something different happened. A low, strange sound seemed to emanate from the aged wooden walls. He frowned, his expression quickly changing. "What the hell is this?" he said, his voice full of distrust as he looked around. Instinctively, he began to breathe more slowly, his senses sharpening. The sounds became clearer, as if they were words echoing through the air. "Can't you see that Ecchi's just taking advantage?" The female voice, sharp and full of anger, echoed, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Ryan's eyes widened, his muscles tightening as he instinctively went on alert. "That voice," Ryan murmured, his speech slow as he tried to process the situation. He approached the wall, leaning in to listen better. "You're always taking the money we have and giving it to her." The female voice, filled with hatred, was so loud and strained that it began to falter. "Wait a minute. That voice is..." He spoke again, quietly, now even more attentive. "Rena. Please, listen to me." A male voice, trembling and hesitant, interrupted the flow of the scream. But it lasted only a moment. Silence. "You're being an idiot." The explosion of the female voice was accompanied by a loud sound, something breaking again, followed by the slam of a door being forcefully shut. Ryan scratched his head, sighing before cracking his neck with a bored expression. "Damn. Rena is crazy." He spoke to himself, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Before he could reflect further, he heard knocking on the door. The sound made him jump slightly. "Ah, great," he mocked, still processing the situation. "Damn, the girl breaks everything in the house and now she came to destroy here too? Shit, Mayan trusted me, I can't let her in." His voice carried a theatrical tone as he clenched his fists dramatically, an exaggerated expression on his face. But as he laughed at his own joke, the knocking repeated, this time more insistent. Ryan took a deep breath, adopting a more serious demeanor, wiping the smile away. "If it were a normal situation, I would already mark that point in time just to avoid risks. But then I would lose the save from the beginning, when I arrived with I don't know if it's worth it," he murmured, analyzing the door. The knocking came again. Deciding to end it quickly, he took a few firm steps toward the door. "Well, it's just a crazy little girl. I've dealt with worse," he grumbled before grabbing the doorknob, his face now serious. Without hesitating, he opened the door all at once. "Huh?" He frowned, confused. There was no one on the other side. The emptiness stared back at him. "Just what I needed." Ryan sighed, his tone tired as he scratched his neck. "Now the house is haunted." "It's not haunted." A female voice, firm and unmistakably real, cut through the silence. "It's just me." Ryan took a step back, surprised, before looking down to find someone he didn't expect, Rika. She stood there, wearing a green summer dress with a white bow in the front, matching equally white sandals. "Rika-chan?" He tilted his head, surprise evident on his face. She stared at him with a serious expression, completely different from the lively and cute girl he had met earlier. Her voice had also changed, now deep, almost cold. "I couldn't contain my curiosity." Ryan continued to watch her, suspicious, as she took a step forward, her presence gaining an almost intimidating air. "I've played with fate many times," she continued, her voice carrying something Ryan couldn't identify. Even when it threw pieces out of order. There were few times it brought new pieces to this game. He frowned, feeling a chill run down his spine. Something was wrong. Very wrong. That small, cute girl from earlier was not the same person now standing at his door. "What the hell is this?" Ryan murmured, more to himself than to her, without taking his eyes off that figure who seemed small but carried something immense, something he didn't understand yet. "Who's Masachika?" "Gasai," Rika began, her voice calm but laden with a weight Ryan couldn't ignore. She stared directly at him, her eyes now shining with an enigmatic red hue, a terrifying change from the gentle purple before. Tell me. Will you be my hope in this endless month, or just another challenge in this never-ending hell? Ryan maintained his firm posture, crossing his arms with an evaluative look. His voice sounded confident, but there was a touch of provocation in his words. You're still that little girl I saw earlier? Rika nodded slowly, maintaining a serious, almost impenetrable expression. He squinted, analyzing each of her movements, her posture, her tone of voice. But how? Ryan murmured, letting the words trail off for a moment. His serious expression began to shift, the corner of his mouth curling into a mischievous smile. When he finally spoke, his voice was laced with playful malice. If you really are. Prove it. Do it. Do Nipa. Rika's eyes widened, surprised for a moment. She stared at him in silence, as if trying to decipher what he really wanted from that. But then, slowly, a sarcastic smile curved her lips. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then released it perfectly. Nipa. Greater than less than. Ryan put his hand to his head, running his fingers through his hair while exclaiming, genuinely impressed, goddamn, it's really her. The contrast between the dark tone from moments ago and the sudden cuteness left Ryan unsure whether to laugh or grow even more suspicious of this small, but clearly dangerous, girl. Chapter 22, 100 Long and Bloody Years. The destiny is a cruel enemy. No matter how much you fight, no matter how much you resist, it always finds a way to pull you back into its chains. Rika murmured, her voice heavy with fatigue and resignation. Once again, she woke up in her futon. The incessant sound of cicadas echoed outside, filling the morning air with their familiar yet suffocating melody. The sunlight filtered through the cracks in the house, illuminating the space with a brightness that seemed to mock her exhaustion. With slow and heavy movements, Rika got up, her bare feet meeting the cold floor. She walked over to the window, leaning on the frame as she looked out at the same scenery she always saw, the village still asleep, wrapped in the deceptive calm of another day that seemed identical to the one before. Her eyes, as tired as her soul, wandered over the horizon as she whispered, almost as if confiding to herself, I'm tired. Tired of this game that never ends. Every time. I always end up back at the same point. Always forced to wear the same smile. Rika sighed as she prepared for yet another day in this endless cycle. In front of the mirror, she carefully adjusted the suspenders of her school uniform, smoothing the wrinkles of her skirt and brushing her long hair with precision. Her eyes stared at the lifeless reflection in front of her as she whispered, almost inaudibly, smile. Rika. The smile that appeared on her face was as flawless as it was fake, laden with a melancholy hidden under the mask of sweetness. As she left the house, her steps were methodical, following the path she knew by heart, almost as if her feet already knew the direction without her needing to think. As she walked, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts, Rika. Without hesitation, she turned, her expression instantly transforming into an angelic one. Good morning, Satoko. She replied in her usual sweet voice, accompanied by a perfect smile, as rehearsed as it was automatic. Satoko ran up to her, waving enthusiastically. I'm so glad you woke up early, Rika. Let's go buy ingredients for the club's picnic. She said, full of energy as if she had a whole day of fun planned. Rika nodded slightly, her hands resting together in front of her. Yes, I think I'll make some rice cakes for everyone. Satoko's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed Rika's hand, pulling her eagerly. Let's go then. If we get there early, we'll get the best vegetables. Rika followed Satoko's joyful pace, a gentle smile adorning her face. But behind that serene expression, her thoughts were far less enthusiastic. I already know exactly what we're going to find there. It's what I expected. Rika reflected as her eyes remained fixed on the unfamiliar boy. He seemed out of place, someone who clearly didn't belong in this repetitive setting. His presence broke the monotony of Rika's days for a moment, causing her to lose track of time. You're not from here, are you? Satoko asked, excited, with the curiosity typical of someone encountering something new. No, definitely not from here, replied the boy casually, almost indifferent to the strangeness of the situation. Ah. So, this year we'll have visitors from other towns for the festival. Satoko continued, interacting enthusiastically, while Rika remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. What is this, fate? Are you so cruel that now you decide to add new pieces to this damn board? Rika thought, her eyes still fixed on the boy. He wasn't alone. Next to him, a girl with pink hair stood. Rika felt there was something different about them, something that didn't fit the pattern she had longed to escape. All these years. All these attempts. I won't be fooled by something as trivial as another piece on this board. It won't be like Akasaka. Not like that time when I allowed myself to believe that someone could take me out of this hell. Rika was deeply immersed in her thoughts, paying little attention to the conversation around her. Ah, I see. By the way, my name is Masachika Kuze. And this here. The boy hesitated, casting a brief glance at the girl beside him with pink hair and a closed expression. This is Yunogasai, my friend. Satoko, with her contagious energy, smiled politely and slightly bowed her head. I'm Hudu Satoko, and this is my friend, Farud Rika. While the others interacted, Rika remained silent, completely absorbed. Masachika noticed her stillness and the way she seemed disconnected from the conversation. He watched her with curiosity, noticing something peculiar in her posture, until he heard a barely audible murmur escape her lips, "Ni." Confused, Masachika frowned and leaned slightly toward Rika. What did you say, Mini Hatsune Miku? Rika murmured again, this time a bit louder, "Ni." Masachika raised an eyebrow, curiosity clear on his face, as he tilted his head slightly. Then, suddenly, Rika lifted her gaze, displaying an angelic smile. She tilted her head slightly to the side and, with an incredibly sweet and melodic voice, exclaimed, "Nipa-a-a." Greater than less than Masachika placed a hand over his chest, his expression exaggerated as if he had been hit by an invisible bullet. Rika, with her angelic smile intact, seemed to radiate an almost supernatural sweetness. Her bluish hair shimmered under the soft light, giving her an ethereal presence that seemed impossible to ignore. Masachika, after a few seconds of critical hit, straightened up and forced a smile, which quickly turned into a mischievous expression. Without warning, he moved forward and wrapped Rika in a warm and spontaneous hug, proclaiming with enthusiasm, "My God, a goddess has descended from the heavens to illuminate this little town." Rika widened her eyes, surprised by the unexpected gesture. For a brief moment, her mind went blank, her train of thought interrupted by the sudden closeness. However, while in Masachika's arms, something unusual happened. What is this feeling? She thought, confused, as she felt a slight warmth spread through her body. It was hard to describe, but it didn't feel unpleasant. On the contrary, it was comforting. Something she hadn't felt in a long time. Maybe, just maybe, it was the first time in years that she experienced something close to safety. I don't want to cling to hope. Not anymore. Not after so much pain from losing what I could never hold on to. Rika thought, as Satoko's lively voice sounded beside her, unable to fully reach her. Oh ho. Rika, looks like you just gained a completely devoted fan. Satoko teased, clearly enjoying the scene. Still in Masachika's arms, Rika lifted her gaze to him, her face adorned with that angelic smile that seemed almost like a mask. Without hesitation, she spoke again in the same cute, irresistible tone, "Ni. Nipa-a-a." Greater than less than Masachika tightened his hug slightly, as if completely enchanted by the purity of her voice. His overly enthusiastic tone exploded, "Yes. Rika-chan, I'm going to your performance. I won't miss it for anything." Rika switched to automatic mode, responding and reacting almost like a programmed doll, her thoughts deeply disconnected from the interaction around her. She smiled, nodded, and exchanged a few words without truly paying attention, her mind submerged in a storm of reflections. Speaking of which, Satoko, how about we go prepare the snacks now? She suggested with her usual calmness, desperately seeking a moment to organize her thoughts before they collapsed. Satoko, still glowing from the recent interaction, turned to her friend with an enthusiasm that seemed inexhaustible. Great idea. Before leaving, Satoko waved to Masachika with an excited smile. Maybe we'll run into you around there. Rika, true to her polite and graceful nature, gave a slight bow as a farewell before walking alongside Satoko, her smile remaining on her face while, internally, her mind whispered in desperation, this feeling. This moment. Is it another trap? I can't let myself believe that anything has changed. Rika continued walking beside Satoko, responding automatically, making sure her friend didn't notice the turmoil consuming her from within. Her thoughts flowed like an uncontrolled tide, crushing her with hypotheses and fears. They're just more pieces on the board. But maybe, if I try a little harder. Maybe, this time, I can escape this damn loop. Maybe I can avoid the death that seems so certain. So absorbed in her musings, she only realized they had arrived at school when she was already sitting beside Satoko. Her friend's voice brought her back to reality. Rika. You seem a bit off today. Do you have a fever? Satoko asked, concerned, as she placed her hand on Rika's forehead. Rika, gentle as always, responded with a calm smile, It's nothing, Satoko. I just didn't sleep very well last night. I think the exhaustion distracted me a bit. As Rika briefly closed her eyes, maintaining her serene smile, a familiar voice echoed behind her. Hey, Rika-chan. You need to sleep well to grow strong. Rina commented in an almost motherly tone. Rika turned to Rina, keeping her angelic expression. I'll be more careful, Rina. And, Tilting her head slightly, she added in a sweet and charming tone, Nipa-a-a. Greater than less than Rina immediately placed her hands to her face, enchanted. Rika-chan is so cute. I want to take you home. Beside Rina, Keiichi let out a relaxed laugh and retorted, Hey, Rina, you can't just take our Rika for yourself. The two began to bicker in a light-hearted and fun manner, while Rika again disconnected from the conversation, lost in her thoughts. However, something Rina said soon brought her back to reality. Something different happened today. I saw two people from outside the village and even offered them some water. Rina's voice had a slight excited tone, which immediately caught Rika's attention. Rika focused on the conversation and, with a soft tone, asked, These people you saw, Rina, were they Masachika Kuze and Yunogasai? Rina smiled, placing a hand on her cheek, looking surprised and delighted. Oh, so you saw them too, Rika-chan? Rika nodded, keeping her calm tone. Yes, Satoko and I met them while we were shopping. Satoko, with her usual energy, quickly added, They said they came to watch the performance on the day of Wait and Nagashi. Rika listened attentively, but her thoughts soon began to stir again. Why are they here? What is fate trying to suggest this time? Rina and Satoko continued chatting excitedly about the two strangers, while Rika remained trapped in an overwhelming emptiness. She didn't know exactly what she felt. She was numb, crushed by a mix of despair and anxiety. Without realizing it, time passed, and the lesson ended. Even during the club games, which usually brought moments of joy, Rika seemed distant. She stayed silent the entire time, oblivious to the enthusiasm of the others, until the sun began to set. Now, alone, she sat on the steps of the shrine, the place that would host Wait Nagashi in just a few days. The orange sky of Hinamizawa stretched above her, but it didn't bring comfort. Rika murmured to herself, her gaze lost in the horizon, I don't know what to do. I want to scream for help. But they're just kids from the city. How could they help me? The words escaped like a sigh, as light as the sound of cicadas crying around her, merging with the muffled cry of her desperate heart. Suddenly, a soft voice whispered in her ear, carrying a sweet tone, but also a veiled sadness that seemed to blend with the wind rustling the shrine's branches. You can't give up, Rika. The wind played with her bluish hair, tousling it gently as she closed her eyes for a moment. In a low and empty tone, Rika replied, Give up. I'm not giving up, Hanio. I'm just tired. Tired of living without hope. Her voice almost got lost in the breeze, as weak as the thread of hope she still tried to hold on to. The orange sky seemed to darken gradually, as if the night itself shared in her melancholy. It's been over 100 years. 100 long and bloody years. Rika murmured, her voice empty and devoid of emotion. In all these attempts, I believed I could escape the traps of this damn fate. But in the end, I always wake up trapped in this same month of despair. Hanio, a translucent girl with lilac hair floating gently around her face, deep violet eyes, and a pair of black horns with purple tips, one slightly chipped, approached slowly. Her expression carried a palpable sadness, the weight of a guilt she silently carried. Rika. I'm sorry. I wish I could do more for you. Her voice was a whisper, trembling, as her eyes began to well with tears. Rika closed her eyes, hugging her knees. Her voice came out softly, almost inaudible. It's not your fault, Hanio. Even so, Hanio pressed her wrist to her chest, as if trying to contain the pain she felt. It was an invisible wound, but one that seemed deep and unrelenting. Rika hid her face between her arms, trying to stifle the tears that wanted to fall. Dark, old thoughts returned to haunt her, like a distant echo that never disappeared. Fate. You are the worst enemy I could have. Relentless. Cruel. But now you present me with new pieces on this board. I need to know. As the words silently flowed through her mind, the sky of Hinamizawa began to darken, matching the growing weight in her heart. It was as if the world itself shared in her melancholy. Then, a voice cut through the silence and the sound of cicadas, vibrant and friendly. Hey, Rika-chan. What are you doing here? Rika quickly lifted her head, wiping her eyes before anyone could notice. She found Mayan smiling at her. Oh, hi, Mayan. I was just thinking about the upcoming festival. Her voice was sweet, and a cute smile curved her lips, hiding any hint of sadness. Mayan took a deep breath, visibly tired, but maintaining her usual tone. Phew. Don't stay out here too long, or you'll catch a cold before the festival. She gestured with the energy of a good friend, but quickly changed the subject, excited. Oh. You know what? I saw Keiichi with that outsider, Masachika. Hanio, who was beside Rika but could not be seen by Mayan, took a step forward, getting closer to Rika. The name echoed in Rika's ears, bringing back the strange sensation she had felt earlier. Keiichi asked for help finding a place where he could spend the night, so I suggested a house that has been empty for a while. It's very close to Rina's house. Rika averted her gaze, pondering what this could mean. Before she could ask more questions, Mayan remembered another commitment. Oh. I almost forgot that I have a meeting with the council members. See you later, Rika-chan. And with a hasty wave, Mayan ran down the stairs, leaving her alone again. Rika remained silent, staring at the horizon. Hania's voice sounded close, delicate, but laden with meaning. Rika. She slowly turned her head, meeting Hania's eyes, which now sparkled with something between hope and determination. I know what you're thinking, Hania said, gently placing her hands on Rika's shoulders. You see fate as an enemy. And maybe it is. But sometimes, even it offers a spark of hope. And you need to accept it. Even if it's the smallest one. Rika sighed deeply, the weight in her voice reflecting centuries of weariness. Even if it's the smallest one. Hania nodded silently, conveying support with that simple gesture. Finally, Rika made her decision. I'll go there. With the words still hanging in the air, she descended the shrine stairs, the sounds of cicadas gradually fading, replaced by the chirp of crickets marking the beginning of the starry night. Always the same days. Always the same blood spilled. Always the same fear. Each step felt heavy, but she kept moving. When she got near Rena's house, she heard raised voices. Rena. She murmured to herself, watching from a distance as Rena hurried out, visibly shaken. How can someone so sweet carry so much? Without letting her thoughts deepen, Rika turned her attention back to the house where Masachika was staying. Before she could hesitate, she walked up to the door and knocked, 3 firm knocks. The door creaked open, revealing Masachika, who looked tired. He glanced around, confused, before murmuring, huh? Looking around, he let out a long, tired sigh, scratching his neck. Great. Now the house is haunted. It's not haunted. Rika's voice was firm, cutting through the silence like a blade. It's just me. Masachika stepped back slightly, surprised, as he looked down. His eyes scanned Rika's figure, analyzing her. There she was, standing in the doorway, wearing a green dress with a white ribbon and simple sandals. But something was different. Rika? He tilted his head, still confused. She stared at him with a serious expression, her posture distant from the cheerful girl he had known before. I couldn't contain my curiosity. Her voice was low, filled with something indescribable. As Masachika tried to process what was happening, Rika took a step forward, her presence somehow becoming larger. I've played with fate many times, she continued. Even when it threw pieces out of order. There were only a few times when it brought something new to the board. Masachika shivered down his spine. There was something disturbing about her. He furrowed his brow and muttered, more to himself, what the hell is this? Masachika cues. You know Gasai. Rika said, her voice calm but carrying an undeniable weight. Her eyes seemed to glow with a red hue, replacing the soft purple he had seen before. Will you be my hope in this endless month? Or just another trap in this hell? He tried to maintain his composure, crossing his arms and tilting his head with a defiant smile. Are you still the same little girl I saw before? Rika nodded slowly, her face expressionless. If it's really you. He began, his voice gaining a provocative tone. Then prove it. Do it, Dunapa. Rika's eyes widened for a moment, surprised. He wants me to do this. She hesitated, weighing the decision. Then, slowly, an ironic smile appeared on her lips. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and, with perfection, uttered, Ni. Nepa. Chapter 23, Will You Be My Hope? With a laugh escaping his throat, Ryan stared at Rika and spoke with an ironic smile, gesturing with his hand, Okay, you convinced me. It's definitely Rika-chan. Rika sighed, letting her cold expression take over again. Masachika, I came here because I need to clear up some doubts with you. Ryan tilted his head, resting one hand on his hip, his sarcastic tone evident. Just Masachika? No formalities, no cute suffixes, just straight to the point? Rika completely ignored the comment, running her hand through her hair to move it away from her face. Her posture was firm, her tone serious. What I need to ask you isn't something common, but it's been on my mind since early this morning, since we first met. Ryan noticed the seriousness in her voice and adopted a more attentive posture, crossing his arms while watching her. Masachika, if you were trapped in a situation with no way out, facing a problem that follows you like a shadow. Something that, no matter how hard you fight, seems unsolvable. An impossible goal, would you give up? Even if it meant giving up on achieving your true happiness? Ryan looked away, thoughtful, scratching the back of his neck before sighing. When he responded, his voice carried a tone that was almost provocative, but also sincere. Rika-chan. You kind of already answered your own question, don't you think? Rika's eyes widened for a brief moment, but before she could react, Ryan continued, raising a finger as if to emphasize his point. An impossible goal? Of course, I would give up. The direct response pierced Rika, and she lowered her gaze. Her voice was shaken when she murmured, I see. Sorry for bothering you. She turned to leave, but before taking a step, Ryan spoke again, his voice carrying a firmness that made Rika hesitate. You have the eyes of someone who gave up a long time ago, Rika-chan. The words hit Rika like a lightning strike. She stopped and slowly turned, her gaze intense and her voice bitter. Oh? And what do you know about giving up, Masachika Kuze? Ryan stepped down the 2 stairs from the entrance, stopping in front of her, now on the same level. He casually sat on the stairs and stared at her intensely. Those eyes of yours. That way you speak. What kind of darkness do you carry, Rika-chan? Rika stared back at him, turning her body to face him fully. Her voice was cold and cutting. Darkness? I don't think you'd understand. Ryan shrugged, but his expression remained serious. Probably not. Sorry, but I have no reason to sympathize with you. Yet. The provocation made Rika furrow her brows, her breath growing heavier, but Ryan continued, his tone blending firmness with curiosity. But don't confuse not understanding with not believing. Rika narrowed her eyes. Her voice turned sarcastic, as if she'd heard that before. Believe in my story? Is that what you're saying? A dark smile curved her lips, almost macabre. Closing her eyes, she gestured exaggeratedly, as though putting on a performance. My story is simple, Masachika. So simple that you, besides not understanding, will find it irrelevant. Just the fantasies of a traumatized child. She opened her eyes, serious and focused, taking a deep breath before continuing with the same coldness. I'm trapped in an eternal month. Condemned to play with fate in an inhuman way. Condemned to die brutally or watch those I love destroy themselves. This has been happening for over 100 years, trapped in this endless despair. The words fell like stones into the silence that followed. Rika kept her gaze fixed on him, her expression unwavering. Finally, she sighed and turned to leave again. You can laugh now. As she walked away from him, lost in her own thoughts, the doubts and inner torments once again began to haunt her mind. Why did I say all that to him? If we meet again, I'll say it was just a joke. But before the darkness of her thoughts could completely take over, Ryan's voice cut through the air, clear and firm. I believe you. Rika stopped immediately, her heart wavering. Slowly, she turned her head to look at him. Ryan was still sitting on the stairs, his gaze serious, with no trace of sarcasm. You believe me? He smiled, but this time there was no mockery. Only an uncommon lightness in his words. Who am I to say I don't? You spoke like someone carrying the weight of 100 lives on their shoulders. No one makes that kind of thing up. Rika remained still, her gaze fixed on Masachika, now frozen and surprised. Her expression was tense, and her voice came out low, almost a whisper. Lee. Liar. Ryan raised an eyebrow, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Well, I'm no saint, but right now, I'm not lying. Rika narrowed her eyes, almost biting her lips, and her voice sounded dense, full of challenge. And why would you believe my story? Ryan sighed and stood up from the stairs with a smooth motion, his posture now more upright and determined. He looked at Rika with a tone of conviction. Well, what if I told you I lied, yes, about one little thing? Rika's eyes locked onto him, now more attentive and full of distrust. Ryan stepped forward, keeping his gaze steady, and finally spoke, breaking the silence. I lied when I said I came to see you dance, Rika. Actually, I'm here to fix this damn time loop. Rika stood frozen for a moment, her heart racing, and a deep sigh escaped her lips. Her voice seemed stuck in her throat, the weight of the revelation choking her. She raised her fist to her chest, clenching it tightly as if trying to contain the growing anxiety that threatened to overwhelm her. Masachika approached Rika, his hand gently touching her head in a gesture that seemed to try to calm her. Since you've shared some things with me, I think it's only fair I share a few things too. After all, it wouldn't make sense to keep this to myself. Rika kept her gaze fixed on the ground, feeling Masachika's hand slowly caressing her hair. Her voice, now softer, came out with a forced calmness. I came to Hinamizawa because I need to fix a temporal problem happening here. My little assistant gave me few details, but it seems that fate was quite efficient in making me find this problem quickly. Rika squeezed the dress with her hands, still searching for words to respond. Her disbelief was clear, but it was brutally shattered by Masachika's next sentence. I just need you to explain to me what's happening here. And explain to me what this damn shadow by your side is. Rika's heart skipped a beat. She grabbed Masachika's hand tightly, her eyes trembling with anguish. You. Can you see her? Her voice, filled with desperation, was like a muffled scream, a silent plea. I've waited so long for a future where I had at least a sliver of hope. Rika's eyes, once empty and tormented by pain, now seemed to capture a small flicker of possibility. A spark she barely dared to believe. She looked at Masachika, her voice now full of vulnerability. You. Will you be my hope? Chapter 24, I can be the solution. Ryan stared at Rika for a few seconds, the silence hanging heavy between them. Then, with an exaggerated sigh, he started messing with his own hair, his voice taking on a playful tone. You want me to be your hope? Well. He dragged the words, as if savoring the moment, glancing sideways at Rika, who was watching him with evident apprehension. After a moment, Ryan took a deep breath, finally continuing. I'm not anyone's hope, Rika. That sounds like a lot of work. But. He paused dramatically, pointing at himself with his thumb, a defiant gleam in his eyes. I can be the solution. And, you see, it's a solution only I can bring. Rika pressed her hands to her chest, trembling slightly. Her teeth clenched as her cold voice sliced through the air. And how can you offer me a solution? What can you do? She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Ryan, laden with years of frustration and pain. I've been stuck here for 100 years, watching everyone and everything I love die, and I couldn't save anyone. Not even myself. Despite the harshness in her words, Rika's face seemed frozen, her expression almost anesthetized by the weight of endless years. Ryan looked away for a moment, as if pondering his response. Then his eyes landed on a small stone on the ground. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. As for that, he murmured, crouching down to pick up the stone. With a fluid motion, he turned and threw it with surprising force. The impact against the old tree beside the house was so strong it knocked off an entire branch. The dry sound of the branch hitting the ground echoed through the area. Rika stepped back, her eyes narrowing in surprise. Ryan turned to her, a smug smile on his face. So, Rika. He began, walking slowly toward her, raising his hand as if expecting her to hold it. How about we make a deal? From a guy you just met. He paused, tilting his head with a provocative smile. For a mini Hatsune Miku project. Rika's eyes widened, surprised by the sudden and almost absurd comparison, but Ryan continued before she could protest. Let's help each other. Rika took a deep breath, the weight of his words echoing in her mind. Finally, her firm expression returned, and her voice sounded with renewed determination. All right. I accept the alliance. Let's bring a solution to this hell. She shook Ryan's hand, or rather, Masachika, as she knew him. He smiled, tilting his head slightly in a casual gesture. Great. Well, I don't even have water to offer you, but I think it'd be better if we talked inside rather than out here. As they headed toward the house, Ryan couldn't resist adding, murmuring to himself with a mischievous grin. Although, thinking about it, calling this little Hatsune project to an old, dark house seems a bit suspicious. But who's going to judge me? God? Ryan opened the door with an exaggeratedly polite gesture, bowing slightly as he indicated for Rika to enter. After you, miss of over 100 years. His voice was laden with sarcasm, but the casual smile on his face softened the tone. Rika shot him a wary glance before entering. The inside of the house was simple. The lights were already on, revealing a dusty but still functional room. A worn sofa occupied the center of the space, surrounded by modest furniture that had seen better days. Despite the neglected state, the scene wasn't as bad as Ryan made it seem. He closed the door behind him and, with a theatrical flourish, spread his arms. Make yourself at home, Rika. Rika clasped her hands behind her back, walking slowly as she assessed the environment. Her curious expression was accompanied by a slightly firm tone that contrasted with her childlike appearance. Just Rika? Ryan raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he stared at her. Yeah, is there a problem with that? His indifferent tone was clear, he wasn't very interested in the issue. Rika, however, gave a slight smirk, clearly enjoying the provocation. No, it's nothing. It's just that before you referred to me as Rika-chan. Ryan let out a short laugh, shaking his head as if reviewing his own choice. Oh, that? Well, considering you're over 100 years old, the chant started sounding kinda weird, you know? Rika immediately frowned, her face adopting a look of slight disdain mixed with indignation. I want you to know I'm stuck in my 11-year-old body. Ryan feigned a serious expression, as if deeply reflecting on the situation. Then, with a voice full of irony, he responded. Don't even go there, Rika. You're hitting the 2nd century, for sure. She waved her hand impatiently, keeping her serious demeanor. But that doesn't mean you need to treat me like an old woman. I'm not a child either. Before she could finish, Ryan raised his hand, interrupting her with a mock-solemn tone. Please, Rika. I passed that moral dilemma when I chose Aona as my waifu. The silence that followed was full of incredulity. Rika blinked a few times, clearly processing the words, before placing her hand on her forehead and murmuring something like idiot. Ryan simply smiled, amused, as he flopped onto the dusty sofa, clearing a bit of space beside him with his hand. Are you going to stay standing, or do you want to continue the philosophical debate right here? Rika sighed deeply, as if preparing for the inevitable, and walked over to the sofa. She sat on the other end, carefully adjusting her dress, but Ryan didn't wait a moment before firing his question. Alright, what's with that shadow that keeps sticking to you? Is it like a burden or something? He vaguely pointed toward what he saw, his voice full of teasing. Hania immediately raised her hands, her expression showing a mix of indignation and frustration. Hey! I told you, I'm not a shadow. As she protested, she stamped her feet like a petulant child, though the sound didn't really echo. Rika watched carefully, noticing that Masachika didn't react at all to Hania's indignation. It was as if her behavior was invisible, almost non-existent to him. The girl glanced back at him, her serious eyes seeking confirmation. You can see her, but not hear her, right? Ryan tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as if analyzing something. His response came in a calm, almost casual tone. Look, all I see is a purple blur. It looks like a blurry hologram. Rika turned her gaze back to Hania, who had stopped her lamenting upon sensing the change in atmosphere. Rika took a deep breath and spoke slowly, as if weighing each word. She is Hania. The only companion I've had all these long years. She's also the one who put me in the time loop. Hania lowered her head, her ears drooping slightly, while she whispered something inaudible to Masachika. Ryan, however, didn't take his eyes off Rika. His usual smile was gone, replaced by a serious, almost contemplative expression. So, she's the one who's keeping you stuck in this cycle? He asked, his voice lower now, without any trace of sarcasm. Chapter 25, I'll hold you to that, Masachika. Rika raised her hand with a calm gesture, as if asking Masachika not to jump to conclusions. Her voice was firm but tinged with a melancholic tone. She gave me a chance, Masachika. A chance to one day see my friends freed from the tragic fate that surrounds them. And also the opportunity to fight against my own cruel destiny. Masachika rested his chin on his hand, thoughtful, his eyes half closed as he analyzed Rika's words. Ah. So you're saying she saved you by creating this time loop? He closed his eyes for a moment, as if processing the information, before opening them and continuing with a slightly provocative tone. But why talk so darkly about your fate? Girl, you literally have control over time. What could be so complicated about it? He gestured casually, as if the issue were simple. Rika looked away, her face taking on a slight shade of embarrassment. Her voice dropped to a hesitant whisper. Well, about that. Masachika watched her closely, his relaxed posture hiding the analytical gaze that examined every nuance of Rika's expression. She continued, her fingers nervously gripping the hem of her dress. You must be wondering why I don't use what I know to prevent the disasters that are to come. And the answer is simple, it's not always possible to predict or stop everything. The worlds are different from each other, and Rika stopped, taking a deep breath before continuing. I also don't remember everything before I die. Masachika raised his eyebrows, visibly surprised, before reclining on the sofa and crossing his arms. Seriously? So you're not exactly going back in time, but going to another world? Damn, that complicates things a lot more. Now I get what Aona meant. Rika tilted her head, confused by the mention. Aona? Is she the girl who was with you earlier? Ryan shook his head, letting out a short laugh. No, that little pink-haired one from earlier is more like a rabid dog trying to bite my balls off. Aona-chan, on the other hand, is like a calm sun on a spring morning. Rika blinked, even more confused, and tilted her head again. So, who is this Aona? Aona is like my personal system. Think of her as my pieman, you know. He spoke confidently, but quickly realized Rika's expression was even more confused. Your pieman? Ryan sighed, realizing that explaining gacha games would be pointless. Alright, let's simplify, she's my super intelligent personal assistant who organizes things for me. Rika seemed about to ask another question, but Ryan raised his hand, interrupting her. Before you start the interrogation, I think it's me who should ask the questions. To help in any way, I need information. So, how about you start by telling me what you know about this loop, little Hatsune? Rika furrowed her brow and narrowed her eyes. Hatsune? What do you mean by that? Ryan widened his eyes, surprised. Huh? You don't even get that? You're really a country girl. Rika looked away, visibly embarrassed. Don't blame me. I never had the chance to leave this quiet village. Ryan stared at her for a moment, as if pondering something, before breaking into a playful smile. Here's the deal, you answer my questions, and when we figure this out, I'll take you for a little trip to Tokyo. Deal? Rika sighed, but a playful smile appeared on her face as she replied in the same tone. I'll hold you to that, Masachika. Nippa. Greater than less than Ryan felt a sudden surge of cuteness but quickly regained his composure, crossing his legs with a more serious expression. Anyway. I've got it. You can't handle the changes between worlds very well. The variables must be insane. And then there's the whole memory loss thing. He leaned forward, focusing again on Rika. But what exactly keeps you trapped in this loop? You mentioned a cruel destiny. What kind of dangers do you face? Rika was silent for a moment, her expression thoughtful as she seemed to organize her thoughts. When she finally spoke, her voice sounded hesitant. There are so many problems surrounding my destiny, Masachika. I don't even know where to start. Ryan sighed, rubbing the back of his neck with a tired expression. Then do this, summarize the basics. Besides, in the end, you'll have to explain everything to Yuno. Rika looked up at him, analyzing his relaxed posture, and then lowered her face. Her voice grew slightly darker, heavy with something that seemed to weigh on her. Masachika. Do you know Oyashiro-sama? Ryan tilted his head slightly, his expression turning serious as he responded directly. I've never heard of him. Rika sighed before continuing, her voice taking on a slower, more grave tone. Oyashiro-sama is the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. That's what the people of the village believe. And while they're not entirely wrong, there's much more behind it. In fact, Oyashiro-sama is the entity you can see. Ryan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Rika, but he didn't interrupt. She slowly stood up, walking over to the window as she continued. A few years ago, there was a plan to build a dam that would end up flooding the village of Hinamizawa. The official story says that the village united to drive out the invaders. That's true. To a point. But during that time, many horrible things happened. Misunderstandings, betrayals, and cruelties born from the pride of old, stubborn people. Ryan stayed silent, but his mind couldn't resist a bitter internal remark. Speak for the little 100-year-old girl. Rika continued, now looking at the sky through the window, her silhouette outlined by the soft light of the stars. But there's something that wasn't told about that time. Something that remained hidden. It was when what became known as the dam murder happened. Ryan leaned forward slightly, crossing his arms with interest as he listened. His previously casual expression had turned more attentive. Dam murder? What was that? Rika kept her eyes on the sky, as if the view of the stars helped her find the right words. Her voice, though calm, carried an undeniable weight. Some people killed and mutilated a man. His body was dismembered. And some parts were never found. Ryan, still with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He gestured slightly with his hand, breaking the silence. And this dam is the beginning of all this? Finally, Rika turned around, resting her back against the glass illuminated by the starry light. Her eyes met Masachika's, and she spoke in a drawn-out tone, almost as if she wanted him to absorb every word. Not exactly. But it's a good place to start. Chapter 26. The perfect loop. The moonlight illuminated Rika through the window, casting a silver glow on her figure while the cold wind seeped through the cracks, making the air in the room feel even colder. Her voice carried the same weight and coldness as that night. The villagers believe in the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They say that every year, 2 people die to appease Oyashiro's wrath. And according to them, these deaths are linked to those who supported the construction of the dam that threatened to destroy Hinamizawa. Rika paused, lowering her head. Outside, clouds began to cover the moon, plunging the room into a shadowy twilight. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. But this is just a superficial story. A convenient explanation for a much deeper problem. Ryan watched the girl lose herself in her words, the cold glow of the moon now replaced by shadows dancing across her face. He slowly got up, walking toward her with an expression that mixed patience and curiosity. Sounds like a long story. His voice was calm, understanding. Rika lifted her eyes to him as Ryan continued, his tone now more direct. But I'm not here to hear about urban legends or tales from the past. I want to understand why you're stuck in this time loop. Ryan sighed deeply, as if gathering patience, and then made a hand gesture, signaling for her to continue. Although, to understand that, I'll need to hear it from the beginning, right? Rika leaned against the window, her expression carrying a touch of melancholy. When she spoke, her voice seemed more mature, but still weighed down by a contained sadness. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. The Wai Nagashi festival. The dam construction. These are the major pillars of my tragic fate. Ryan crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Rika, capturing every nuance of her words. The rumors about this curse ended up catching the attention of some scholars. They came to the village and asked to investigate something they called the Hinamizawa syndrome. Ryan uncrossed his arms slightly, his eyes widening in surprise. Investigate it, huh? And, from the looks of it, with your protagonist vibe, I bet you're right in the middle of all this, aren't you, Rika? Rika slightly tilted her head, averting her gaze. Her murmur sounded cute, but it carried a melancholy that was hard to ignore. Ryan turned his back, assuming a thoughtful posture while his voice came out in a low tone. And from what you're telling me, it sounds like these scholars are the powerful type of people. The kind who hire bodyguards. Ryan paused for a moment, diving quickly into his thoughts. The type of people who used to hire me in my past life. Rika didn't respond, but the tension in her posture indicated that he was right. After a moment, she finally spoke again, her voice colder, as if she wanted to cut the pain with her words. The Hinamizawa syndrome is one of the main reasons I'm trapped in this cycle. My friends always end up being affected by it. Ryan looked over his shoulder, his eyes landing on Rika, who continued staring into the void, lost in her thoughts. And you want a perfect loop where everyone is saved, is that it? His question sounded dry, direct, almost cruel as it broke the silence in the room. Rika placed her hand on her arm, as if seeking comfort in herself, before answering with a contained voice. Yes. Ryan glanced at her from over his shoulder. His gaze seemed judgmental, but he let out a slight huff before turning completely, now more serious. There's one thing that caught my attention, this Hinamizawa syndrome. What is it? How does it work? Rika remained calm as she answered, her tone carrying an almost rehearsed serenity. Don't worry about it. The syndrome affects almost exclusively the villagers. But Ryan didn't let the keyword slip by. He raised an eyebrow and interrupted with sharp sarcasm. Almost? So you're saying I could get infected? Rika diverted her gaze and responded in a neutral tone. Yes, but only if you're directly exposed. Ryan tilted his head, curiosity clear on his face. Directly? What does that mean? Without answering immediately, Rika opened the window behind her, letting the cold night wind in. She looked outside, towards Rina's house, before explaining in a heavy tone. The Hinamizawa syndrome, in short, is what they call the curse of Oyashiro-sama. It has 3 stages. And it affects the perception of the people it strikes. It has caused several loops, I know. Ryan stepped closer to the window, also observing the view outside. As the wind tousled Rika's hair, she continued. Unfortunately, my friends are victims of the syndrome. When affected, they become hostile. They might end up killing each other. And sometimes, they even end up killing me. Ryan looked at her, surprised. Your own friends are the problem? Rika shook her head slowly. No, it's not their fault. The syndrome controls them. But there's also another issue. Those who study it. Ryan narrowed his eyes. And do you know who these people are? Rika shook her head again, a trace of frustration on her face. Ryan leaned against the window frame, crossing his arms. You mentioned you know some loops. Which one is this? Rika thought for a few moments before responding, with a more serious air. I believe this one is my friend Satoko's loop. Ryan tilted his head, intrigued. Why? What are the signs? Rika sighed, the melancholy evident in her voice, but still maintaining firmness. In short, Satoko starts living with her uncle, who mistreats her. Keiichi, in a protective outburst, begins acting like her missing brother and decides to kill the uncle. All of this while those studying the syndrome end up killing me. For some reason. Ryan raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Keiichi? The guy who introduced me to Mayan, who, in turn, arranged this house. He seemed pretty normal. Rika nodded. The syndrome has stages. In the beginning, it causes an intense feeling that everyone is conspiring against you or that you're in danger. But things get worse over time. Ryan stroked his chin, reflecting. So, people become aggressive, right? Rika confirmed with a soft noise, almost a murmur. Ryan, still lost in thought, asked another question. Are you sure this isn't your friend Rina's loop? Rika squinted, confused, as she tilted her head. He continued casually. I've seen her arguing with her father for a while. And it didn't seem like a friendly atmosphere. Rika widened her eyes, a trace of concern appearing on her face. But before she could dive into her reflections, the sound of Ryan's stomach broke the silence. She slowly lifted her eyes, staring at him with a neutral expression. Her voice came out slowly, almost inquisitive. You ate something today? Ryan scratched the back of his neck, visibly uncomfortable, before responding with an awkward smile. Eat? Not exactly. Rika sighed deeply, as if she were about to deal with another complication. Then, she spoke with a resigned tone. There are some onigiri left at my house. Masachika flashed a sarcastic smile, tilting his head slightly as he teased, "Grandma's onigiri?" Rika stood still for a few seconds, long enough for the silence to become uncomfortable. Her eyes fixed on him until, suddenly, her cheeks turned red. She averted her gaze, murmuring between her teeth with a mix of irritation and embarrassment, "Grandma my ass, idiot." Ryan let out a short laugh through his nose, clearly enjoying her reaction. He replied in the same carefree tone, "Okay, okay. I'll take Grandma Hatsune Miku home. I was considering ordering food delivery, but, thinking about it, I guess Hinamizawa doesn't have this type of service, huh?" Rika turned her face with a slightly irritated expression, although a touch of cuteness softened her posture. She retorted with sarcasm in her voice, "Oh, I get it. So, I'm the one doing you a favor, offering the onigiri. Just don't get confused thinking it's for you." She turned her back to him, dramatically flipping her hair to the side as she began walking. As she reached the door, she stopped and turned to face him again. Her expression was now one of challenge disguised as indifference. "So, are you gonna stay hungry or are you coming?" Ryan shrugged with a relaxed smile. "Yeah, I'm coming." He walked up to her, stopping just behind her. Then, without warning, he grabbed her hair with agility, separating it into two makeshift pigtails as he said in an exaggerated playful tone, "Mini Miku." Rika stood still for a second, incredulous at his audacity. She turned her face to look at him with an expression that tried to be serious, but the shadow of a smile threatened to escape. "You're really an idiot, you know that?" Ryan simply shrugged again, keeping his smug smile. "Idiot? Or visionary? Mini Miku is a masterpiece." Rika rolled her eyes, puffing out air, but turned to the door, letting out a small smile at the corner of her mouth as she ignored him. "Hurry up before I regret it." Chapter 27, 2-0, Pinky. Ryan followed Rika along the trail to her house, taking every opportunity to tease her. The girl, who alternated between a mature aura and an almost childish persona, seemed to respond to him naturally, swinging between irritation and cuteness. When they finally arrived, Ryan paused to observe the place. He furrowed his brows as he noticed the simple and casual appearance of the house, which resembled more of a shed. He asked with curiosity, "You live alone, right?" Rika slightly tilted her head, letting out a loud and enigmatic Ryan shrugged and continued in his carefree tone, "Well, that's for another day. Now, if you could grab those onigiri, my stomach will thank you. When I'm hungry, my brain doesn't process anything." Rika calmly nodded, spinning on her heels as she said, "Wait here, I'll be right back." A few minutes later, she returned with a small bag containing a container of onigiri. She handed it to Ryan, who received the gift with a satisfied smile. "Thanks, Rika." He paused deliberately, dragging the end of his sentence before finishing with a playful tone. "Chan." Rika raised an eyebrow, showing a smug smile as she retorted, "Oh? You're using apostrophe Chan with me again, huh?" Ryan, already with his back turned, waved his hand in a casual farewell gesture. "Yeah, you earned some points for saving me from hunger, cutie." Without waiting for a reply, he began to walk away, leaving the interaction hanging in the air as his peculiar way of saying goodnight. As soon as Ryan disappeared into the darkness, Hania, who had been by Rika's side the whole time invisible to Ryan, spoke up. Her voice was curious and slightly hesitant. "So, Rika, what did you think of him?" Rika, without changing her expression, replied automatically, "He's acceptable." Hania's eyes widened, raising her hands in an exaggerated gesture of surprise. I'm talking about him helping you with your problems, not about him." Rika kept her indifferent tone, but there was a certain vulnerability in her words. "That's also acceptable. He made me feel something I haven't felt in a long time." Hania tilted her head, curious, "And what is that?" Rika looked down at the ground and murmured, "Hope." Meanwhile, Ryan walked along the dimly lit streets of Hinamizawa, savoring one of the onigiri. He chewed with a satisfied smile, speaking to himself, "Damn, this is good. Or is it just the hunger?" He took another bite and confirmed to himself, "No, it's actually good." As he continued, something caught his attention. Crossing a bridge, he noticed a figure in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he could make out a female figure entering an abandoned car, in what seemed like a large dump beneath the bridge. He stopped and muttered with a piece of onigiri still in his mouth, "Rina." Watching the scene with a mix of curiosity and laziness, he sighed, turning back to walk. "You know what? That's a problem for tomorrow." As he walked, the starry sky above caught his attention. He lost himself in thought for a moment before scoffing and muttering sarcastically, "I wonder what that damn Yuno is doing now, after leaving me here alone?" Little did he know, at that very moment, Yuno was at his house, comfortably lying down, with the air conditioner at the perfect temperature and in no rush to deal with him. Back in the village, Ryan finally arrived home. He improvised a bed with an old futon and quickly fell asleep, only to be woken up early by the sunlight streaming through the window. Still groggy, he stretched and murmured with disdain, "Ah, nothing like waking up early. Perfect for putting a bullet in the center of my forehead." Before he could lie back down, his phone started vibrating beside him. He reluctantly grabbed the device, only to see the absurd number of missed calls, 412, all from Yuno. He blinked in disbelief, sighing as he considered whether to ignore it. However, before he could decide, the phone vibrated again. Grumbling, he answered the call impatiently, "Don't you have anything else to do?" On the other side, all he heard was a faint huff before the call abruptly ended. He looked at the screen, frustrated, murmuring to himself, "This is so. Yuno." The number now showed 413 missed calls, and he noticed there were 2 messages from her. Curiously, he slid the notification bar down and read, "Send a picture of where you are. I don't have all day." He let out a low laugh and shook his head, classic. She doesn't even leave me alone here. Ryan looked at himself, realizing he was shirtless. Sleeping like that felt more comfortable, but now this could be a great opportunity for some teasing. A smug smile formed on his face as he murmured to himself, "Hey. This is gonna be my greatest trick." He opened the camera app, adjusting the angle for a strategic selfie. He raised his arm, highlighting his well-defined physique, his face partially covered by his still messy hair, and that smile of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. After taking the photo, he looked at the result with a mix of pride and amusement. "Damn. Should I send it?" He laughed to himself, his finger hovering over the send button as he weighed the decision. Finally, with a determined look and a challenging tone, he shrugged and declared, "You know what? Screw it." He pressed the button, sending the photo to Yuno. The ensuing silence was brief but heavy. A few seconds later, he realized the message had been viewed. The sarcastic smile was still on his face, but it was soon replaced by a chill that ran down his spine like an alarm of impending danger. His eyes narrowed, and the thought came quickly as lightning, "I'm screwed." Without wasting any time, Ryan threw himself onto the futon, landing so hard that he hit his head on the floor, leaving a small mark on the tatami. Ironically, this instinctive reaction ended up being his salvation. The next moment, Yuno teleported into his room, her hair flying with the air displacement. Without hesitation, she delivered a kick so powerful that it created a gust of wind in the small space. By pure luck or well-trained survival instinct, Ryan was out of the way. Still on the floor, he looked up at her with his usual daring smile. Before he could speak, Yuno, furious, looked down and attempted to step on his face. He rolled backward with agility, getting up in one smooth motion while saying, "Good morning, Yuno." Yuno, her foot still planted in the futon, glared at him with an expression that could have killed him. The venomous tone of her voice cut through the silence. "My day already started with a vision of hell." Ryan flashed an even wider grin, challenging the imminent chaos while provoking, "And mine a vision of paradise. If you know what I mean." Yuno froze for a moment, her expression shifting between disbelief and fury as she realized the implication. He had taken the opportunity to peek under her skirt during the kick. Blood rushed to her head, and her fists clenched with enough force to crack her own bones. Without thinking twice, she kicked the futon toward him, throwing it with all her strength. Ryan managed to block the improvised attack with his hands, shouting desperately in the middle of the impact, "I have information about Rika." The force of the kick pushed Ryan a few steps back, but he lowered the futon in relief. Until he realized Yuno was already close enough to erase that relief. She was holding a combat knife, its blade pointed directly at his chest. Ryan swallowed hard, feeling the cold thread of adrenaline run down his spine, but true to his style, he kept the ironic smile on his face. "So, now it's really good morning?" His voice carried sarcasm, but the tension in the air was palpable. Yuno's eyes were as cold as ice, locked on him as she spoke with a calmness that was downright chilling. "Important things?" Ryan opened his mouth to respond, but he was interrupted by an unexpected voice that echoed through the room with an almost childlike enthusiasm. "Much important, Sensei Yuno." Aona's sudden intervention broke the tense moment. Ryan raised an eyebrow, half relieved, half confused, while Yuno briefly glanced away to locate the source of the voice, still keeping the knife ready for an attack. Ryan noticed the instant Yuno let her guard down, and his reflexes kicked in like a spring. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with precision, executing a swift leg sweep that threw Yuno off balance for a moment. Before she could react, he advanced, twisting her wrist with enough skill to make her drop the knife she had been holding. As Yuno started to fall, Ryan grabbed her by the waist, that smug grin plastered on his face. With a quick and shameless move, he slid his hand along the inner part of her thigh, pulling out another hidden knife. "Aha! I bet you had another one here," he teased, displaying the item like a trophy. Yuno immediately tried to punch him, but Ryan easily held her arm, spinning her with grace as he immobilized her, locking her waist in place. 2-0, Pinky. He joked, his voice dripping with sarcasm and satisfaction. Yuno's face burned with rage, her eyes shooting sparks of pure hatred. But before she could explode into a deadly counterattack, Aona's shrill voice echoed like thunder through the room, "Stop this already. I have important things to say, damn it." Both froze for a moment, Ryan still holding Yuno in a playful grip, while she, teeth clenched, looked ready to bite. Ryan raised an eyebrow, glancing quickly at Yuno. "So? Dramatic pause. Shall we listen to the little bossy one?" Yuno growled in response, but for now, she seemed willing to hear what Aona had to say. Chapter 28, You Disgusting Pervert. Ryan lost his balance when he got distracted by Aona's shrill interruption, and like a domino effect, he ended up falling along with Yuno. They both crashed to the floor, the impact softened by the futon, but the scene quickly turned into a small chaos. A few seconds later, Yuno stood up, her expression a mix of irritation and embarrassment as she pulled down the part of her coat that had risen, almost revealing her bra. She smoothed her skirt, which had shifted enough to give Ryan a glimpse of her pink lace panties with a bow in the center, a cute detail adorably contrasting with her relentless and bloodthirsty personality. She noticed Ryan's mischievous look and immediately narrowed her eyes, her voice coming out as a venomous whisper, "You filthy pervert." However, Ryan was far from intimidated. He stood up, brushing off the dust calmly, flashing his usual playful grin. "Pervert? I accept. Filthy? Never." Before Yuno could charge at him to shove the knife into his throat, Aona stamped her foot on the ground, catching their attention like an impatient teacher trying to calm down disobedient children. "Enough. You two stop this nonsense and pay attention to what I have to say." But before she could finish the sentence, she was hit by Yuno's cold, dark gaze. Her voice came out with the same cutting chill of a blade. "Aona, please hurry this up. That way I can focus on finishing off this useless amalgamation of flesh that insists on breathing the same air as me." Ryan raised an eyebrow, slowly looking at her with an incredulous expression, exclaiming, "Damn, is that your way of complimenting me?" Aona, visibly irritated, tried once more to assert her presence, raising her voice. "If you two are just going to make jokes, fine. I'll leave. When you need me, just call me, Humph." She crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks, dramatically turning her face away. Ryan, of course, couldn't resist the opportunity to provoke, letting out a playful comment, "Look, Yuno, the little keychain is throwing a tantrum." The joke came so naturally that it turned Yuno a short, contained laugh, which she tried her best to hide. Aona, on the other hand, seemed about to explode with indignation. "I'm trying to help you, senses," she exclaimed, stamping her foot and crossing her arms again. Yuno, still composing herself, feigned a serious tone while ignoring the little scene. "And what, exactly, is so important about Ryan's amazing discoveries?" Before Aona could respond, Ryan intervened, a smug smile plastered on his face. "Unfortunately, it's not a way to kill me. But..." He raised a finger, dramatizing as much as possible before continuing. "The mini Miku, aka Rika Furud, is really the protagonist of this bloody soap opera in Hinamizawa." Yuno, crossing her arms and taking a step back, looked at him with disdain, as if every word he said was an insult to her intelligence. "Can you speak like a normal human being, just once, please?" Ryan dramatically rolled his eyes before throwing another provocation. "You're annoying when you want to be, huh, Pinky?" The comment came with a smug look directly at Yuno's skirt, making the malicious tone of the observation clear. Yuno narrowed her eyes, her patience at its limit, but decided to ignore him, focusing on Aona. Her gaze seemed to demand that the little one explain what she knew. Aona, as if sensing the pressure, raised her little finger and began speaking nervously. "Well, Rika is actually the catalyst for the Divine Fortune Inio Great. Let's tie her up and get this over with," Yuno interrupted bluntly, already heading for the door of the room. Before she could leave, Ryan blocked her path with a sarcastic tone. "Hold on there, dominatrix. Maybe ropes makes you horny, but we're not just going to tie Rika up and rip her Fortunio away," he said while finishing putting on his shirt. Yuno turned slowly, narrowing her eyes. "And what's the problem now, Ryan? You've already figured out the heart of the issue. If you want praise, you'll be disappointed." Ryan shook his head with exaggerated theatricality. No, 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 no. I want to help Rika. Taking her Fortunio now would be a problem." Yuno gave a wicked smile, partially hiding her face with her hand as she began to laugh. "You want to help Rika?" she said between laughs. "Ryan Gosting wants to help little Rika. How cute, Aona. Did he get touched by the little one's story?" Ryan shrugged, maintaining his carefree tone. "Well, yes. The truth is she's trapped." Before he could finish, Yuno waved her arm in the air, cutting off his sentence with irritation. I don't care about the shit story of that girl. I just want to get what we came for and move on to the next. Or do you think we're going to become buddies on our adventures? Ryan kept a blank expression while Yuno grew more agitated. It's very touching, Ryan. What are you going to do when you create closeness with her, huh? Use her as a meat shield in a gunfight? The provocation came with a sinister gleam in Yuno's eyes, filled with burning hatred. Aona, between the two, seemed on the verge of tears, whispering to herself, "Stop this argument." Ryan clicked his tongue, adjusting his hair nonchalantly, as if Yuno's heated speech was just a minor annoyance. Your insults are creative, but, unfortunately for you, if you want my help, we're helping Rika. Yuno stared at him with a dark, threatening tone. Oh? Are you going to try and convince me with words? Fine, let's do it this way. I'll kill the girl if you don't help me. Ryan narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening. I believe you can't do that. Or did you forget the deal? To hell with that deal. Yuno lunged forward in fury, throwing a punch directly at him. Before she could reach him, she staggered, falling to her knees on the floor, spitting blood. Her face paled within seconds, as if her energy had been drained. Ryan tilted his head with a slight mocking smile. Look at that. Karma came through this time. Aona ran to Yuno, kneeling beside her carefully. In a comforting tone, the little one tried to soothe her. You need to learn to live together. For real. Yuno, feeling the weight of her body and the weakness overtaking her muscles, forced herself to ask in a faint voice, what happened? With a serious expression, Aona explained, the deal you made, Sensei Yuno. When two deities willingly accept an agreement, their souls are the paper, and their lives, the ink of the contract. Yuno gritted her teeth, wiping the blood from her mouth angrily. Damn. She murmured, fury evident in her voice. Ryan approached slowly, carrying a water bottle. He handed it to Yuno, speaking in a dry but firm tone. Here, hothead. Rika put this in the food bag she gave me yesterday. Yuno clicked her tongue in irritation, snatching the bottle from his hands. Without saying a word, she opened the cap and began drinking, as if it was her only option at that moment. Chapter 29, Naughty Pinky. Yuno leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths as she regained her strength. Ryan, on the other hand, was scrubbing the blood-stained floor next to Aona, visibly rushed. Damn it, Aona-chan. This house is borrowed, so scrub it properly. If they find out, we're screwed. He complained, with the same energy as a child trying to clean up the mess before the parents arrived. Aona, nervous, scrubbed the floor vigorously. All right, sensei. I'm scrubbing as fast as I can. Am I doing it properly? Ryan paused for a moment, averting his gaze as he thought. Damn intrusive thoughts. Almost as if she had read his mind, Yuno grabbed the empty bottle and threw it at Ryan's head, making him groan in pain. Disgusting. Pervert, she commented with disdain. Ryan massaged the spot where he was hit, turning to face her with irritation. What now, you insupportable woman? Yuno crossed her arms, looking noticeably better. Those filthy comments you make to Aona. Keep them to yourself, Humphrey, she said, raising her chin theatrically. Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. Comments? Damn it, I didn't even say anything, you weirdo. Yuno pointed her finger at him with an accusing look. Damn intrusive thoughts? He blinked, completely lost, before standing up fully. Huh? Now you read minds, you freak? Before the argument escalated, Aona intervened, raising her hands to calm them down. That's not it, sensei. Ryan turned to her, curious, while Aona stood up, adjusting her skirt with a slight smile. Remember how you two now share the same soul? Well, I forgot to mention, but if you think really hard about each other, you can kind of talk telepathically. Cool, right? For a brief moment, Ryan was silent, absorbing the explanation. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he stared at Yuno. Thinking a lot about me, huh, Pinky? Naughty. Yuno stared back at him with a cold, morbid gaze, enough to freeze his smile. Yes. I think all the time about whether I'll rip out your guts while you're still alive. Or not. Ryan swallowed dryly, averting his gaze, while Aona laughed, placing her hands on her head. Ahaha. Actually, this happened because Yuno tried to break the contract. Since you share a soul, when she got hurt, you were affected too. To recover together, you ended up connecting even more. Cute, right? She finished the explanation with an innocent smile, clasping her hands together. Ryan looked at Aona with a deadpan expression, clearly disheartened. That'd be cute, I don't know, with Hoshino. With Yuno, it just scares me. He sighed, picking up the bloodied cloths they had used to clean the floor. I'll wash this. You explain the rest to Yuno, Aona. And, oh, I'm sure you can snoop through my memories too, right? Before leaving, Ryan closed the door with a soft thud. Aona tilted her head, placing a finger on her chin, thoughtful. How does he know that? I didn't even say anything, geez. Yuno, in the background, let out a long sigh of exhaustion. Ryan went downstairs toward the lower part of the house, carrying the stained cloths while murmuring to himself, damn it, I'm sure there's no cleaning product here. How the hell am I going to get this blood out of the cloths? Damn Yuno. Ever since the day I laid eyes on her, my life has doubled in problems. He reached the sink, tossing the cloths in with disdain. The next moment, the sound of his phone ringing interrupted him. Ryan sighed, wiping his hands on his pants before pulling the phone from his pocket. Yuki? He muttered as he saw the name on a screen, surprised. What does she want now? He murmured, sliding his finger to answer. Placing the phone to his ear, he heard a cheerful voice that immediately made him pull the device away. Good morning, my brother. Yuki shouted, with so much energy she seemed to want to burst through the line. Ryan held the phone a few inches away, massaging his ear with a pained expression. Good morning, little sister. He replied, dragging his words as he brought the phone back to his ear. Yuki, relentless, continued with the same exaggerated enthusiasm. I already miss you so much, Ana-chan. When are you coming back to take care of your adorable little sister? Ryan smirked, already used to his younger sister's theatrics. Look at you being cute. It's only been 2 days, Yuki. But are you eating properly? Brushing your teeth? Are you missing a feminine hug? She shot back, her words firing without pause. He chuckled softly, leaning against the sink as he replied, Yuki, just because I'm traveling doesn't mean I've forgotten the basics of life, you know. On the other end, Yuki let out an indignant squeal. What? What woman have you been hugging, Masachika? Ryan closed his eyes for a second, exhaling a long sigh. His response was almost mechanical, I'm brushing my teeth. Yuki adopted a serious tone, cutting through her brother's playful laughter. Don't change the subject, Masachika. Ryan laughed, leaning back against the sink. And you, my dear little sister? How are you handling the absence of your beloved brother? Yuki's voice turned syrupy, laden with theatrical drama. The truth is, it feels like it's been a year since I last saw you. Ryan smiled, adjusting the phone in his hand. Don't worry, I think I'll have everything wrapped up here by tomorrow. His voice carried confidence. On the other end, he heard Yuki jumping, clearly excited. Great. But remember, Ana-chan, even with your lame excuse for absences, you'll still have to hand in your assignments when you get back. Ryan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Sure. And you're going to help me with that, right? Yuki laughed too, ending the call with a gentle whisper. Yes, I will. Right after hanging up, she sent a heart emoji through the chat. Ryan smiled at the message, feeling renewed. Determined, he returned to scrubbing the cloths until most of the blood disappeared. Back in the room, he opened the door without ceremony, announcing, Okay, Aona-chan already explained everything to our hothead here? Aona nodded excitedly, but Yuno quickly took the lead, crossing her arms. Let's hurry and find this so-called Rika and scout the situation. I don't want to waste any more time with this. Ryan agreed, nodding. Okay, let's go. Yuno approached, narrowing her eyes. And where can we find her? Ryan placed a hand on his waist, closing his eyes as if he were thinking. No idea. Yuno stared at him, her eyes overflowing with impatience, but Ryan raised his hands in a placating gesture before she could explode. Calm down. Hinamizawa is small, it's not like looking for her in Tokyo. Ryan paused abruptly, as if struck by an epiphany, and punched the air lightly. Goddamn, I'm Rina's neighbor. Yuno crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Rina? The girl who offered me water yesterday? Ryan raised his hand, replying sarcastically. Water for both of us, by the way. But that's not the point. He turned quickly. We better get going. From what I saw, the people here head to school pretty early. As Ryan descended the stairs, he reflected to himself, but now that I think about it, this Rina is the very essence of a crazy anime girl. Yuno and Aona followed him to the exit. Yuno, however, couldn't hide her disgust as she noticed the dust gathering in the corners of the house. When Ryan opened the door, fate seemed to be playing tricks on him. There was Rina, walking right in front of the house. Their eyes met instantly. Ryan noticed something odd in her gaze but decided to ignore it. Ah. Good morning, Rina. You look adorable today. He said, forcing a relaxed smile. Thanks. Rina replied in a quiet voice, her eyes quickly shifting to Yuno and Aona, who were approaching behind him. Ryan noticed her focus and couldn't resist a sarcastic joke. We almost look like a family, don't we? The moment the words left his mouth, he felt the weight of Yuno's hand on his shoulder. Yeah. I think I pushed my luck. he thought, swallowing hard. Before he could react, Rina let out a small squeal of excitement. Oh! The little one is so cute. I want to take her home. Caught off guard, Ona put her arms behind her back, looking shy. Ryan just blinked, surprised at Rina's sudden change in tone. Ah, Rina. Rika will probably be at school today, right? He asked, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Rina tilted her head slightly, looking at him with curiosity. Yes. But why? Could you take us there? Pretty please? Ryan clasped his hands together in a theatrical gesture, as if begging. Rina hesitated for a moment, her eyes once again fixing on Ona, before answering. Yes, we can go together. It's not that far. Yuno seized the opportunity and quickly took her place next to Rina, greeting her politely. Ona prepared to do the same, but Ryan grabbed her by the shirt before she could move forward. He whispered, his voice heavy with suspicion. Why can she see you, Ona? The girl tilted her head, looking at him with an innocent and confused expression, and answered in a sweet voice. Well, because I allowed it, sensei. Ryan sighed, letting go of her shirt as an ironic smile escaped his lips. Understandable. Have a great day. Chapter 30, condemned to failure during the walk, which would have been peaceful if not for Rina's constant efforts to take Ona-chan home. The group finally arrived at the school. Ryan stopped immediately, his eyes wide as he stared at the small, simple building. Holy shit, this shack is the school? He blurted out, still trying to process what he was seeing. Rina smiled, shaking her head with an optimistic tone. Even though it's small, the important thing is that it serves its purpose, right? Right? Yuno approached, crossing her arms and scrutinizing the place with skepticism. And how exactly does the teacher manage to teach anything with multiple grades mixed together? Rina placed her hands on her hips, maintaining her cheerful smile. Well, you can attend a class as special guests. After all, you're high schoolers too, right? She paused for a moment, placing a finger on her chin thoughtfully before continuing. Now that I think about it, shouldn't you two be studying? You're not skipping class, are you? Ryan shrugged, his expression full of sarcasm. I'm on my way out anyway. You know. I don't know about her. Yuno averted her gaze, lifting her head with a disinterested expression. I've given my reasons as well. Meanwhile, Ona-chan seemed enthralled, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the school. Ryan noticed her expression and raised an eyebrow. What's up, Ona-chan? You're that excited about studying? Ona touched her chin, blushing slightly as she responded with a shy smile. Well, not exactly, sensei. After all, you're already my sensei, hee hee. She finished with a sweet, almost innocent giggle. Ryan sighed softly, lost in thought. Right. I forgot she's based on my blue archive memories. Without further delay, the group wandered through the hallways of the small school. The environment was far quieter than Ryan and Yuno were used to, with silence prevailing except for the sound of their footsteps on the wooden floor. When they reached the only available classroom, Rina stepped forward with her usual energy. She enthusiastically opened the door, exclaiming, "Good morning, everyone." Ryan, much taller than Rina, took advantage of his height to peek over her. His gaze quickly landed on two students already seated, Keiichi and Mayan. With his usual playful tone, he raised a hand in a casual greeting. Hey! His irreverent grin made it clear that, even in this odd scenario, he had no intention of changing his approach to things. As soon as she saw Ryan, Mayan let out a carefree laugh. Ha ha ha. You didn't have to bring the house key here to the school, Masachika. Ryan shook his head with a sly smirk and replied, Actually, that's not why I'm here. Keiichi, visibly excited, quickly chimed in. Wait a second. Don't tell me you're gonna study here. Finally, I'll have a bro to chat with. Ryan let out a forced laugh, raising his hands as if to dismiss the idea. Not that either, buddy. Relax. Before he could continue, Yuno appeared by his side, immediately catching Keiichi's attention. His eyes lit up with curiosity and excitement as he exclaimed, AHH. Who's that standing next to you? Yuno, with a graceful motion, ran her hand through her hair and spoke in an angelic voice. Pleased to meet you, my name is Yuno Gasai. I'm a friend of Ri. She paused briefly, correcting herself naturally. Masachika. Keiichi froze for a moment as if he'd been struck by lightning, and Mayan had to clear her throat beside him to pull his attention back to the conversation. With a casual smile, she took the lead. Ahem. Hello. I'm Sonizaki Mayan. Nice to meet you, Yuno-san. Keiichi quickly regained his composure, though he still seemed a bit flustered. I'm Maibara Keiichi. Nice to meet you, he said, gesturing dramatically in an attempt to maintain his poise. As this little spectacle unfolded, Ryan crossed his arms, watching the scene with a mischievous smile. His thoughts turned teasingly toward Yuno. So, my friend, huh? How convenient. Before Yuno could notice Ryan's expression, Ona appeared beside her, raising her hand enthusiastically and introducing herself in a lively manner. Hi. I'm Ona. I'm the system for senses Ryan and Yuno. Immediately, Rina, Ecchi, and Mayan turned their attention to the little girl, their faces showing a mix of confusion and curiosity. Almost in unison, they said, Census. System. Ryan? Wasting no time, Ryan stepped forward, placing a hand on Ona's head and playfully ruffling her hair. Relax, everyone, he said with a carefree smile. Little Ona here has a thing called Chunabu syndrome. It's cute but a handful. He finished with a sheepish laugh as Ona puffed out her cheeks, crossing her arms in childlike indignation. The group entered the classroom amidst laughter, commenting on how adorable Ona-chan was while she basked in the attention, smiling shyly. However, the chatter was interrupted by a familiar voice at the door. Me-I. All eyes turned to see Rika entering with Satoko by her side. Ryan, immediately recognizing Rika, let a sly smile creep across his face. Without missing a beat, he responded in a teasing tone, Me-I. Rika, unfazed, matched his playfulness with even more cuteness, tilting her head slightly and intensifying her tone. Me-I greater than less than. Meanwhile, Yuno rolled her eyes, clearly irritated by the exchange, while Ecchi, bewildered, flailed his arms dramatically and asked, What's this? Some secret handshake I wasn't told about? Before anyone could answer, Satoko stepped forward with a mischievous grin, laughing theatrically and partially covering her mouth like a classic soap opera villain. Oh. It seems our dear Rika has gotten awfully friendly with the outsider, just like that. Rika, unfazed by the teasing, tilted her head again and replied calmly while placing her belongings on the desk. We've gotten to know each other better and are now good friends. Nippa. Greater than less than. Her genuine smile was so sweet that Ryan could only shake his head with a small chuckle, while Yuno sighed deeply, crossing her arms impatiently. Ryan kept his focus on the scene, observing closely while analyzing the peculiar presence next to Rika. Concentrating, he tried once more to establish that mental connection with Yuno as he had done before. Hey, pink panties, can you see the shadowy figure next to Rika? He asked sarcastically, referring to Hanio. To him, the figure appeared as a purple blur with vaguely feminine outlines. To his surprise, Yuno's response came clearly and directly into his thoughts. You mean the semi-transparent girl with horns? Yeah, I see her. But it looks like the others don't. Ryan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the clarity of the communication, and responded mentally while looking at Yuno. Damn, it's like a private call in public. And... Wait, girl with horns? I only see an indistinct blur. Yuno smirked faintly, her tone dripping with malice. Maybe she doesn't want to show herself to perverts. Ryan felt his lip twitch at the provocation, but before he could retort, Rika called his attention. Masachika. Could we talk outside for a moment? She asked sweetly, her hands hidden behind her back. Her gaze also briefly fell on Yuno, indicating the invitation extended to her as well. Ryan and Yuno exchanged a brief glance and nodded simultaneously. Mayan noticed the two were about to leave and asked curiously, Are you leaving now? The teacher should be here soon, Rika. Rika, ever gentle, turned to Mayan with a sweet smile. We're just going to discuss a few questions Masachika and his friend have about the festival, Mayan. We'll be back shortly. Though clearly suspicious, Mayan simply shrugged and gestured as if to say everything was fine. The three left the classroom and walked toward the back of the school. Rika led the way with calm steps, but upon arriving, she stopped abruptly. The shift in her demeanor was almost tangible. Her aura, once innocent and warm, became heavy and serious. When she finally spoke, her voice sounded more mature, almost somber. Masachika. I'm afraid that. She hesitated for a moment, as if the words were too burdensome to say. I'm afraid this world is already condemned to failure. Ryan furrowed his brow, puzzled by Rika's words. He took a step forward, questioning her. Why do you think that? Aren't those in the classroom your friends? You said you wanted to save them, and they seem fine, honestly. Rika slowly turned to face him. Her eyes, now glowing with a strange red hue, locked onto Ryan's. Rina murdered her father's girlfriend last night. The weight of her statement made Ryan catch his breath for a moment. He looked to Yuno, searching for any hint of how to handle this, but she remained still, her neutral expression clearly indifferent to the situation. Chapter 31, Think fast, Ryan, think fast, damn it. Ryan took a deep breath before directing an inquisitive look at Rika. Rina. Are you talking about that cute little girl with the short top that sometimes shows her belly and has this habit of wanting to take everything she finds adorable home? Rika, slightly surprised by the description, nodded in confirmation. Ryan immediately punched his palm as if solving a great mystery. I always suspected. Ryan's ironic comment made Rika avert her gaze, clearly frustrated, though her expression remained serious. I'm frustrated. She began, clenching her fists as she spoke. The Hinamizawa syndrome progressed too quickly in her in this world. Ryan scratched his chin, pondering some solution to the situation, but was interrupted by Yuno's cold and calculating voice. And what's the problem with the idiot killing her father's mistress? Yuno spoke with disdain, arms crossed. If it's that bitch we saw yesterday, I even understand Rina. Rika's jaw tightened for a moment, but her voice remained calm as she replied, huh. The problem is that Rina will become paranoid trying to hide the crime. The guilt and pressure will only accelerate the process, making her even more insane because of the syndrome. Yuno, however, interrupted abruptly, Hinamizawa syndrome. She must be in the second stage. I didn't see deep marks on her neck, but they're already slightly red. Ryan turned to Yuno with a surprised expression, hands on his hips. Damn, what's this, Pinky? Turned into a nerd all of a sudden? And where did you get all that information? Yuno cast him a disdainful glance, arms crossed. Unlike you, UL0Lik0N, I spent the night gathering information. I used Aona strategically. Or do you think she's only good for your tasteless jokes? Ryan snorted in response, while Yuno glared at him with disgust. Rika, observing the exchange with confusion, focused on Yuno. Yuno, right? How much do you know about the Hinamizawa syndrome? She asked seriously, her eyes fixed on the girl. Yuno looked down, staring at Rika with an air of superiority, then casually pointed at Hanio. Enough to understand how this disease works. Oh, and also about your flaw goddess there beside you. Rika and Hanio widened their eyes in surprise. Hanio, frustrated, waved her arms in protest. I do my best to help Rika-chan. Yuno made a dismissive gesture as if brushing off something unimportant. Sure, a pity your efficiency is questionable. Ryan, observing the interaction, made a disappointed expression as he pointed at Yuno. Ah, unfair. Why can you see and hear her, and I can't, you sneaky pink brat? Yuno turned to him with an irritated expression, pointing her finger at his face. Shut up and start thinking of something useful for the situation. Weren't you the one who wanted to play the hero and interfere to help this kid? Then do us a favor and act like you would on a mission, you idiot. Ryan kept his eyes on Yuno, and the tension between them began to rise. Before it escalated, Rika intervened with a serious voice, breaking the silence. I assume you're also aware of my current situation, correct, Yuno Gasai? She said, her eyes once again displaying that peculiar reddish glow. Yuno remained firm, her own eyes taking on a faint pink glow as she replied in the same tone, yes, you're being treated like a lab rat. Connecting the dots, it's clear you live with a knife at your throat all the time. Ryan observed the exchange of glances between the two, tilting his head and reflecting with a slight smirk. Yuno. Makes sense you beat me at the game. Besides being a hottie, you're a damned strategist. He brushed the thought aside with a sigh and approached Rika, crouching to her level. His eyes, now softer, sought hers. Rika, this girlfriend of Rina's dad. Is she important? Rika responded directly, her voice tinged with confusion. Depends on what you mean by important. To me, she's just an ordinary woman. I've tried talking to her in other worlds to prevent Rina from killing her, but she was just a con artist. The problem isn't her death but the impact it has on Rina. Ryan flashed a mischievous smile at her words, his eyes locked on hers. Great. Then we can still help Rina. Rika tilted her head slightly, curious about his statement. And how do you plan to do that? Ryan shrugged with a confident grin. I'll convince the crazy girl that no one will find out what she did. No police, no consequences. Maybe I'll even find a way to make her forget about it. Yuno crossed her arms, casting him a skeptical look. Oh, sure, superhero. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Ryan didn't bother looking at her, replying in a sarcastic, dismissive tone. My family has some influence, in case you didn't know. Yuno's curiosity was piqued, but she responded with sarcasm. Oh, really? Enough to control the police and the government? It'll be interesting to watch you mess this up. Ryan sighed, already tired of the provocation, before turning back to Rika. Alright, Mini Miku. What's next? Rika adopted a firm posture, though her voice took on a darker tone. I don't know for sure. But tomorrow will be a crucial day. After all, it's Wada Nagashi. Ryan squinted, processing the information. Wada Nagashi. Oh, the festival, right? Rika nodded, explaining calmly. Tomorrow, someone will use the legend as an excuse to commit 2 murders. Usually, the victims are a photographer named Tomatake Jiru and a nurse named Akano Mayo. Ryan tilted his head. Are they important? Rika shook her head but added in a heavier tone, tomorrow is also the day my chances of dying increase. Ryan noticed the growing tension in Rika, but before the conversation could continue, a calm, drawn-out voice interrupted, breaking the moment. Oi! Rika-chan, are these two new students? It seems Hinamizawa village has been getting a lot of visitors lately. The three turned simultaneously, and both Ryan and Yuno had the same unsettling thought. A cop? Has Rina already been discovered? The man, older and with a sturdy build, wore a black shirt paired with suspenders and a red tie. His beige pants and white shoes completed the peculiar look. Without waiting for a response, he began speaking in the same slow, tranquil tone. Rika-chan, do you know if Ryugu Rina is around here? Ryan's eyes widened slightly, his brain already firing warning signals. He recognized the risk and knew he had to act quickly. Think fast, Ryan, think fast, damn it. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his shoulders and adopted a nonchalant expression before stepping between Rika and the officer with a friendly yet calculated smile. Hi there, sir. We didn't catch your name. Sorry, but do you have something urgent with Rina? Can I help with anything? He threw out the bait naturally, while Yuno stood by, arms crossed, staring coldly at the officer and analyzing his every move. Chapter 32, is someone with you in there? Oi! Looks like you're quite active, aren't you? What's your name, huh? The mocking tone of the policeman, paired with a vaguely malicious smile, revealed that he was studying Ryan meticulously with his eyes. Ryan returned the smile but opted for a gentle and polite tone. A pleasure to meet you, I'm Masachika Kuze. I'm from Tokyo and came to Hinamizawa to learn more about the town and the festival. Wasting no time, he cast a subtle glance at Yuno, a silent message she understood immediately. Good morning, I'm Yuno Gasai, a friend of Masachika. We came together to explore the village, she said with an angelic smile that radiated purity. Her performance was so impeccable that Ryan, for a brief moment, lost focus. Damn, she's pretty. Hope she never hears that. He quickly pushed the thought aside, turning back to the policeman. And you, sir, what's your name? You seem to be a man of the law. How can we help? His tone remained overly polite, drawing a suspicious sideways glance from Yuno. The man maintained his ironic smile but responded in his signature drawling tone. Oi, my name is Oishi. I'm a detective with the Okonomiya Police Department. Detective? Oh, like the ones on TV shows? Have you ever watched Lucifer on Netflix? Ryan asked with calculated enthusiasm, seeking any way to divert attention from Rina. Oishi chuckled, but his expression retained its analytical edge. I don't follow those modern shows. By the way, are you also friends with Ryugu Rina? Ryan was silent for a moment, carefully weighing each word he would say next. He knew that any slip could complicate the situation. Yes, I know Rina-chan. But why would a detective be interested in her? He paused, feigning genuine concern. Oh my god. Has something happened to someone close to her? Oishi narrowed his eyes, as if trying to decipher the young man in front of him. Oi! You seem to be closer to Rina than I imagined. Ryan shrugged with a carefree smile. Actually, I just met her yesterday. But, you know, she seems like a very sweet girl. Before Oishi could continue, Rika intervened with her calm and charming voice. I'll go call Rina. Masachika, would you come with me? Ryan glanced sideways at Rika, pondering quickly, before replying in a light and sweet tone. Of course, Rika-chan. He exchanged a look with Yuno, who remained neutral. Before he could say anything, she preempted him. I'll stay here with Mr. Oishi. Ryan nodded, trusting Yuno's ability to keep the detective occupied, as he followed Rika toward the classroom. As they walked down the corridor, Ryan asked Rika a question in a cautious and curious tone. Is it a good idea to let Rina talk to the detective? Rika hesitated before answering, her voice heavy with uncertainty. Oishi is complicated. He's been investigating Oyashiro-sama's curse for years, along with the murders tied to the legends. Either way, he'll keep Rina under surveillance. Ryan clicked his tongue in irritation as he pondered his next move. He didn't have much time to think, as the school was small, and they quickly reached the classroom. Stopping at the door, Rika caught Rina's attention with a sweet tone. Rina, along with the other students, turned toward the entrance, where Rika and Ryan waited. Rika made a soft hand gesture, beckoning her. Confused, Rina pointed to herself as if silently asking if they meant her. Rika smiled gently, confirming with a slight nod. Slowly rising, Rina excused herself from the teacher. Excuse me, sensei. The teacher nodded, simply asking them not to take too long. In the corridor, Rika, Rina, and Ryan gathered. It was Rina who broke the silence, her curiosity evident. What happened? Rika responded sweetly, almost childlike. A man from Okinawa wants to talk to you, so we came to get you. For a brief moment, Rina adopted a thoughtful expression, but Ryan sensed something else, a subtle change in the girl's aura. Ah, I see. Rina's response sounded darker, and she began walking without hesitation. Ryan and Rika exchanged a look of concern before following the girl. As they exited into the courtyard, they found Yuno and Oishi in the middle of a conversation brimming with veiled tension. As the trio approached, the conversation was interrupted by Rina's arrival. Good morning, sir. How can I help you? Her voice was firm and direct. Oishi turned to her with a smug smile plastered on his face. Oi, you must be Rigu Rina. I just have a few questions for you, nothing major. Rina kept her serious expression. Yes, go ahead. Oishi narrowed his gaze, still smiling, and pointed to the side. You know, my car has air conditioning. What do you say we talk in there? Ryan couldn't help but smirk as he thought, ah, you motherfucker. Want to isolate the girl to dig deeper, huh? As he considered intervening, he was stopped by Yuno, who placed a firm hand on his shoulder. When he looked at her, Yuno didn't need to say anything. Her gaze was clear, let things play out. Ryan took a deep breath and stepped back, watching Rina as she responded in a cold tone, all right. Rika spoke in a serious and somber tone, her long blue hair swaying in the wind. It will be tomorrow. Ryan gestured lightly with his hand, breaking the silence. The festival, right? Rika merely nodded, but the melancholic atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by Yuno. I don't have the patience for these games. Tomorrow, we'll keep an eye on you and kill anyone who tries to kill you. Ryan started clapping theatrically, a sarcastic smile lighting up his face. Brilliant, Yuno. I'll just grab my invisible gun and face a possible army on my own. Oh, wait. I don't have a gun. Yuno glared at him with aggression, her voice dripping with impatience. Stop spouting nonsense. With the powers we have now, no army can take us down. Ryan let out a dry laugh, crossing his arms and tilting his head at her. Oh, sure. Maybe you haven't noticed, you crazy yin dear, but our abilities are just slightly above normal humans. Bullets still kill, you know. Kill? Yuno stepped closer, dangerously near. You idiot, we don't die. You rewind time every time it happens. The two were about to start a fight but were unexpectedly interrupted by Rika, who let out a sweet yet unsettling The kittens don't need to fight now. Ryan shot a sideways glance at Rika before responding. Yuno is right about me and her. We don't need to fear death, that's a fact. But my concern is for the people around us. Rika tilted her head slightly, averting her gaze with a melancholic expression. I know it's selfish to ask you to save others too. But living in cycles, as I have, and losing any chance of a perfect ending is. Before she could finish, Ryan reached out and gently placed his hand on top of Rika's head, lightly messing up her blue hair. I'll make it work, Mini Miku. His voice, though laden with irony, carried a warmth that surprised Rika. She looked at him with shining eyes, a newfound hope growing within her, while Yuno clicked her tongue in the background, clearly annoyed. The moment was interrupted when Rina reappeared, her voice cutting through the air with an icy sharpness. I've finished talking to Oishi. Rika, let's go back to class. Rika blinked, visibly surprised, but responded almost automatically, yes.